अच्छे से बताया, प्रॉलर से पता चल चुका था। They are going to Thailand now.
All the way from there, so
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD, powered by Ampverse, official VCT Off season event where today we are going to be seeing the clash of the giants and a long run for all these teams to come into culmination, and one out of which we'll be seeing rising as the champions. My name is Lucifer, and along with me, joined is going to be CA. CA, how are you feeling? It's an exciting day.
Oh, I woke up today with a tremendous amount of really energy. Like, you know how normally you wake up and you're like, okay, I have to get out of bed. Damn it. Today I was just like Popeye style, zoop. I was like, let's go, it's finals day, baby. And the excitement, like you mentioned, is because we've got that storyline coming through where the lower bracket final is going to come in first today. We get to see one team try to make it back to the grand finals where Bleed are waiting oh so comfortably for them. But before all of that, how are you, Lucifer? How did your day start?
I mean, same for me. As you know, right, whenever we see it's like the last day of the tournament and there is the grand finals as well. But before that, we kind of get a glimpse of what one team can do because there are three teams still. So we know one of these two teams will be giving it their all, but also trying to hide as much as possible because the next matchup for them is a best of 5. And I'm looking forward to how that pans out, and that's the reason we are right now like at the edge of our seats. But quickly jump into the brackets to give you a gist of what the story has been towards now to this day. It started off with 4 teams, out of which we just have 3 right now. One elimination we saw yesterday. Unfortunately, we did have to say goodbye to Velocity Gaming. A tremendous matchup and also a Val Classico that all of us will remember, which has gone down in history right now. But there will be another history that can be made if Made in Thailand crosses over and reaches Bleed again. Looking forward to that redemption. Or if God Squad, for the first time, when these two are fighting against each other, CA, for the first time, we don't even have stats. I think it's going to be a legendary day.
Exactly. We've got Made in Thailand going up against God Squad. For Made in Thailand, the last time around, they faced the South Asian team, you can see. It was a quick 2-0. And for God Squad, they had to really work hard in yesterday's matchup, the El Clasico, the WAC Clasico. But honestly, I feel like the WAC Clasico is not one to look for in terms of stats because that always goes the distance, irrespective of the team's abilities in general. And that's why I think today's matchup between Made in Thailand and God Squad is especially so exciting because we've seen God Squad take down Bleed before. We've seen Made in Thailand and Bleed exchange a couple blows. So I wouldn't put it past God Squad to take out Made in Thailand, especially when you consider what I was trying to talk about this team day for yesterday, which is they are somewhat inconsistent in the fact that they have huge bigs and quite low downs. And I think losing 2-0 against Bleed was a down. Maybe this time against an SCA team, they're able to pull off their peak form, take them down.
It is going to be an interesting one if they're able to do that. Because as you mentioned, Made in Thailand have fought against the SCA teams and they've taken them down. But again, the equation that you were just bringing about where God Squad have taken down Bleed and Made in Thailand right now fighting against each other. And they have also taken down Bleed once but also faced the defeat. So God Squad, after taking down Bleed, could have a chance to do the same deed towards Made in Thailand. But we saw how teams have developed over the qualifiers to the playoffs, right? Everybody has become a new book, a new page, and also a new chapter has risen from their sides, and they have reformed really, really well in the Skyesports SEA Championship. And for this to be the last day, every player from these 3 teams will be at their top-notch form, and they'll be looking forward to taking down anybody and everybody who's right in front of them. Yesterday itself, irrespective whether it was a Sheriff or a Phantom CA, we saw them looking forward to going for 2Ks, 3Ks and turning the round within the blink of a second.
Exactly, and I think that's where really that run of form matters so damn much to be able to effectively convert on certain instincts of yours, certain decisions altogether is where the match is decided in a day. And today is the last day. You've got to bring it all. You've got to make sure that your guns are packed with dynamite effectively all the way through, because today every team is going to give their every essence to try and grab this championship, try and emerge victorious in the Skyesports SEA Championship. And it's not going to be an easy one, Lucifer.
Not at all. First itself, as I said, it is going to be teams looking forward to giving it their all, but also trying to keep some things in the blind, some things in the shadow, just so that when they go into the best of five, they've not given it their all. And I think if that happens, Bleed might be there for a surprise, irrespective whether it's God Squad or Made in Thailand that they face off. Bleed might be sitting in a comfortable spot, but we have seen how Bleed like to play. We were thinking that they will show us an individual game style, but yesterday they did show us they do have that, I would say, team gameplay, that wait and watch, that radio silence that you were talking about. All these tactics we saw from them. Do they have something new, or are these teams going to read them is going to be a question. But before that, they have to ask each other one question of who is going to be qualifying from this lower bracket final and becoming one of the second grand finalists.
Exactly, and we've got Made in Thailand Esports going up against God Squad, or popularly, of course, known as Global Esports, against each other. Both of these teams, they're going to have to find their true stars. They're going to have to make sure that their backline is ready to support Enter Clutch, because it's going to come down to those few rounds. The few rounds where a teammate comes out of nowhere to pick up the win. The few rounds where a 4K is pulled off that should have never been. It's always been down to those key moments, and we'll have to see which players are able to create those moments today.
We did see from God Squad with this roster how lightning fast was playing yesterday. We saw him on Pearl, on that Viper, and then he switched over to the Raze on both Bind as well as Haven. But on Haven, he showed us that it's not only Deathmaker, his opposition, who can pick up an ace. He on the Raze as well. Just like as we were worried about Deadly on that Raze on Bind, he proved himself, took out that ace for his team, and immediately broke that momentum. So God Squad are that one team who create a pocket of air for themselves and break the momentum of the other team. So it's going to be very crucial for a team such as Made in Thailand, who like to ride the high, who like to ride the momentum. For them to not get that momentum, God Squad might be able to take away their victory.
Yeah. And talking about the momentum, right? I'm especially got my eyes on Kappa. I think Kappa is that high stakes player, really. I think he comes online when the stakes are that much bigger, and that's really what's helped God Squad become that lower bracket team. But we've got another roster that we've got to look at. So let's head on towards Made in Thailand. And remember that the team we're going to see right now, at least for me, to a large extent, we're looking like favorites after that phenomenal comeback. Now,
Yes.
they've fallen a step, which in terms of storyline is perfect, because a champion needs to prove themselves in every single way. Bleed sitting in the grand finals, went through the lower bracket finals in the qualifiers for the SCA playoffs, and now Made in Thailand have to do it once again. I'm especially looking at Kadum to make this happen.
Oh, you said the right name. That man rides in terms of that energy that the team needs. He kind of summons it from out of nowhere, and once that is instilled in him, he just starts sharing it with his teammates, and that's where everybody starts popping off. Alone Phils chimes in, Beta comes up, Kongarid and PTC as well. And when they fought against Bleed, it was not a matchup which was like an easy one for Bleed. It went the mile. They took tough battles. It went thrifties back and forth. So today, again, Made in Thailand will be looking forward to doing the same. On top of that, they'll also look forward to standing to the Thai pride that they're representing right now, while they have their competitor in the same region, in the same Thailand, where they're about to face off each other. But right now, it's the map veto, and look at this breeze right
Wait,
out
what?
of Insta ban coming through from God Squad.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Lucifer, but
Yeah,
I just saw God Squad pick Icebox. I'm just like, huh? Huh?
true.
What?
I was about to come there.
What? Okay, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I was wondering when the map veto was there that Breeze should be out after seeing what Made in Thailand are able to do. But Icebox being the first pick, it should have either been Ascent or Haven. But God Squad go for Icebox, where I would say Made in Thailand, yes, have had their unfortunate defeats against Bleed, because Bleed have shown a better face over there. But Made in Thailand will not give up that easily, and we have seen them reform really, really well and adapt. So that being the first map, and then the second one to follow up is Fracture. I think God Squad are a little bit in a tussle here, CA.
Oh, they most definitely are, but especially because I recently, if you guys haven't watched, by the way, what I'm talking about, go on towards the Sky Social. But there's these cool content pieces that the Sky team has been making on the side with the God Squad players and the VLT players. And Rossi actually mentioned that he hates Fracture the most. It's his most hated map. So, Made in Thailand definitely hitting them where it hurts most. But geez, I'm still trying to process the Icebox insta lock from God Squad because, like you said, Made in Thailand not necessarily strong on this particular map, but that doesn't take away the fact that neither are God Squad. Historically, one of their weakest maps. Recently, we've seen them go down on it as well. So clearly, they've come through and thrown a gauntlet. Be like, hey, we've got ourselves ready. Are you?
Yeah, I'm not too sure who's ready at this point for this. I'm looking forward to how this game pans out to be, because it's going to be one interesting showdown between these two giants, as we said. Oh, we were waiting for it, and one of them will be becoming the grand finalists as we move ahead. It's not going to be an easy one, but I'm looking forward to how it ends up panning out.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the fact that we get to witness it is definitely one to be appreciative of. But moving forward, we'll have to see what kind of special affairs God Squad have prepared for this map of Icebox. I mean, assuming that they go ahead with that Reina idea that we've seen before, or even Rossi on the Jet, it has to be something that Made in Thailand should be prepared for. But maybe Icebox is like one of the maps that you actually ignore in your preparation thing. Nah, there's no way God Squad's gonna pick Icebox, right? Well, psych, because they did. They picked Icebox.
Yeah.
Ah.
It's we both are still trying to figure out like what is going on in the players
I
of
love
God
it.
Squad to pick it up. It makes the entire like ball game different and surprising of what we can expect and how this entire storyline will form for the best of three. Let's see how it goes ahead as we jump right into the agent selection and figure out what new things maybe God Squad are packing. Still lightning fast on that duel. Not going to be changing. No says God Squad, but on the other end, it's still Kadum on Jet.
Yeah, the standard lineup for Made in Thailand really. Oh wait, actually. No, not the standard lineup for Made in Thailand. Actually, we've got Lundfils on Sova, Congrad and KO. They're not going to play a Sage. So it's going to be a really interesting affair. And I have to say, when you look at it statistically for Made in Thailand, right, in the Skyesports SEA Championship, they haven't really shown their icebox just yet. So
Yes.
maybe an edge in that regard because of the fact that they get to hold on to a few cards. But that sageless composition, I must say, is looking quite scary because it removes the option from you to play very blunt force. You have to be methodical with clearing out every single angle, and B plans because of that can be oh so difficult. So that kind of restricts your options. You end up going towards the A side a lot more, and that might play into God Squad's hands.
Right now, looking at the stats between these two teams, Made in Thailand have not at all played Icebox here in the Skyesports SEA Championship. So, God Squad need to be kind of prepared for whatever Made in Thailand can throw against them, the wrench that we keep talking about. But on the other end, God Squad, they themselves, after playing Icebox on Skyesports SEA Championship and not finding success of it, as you said, picking this up again is not something that we were ready for. Taking defeats twice, once against Revenant and the other time against Bleed itself. So this is either them trying to find a redemption and correcting their mistakes, and also maybe using this as a wild card that we don't know what Made in Thailand can bring in, and maybe Made in Thailand will not be prepared for what we bring against them. But I like this composition coming in from Made in Thailand, where they can kind of play for information at the same time set Kadum for success, which has been
Yeah.
very crucial, right? He takes so much space for the team, whether he gets the kills or not, he gets so much space, which is much needed. But on the other side, there's still SK Rossi, the danger man, who yesterday has been pulling out insane lurks and slow plays, because of which his team is able to turn the tides in their favor.
Look, at the end of the day, I think, like you mentioned, it's going to come down to those key factors, right? Where Kadum has so much setup with the double initiators available that God Squad don't have. PTC now has the ability to effectively function as is my chamber worth enough? Because not only is he going up against SK Rossi, in this composition, normally, like an optic composition sort of, where you'd have the Sage come in and then maybe the Chamber, or the Sage and the Jet. You'd very rarely have both the Jet and the Chamber playing together. And the only time we've seen this in the meta is when we go way back to the first time Icebox changed. In NA, there were a lot of Sageless compositions. So you can see Made in Thailand definitely picking up a style of their own headed into this map. And from what I've seen, that usually works very, very well for them. But we'll have to
Yeah.
see to what level of that preparation exists. Because if this is just a band-aid, if this is just a random choice to sort of fill in the blanks and over the surprise that God Squad has pulled off, then they might be in a bit of trouble. Because like you said, Rossi is on form.
And again, God Squad are such a brilliant team who love to create those pockets for themselves where they kind of create ruckus and kind of a little bit of a musty smoke around a couple of positions in the map itself, where you think, wait, is there something happening from God Squad here, or is it somebody just trying to sell a fake, or is somebody just lurking around? So God Squad are that one team who try to keep playing with your mind, and to an extent they are putting that mind game to a good use, and they make sure that when it's time to hit, that the opponent are unprepared for, and that's the reason numerous executions that we saw from God Squad yesterday were successful. On the other end, made in Thailand, they like to be very strategic and very cautious in their approaches. Even though they try to sell a fake, when they go for a hit, they're always looking forward to the positions that they obviously need to check, and also ready for every fight that is there in front of them. So I think that small differentiator where God Squad create fights for themselves or opportunities, or on the other end, made in Thailand are ready for any fight that comes in front of them. It's not like a challenge that they're looking forward to, but when they're going in for a brute force execution, especially starting on attack, they will be looking forward to every position that they can take down these players from either God Squad or the team coming in from Made in Thailand. So now we see smiles across the faces from Made in Thailand. They're happy to start the day off.
Yeah, it's a nice early start to the day for both the God Squad and Made in Thailand players. Because, of course, remember that all of these players are in Thailand right now. And you can see Lightning Fast, he's pumped up. Elranger's like, bro, why did we have to wake up so early? But the rest of them,
I mean, for them it's afternoon, but still, again, for Indian time and again, this to match up.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I'm
time.
sure Elranger still has like a little bit of jet lag here and there. You know? It's like,
Yeah, but you saw Lightning Fast. Like, he's like, pumped, let's get this going.
yeah,
And
did
we
you see
do.
him dancing yesterday? That's the kind of energy I want to see today from Lightning Fast, because we've got the match started. Made in Thailand on the attack, and Rossi already on the hunt. You can see they've especially enabled him, told him to buy that Reaver Sheriff, but he gets popped like it's hot and left with that Reaver to pay. Kadoom finds another, and these sides suddenly open up.
It is still a 5v3 and highly favoring Made in Thailand is that they're getting the spike down, whereas right now God Squad on the defender side are getting closer.
Lightning Fast pushing through mid to Lucifer. Oh, could have got the 1v1 against Alone Fills, but they were marking it. He's instead going to get back to his team and look for the retake.
They're playing a very methodical approach here from God Squad. Even though they don't have the numbers, they're looking for the openings, but Kadoom on the quick exchange, he's making sure the numbers just keep falling. Kadoom missing his shots, and then the push from Skills coming in from yellow, and now they've brought it down to a 2v3 situation, but the lineup is buying them time. They still can go in for the defuse. Now with the walls put up, but Skills gets taken down. Kappa trying to fight for his life and to save this round does not work, and it's going to be Made in Thailand playing it methodical in their own style and winning the first round.
Yeah, Rossi a little too overeager there. Getting caught with his pants down effectively opened up the site for his team. You could see they were in a scramble with their rotations trying to get through on the retake. And you can't afford that against this particular composition. Because if you give them that man advantage, if you give that to worry about when they're planting, life becomes so much easier because of the informative utility they have available with themselves. So it's all about preserving that first blood or even acquiring it for yourself. And God Squad, looking to do just that, have gotten very aggressive. Helped Lightning Fast pushed up to a large limit in jail. Gonna find the 1v1 but not able to convert it.
Again, look at Made in Thailand making sure that they do not give up any thrifty CA, which has happened quite frequently yesterday. So that might be haunting them still, that the back and forth too much that happened. And we know Made in Thailand are one such team. If they ride on confidence, they just keep getting rounds. But once they start stumbling, they start losing a lot in terms of the rounds, and the opponent just picks up the pace. So here, even though this is just the second round and it's still the first map, they want to make sure it is as clean as possible.
Foundation has got to be strong, and it's exactly what Made in Thailand want to do right now. But Lightning Fast, he spots out Conga Red. He's in a spock of trouble, but The recon coming through splits him up in Kappa, and just like that, Kappa will pay the price for skills. Gets a return. Now, Made in Thailand, they can get the plant, but they haven't got all of the sight, and that might make them pay because God Squad, they're looking for the fast retake. They want the damage, and while Lightning Fast gets one, a double, a flurry of trades is taken out. 2v3, but the plant's still not taken through. He's down to skills to cause some chaos, but he's not able to do so. Instead, Congrad and Beta clean them up. And for a second, while that did look like it might go awry, it did not. Made in Thailand stabilized, they pick up the runtime.
It could have been a little bit costly, but as you said, they picked it up. They got a holding on that, and then now they have the second round. But God Squad on the other end, for them it was an eco. So any kind of damage for them is worth it, and they've done it. But right now it's a full buy here, CA. Again, this is for both these teams the qualification matchup that they're fighting on. They're looking forward to getting points on every map and making sure they close the series as soon as possible, because you want to make sure you save your energy for the best of 5.
Each team wants that 2-0, but right now I'm sure they're focused just on this round. The buy round for God Squad, the bonus for Made in Thailand, and Kadoom with that, I think, 1 of 2 Vandals here for Made in Thailand. Goes ham, shuts down SK Rossi early, and once again Rossi getting out-dueled in those initial picks, and it's quite a concerning factor because that's his biggest strength.
One player out from God Squad. They still have the weapon advantage here, but they need to be cautious on how they approach, especially looking forward to the better trades now. PTC left to check these mid pushes, and he spots one. And on the other end, Kadoom takes out Hellranger. Numbers are just dropping like flies from God Squad. And look at the distraction PTC alone is able to do when the spike is getting planted all the way at B. He's still attracting all the 3 players left. Skills find one on Congarret. And now look at this. PTC is hearing all the noise, but he's like, let them come to me. I'm not going to be going ahead for the fight. Now he's already spotted Lightning Fast as well. And look at the skills. He's trying to help this out, but amount of time going here, CA.
And he just runs away. PTC will make his exit. He's done his job. He's become Dennis the Menace, and he's certainly caused a hell of a presence. Skills now late to the party, gets shut down by Beta. And PTC, hearing the footsteps of Kappa, he's on the hunt still from these 2 predators. And while he finally falls down, he says, haha, meep meep, that was worth it.
And look at that, Made in Thailand. What a round being pulled, CA. Irrespective that PTC went down, it was not better weaponry that Made in Thailand had. There was a couple of sheriffs in the mix, but they waited and approached really well, where they were able to take those individual duels they much wanted. And also, that individual duel was not a 1v1. It was always looking forward to a trade. It was either a 2v1 or a 3v1 on multiple peaks coming through. And even though there could have been a scenario where God Squad could have been picked up one, it didn't happen. But the amount of time PTC took towards A lobby, all the 3 players, once Lightning Fast position was known, as you said, he just ran away. He's like, done, my job is done.
Yeah, and look at this. Made in Thailand slightly changing up the tempo now, and their setups as they look for a 5-man hit towards this B site. 0 point denied, but the drone gets a lot of information, clearing out all of long and the initial opening parts of yellow. But this is where Made in Thailand's composition really gets into trouble. Those snake bites could have done a hell of a damage since there is no sage wall. But instead, Made in Thailand, they've slowly taken yellow control and they'll hold. They'll take a book out to Bleed's playbook and they'll say, we'll wait for the mistake. But Rossi's got the boost wall and he's already found value, taking down Congarret and putting Made in Thailand in a bit of a...
Again, he's the one who has a rifle on site right now, so they need to make sure he's alive, and he is. He's just exploiting this angle, the edge that he has towards these fences on the boost wall that he's getting, and small angles that they cannot contest. And they're not even thinking of backing off. The main reason for them is a worry that there is already somebody pushed up, and now the trademark not being active. Wall finally broken down, and maybe Made in Thailand can do something. They still have the weapons compared to the majority of the sheriffs on the God Squad side.
Made in Thailand trying to take it very slow. They want God Squad to over-aggress, make a mistake, but God Squad hold on to their angles, ever so disciplined. They find a couple with their sheriffs, leaving Alone Fills with a hope and a dream. In a 1v3, and a lot to do here. Alone Fills will fall to SK Rossi as God Squad pull off a round that they had no right to. After losing their bye, they were in the sewers, down in the gutters, especially with their economy. But Rossi with the 2K, getting that boost from skills, gets the overall boost for his team and gets a crucial round for them as well. Now, both of the teams have the buys here, Lucifer, but this round crucial for both of them because you can see Rossi is so close to that Tour de Force, will effectively set up his economy for an operator throughout this map. Whereas on the other side, you've got Made in Thailand on the edges of a buy, maybe one more left, but with key ultimates available in the Null Command and the Viper Speed.
As you said, they did change up the tempo, but they did not predict Rossi to be ready. But in the meantime, look at this. Kadum has lost 4 of his blades and found no value. He spotted a player, but doesn't mean he found the connection, and now he just has one single blade to replenish it all and then a Spectre to fall back to. On the other end, Made in Thailand, the other players are just looking forward to any kind of aggression, either from mid or maybe from A main, and just holding until they see the initial contact and then figure a path through. But even God Squad, they're not letting them get any kind of idea or information. But this screen positioning coming in from Lightning Fast as well as SK Rossi, this is going to be insane. They might have one contact with SK Rossi and he'll just rendezvous out. But Lightning Fast, he's the surprise that they're actually baiting for.
Made in Thailand trying to take it slow for God Squad. They're happy to play a passive. Almost inviting them to plant. Acknowledging that with this Null Command, Made in Thailand have the ability to overwhelm them, to brute force them. And with that, this really interesting setup where the Chamber can get away in a jiffy, setting up the bait for Lightning Fast, but they both get denied. They all get suppressed, and with their location revealed, they're set up now in tatters. Made in Thailand able to use the Null Command to get in aggressively. It's PTC to find the first blood, and now with the entire site cleared off, the Doom is free to hunt while Peter, he sets up his own world, gets ready to play. But they heard that.
Got it. Ooh, the timing. And now look at this. The Empress can be popped, but he's going to be clearing main first. And there is still Alone Phil slowly coming up. But look at this. Hellranger reading the slug, takes down PTC. It's back to a 2v3 situation. It's only Beta to guard his Vipers, but he doesn't know where the attacks are going to come in. He just needs to wait this time out. And he's looking forward to if there is any players pushing up. Now with the snake bite, Lightning Fast knows his position for the time. It's lost. With that snake bite, he buys himself some extra. And now look at this. The shock darts are going to look for doing a lot more damage. Actually, it missed. And now look at this. He's sticking the full defuse.
Oh my god,
the defuser got killed. Alone Phil's clutching it out at the last second. Look at that .03.
Look at the expression on this guy's face. Stone cold Steve. No, not that one. Stone cold Alone Phil's. Jeez. Damn, man. I thought that was done. I think Kappa blocked the first shock dart. The Sova big brain truly coming in to ensure Hellranger was able to go along with it. But I think then they lined up because I saw a flurry of headshots coming through from Lone Phil's. And I really hope we get to see a replay. If not now, at least in the highlights section. Because that was a spicy round that might just decide the whole flow of this first half. Surely God Squad thought they had it in the bag.
That was so close. I thought the defuse is done. Even though the snake bite was there. And then I thought that they were waited for the snakebite to go off and then still stuck the defuse when Alone Phil's was trying to shoot shock darts. But let's jump into the next round. Look at Lightning Fast propped up along with skills to help him out in case somebody doubles down.
Oh. God Squad, they're almost expecting this repeat on the ace side, but Made in Thailand, they're ever so methodical, taking their time and a small audio cue. It's like a ripple in the pond. Can really shake things up, especially if this drone goes through, because Lightning Fast.
Deploying drone.
Lurking in the shadows, waiting for his moment. Will get it exactly now, but he's not able to take anyone down. Instead, he gets taken out. And with the Tour de Force coming into play, a flurry of kills in the favor of Made in Thailand opens up the floodgates and the site for them.
That's all 3 players. Top side got and spike being planted. It's a 2v5 situation. This is going to be a disaster, even if God Squad decide to go for a retake. Previously, it would have been possible, but the amount of time that Vita bought with his Viper Spit was enough. But this time, it's a 5v2. It's freaking very difficult, but look at Kappa creep in. He spots a player at Nest, punishes Kongaret, and now it's up to Kadum. He's understood that they've been able to take side, but look at the post plans coming through. Kadum is going to be very close to contact, but he's going to be playing on contact as soon as somebody has sight on the players of God Squad. But Kadum says he's just go for a sneaky peek, look forward to if anybody's inside, and he spots Kappa, and now he's on the hunt for Hellranger. Hellranger doesn't want to give up his weapon, but Alone Phil's, he's already pushed up from rafters, and now he takes down Hellranger.
I have to say, this is starting to get quite alarming here. Lucifer, because 5-1 down, the tactical timeout called out, the God Squad's economy is broken. And for Made in Thailand, with this composition, the hardest part of this entire map is the attacking half. Without that Sage, you really feel the pain when you're attacking, but the way they're able to so comfortably navigate the cold, icy waters of Icebox, it doesn't look like they're having trouble whatsoever. We saw that energy on their face cams as soon as we started the matchup, where they were all smiling, they were all happy, they were really feeling it, and it seems like that energy is just melting right through the defenses of God Squad here. They're not, so far, they haven't stood a chance.
Yeah. One round is all they got. That's also because of SK Rossi in that position that he played on the boosted wall around the pillar with that fence angle, where contesting it was tough, especially with the toxic green also put up from Hellranger. So best advantage was only that one round that we can see God Squad picked up. Tactical timeout being called, they still need to figure out what other chances then can they move on, because you saw this round both the teams were very cautious, waiting for any kind of wrongdoings coming in. But what just happened was lightning fast position being so close, skills unable to help because they pushed from the A lobby as well, not just from Belch with that Aldrone, and it was just a crunch for God Squad itself rather than what crunch God Squad wanted to do. And now they're just mustering up any buy, and lightning fast, because he has an Empress, they're letting him go unchained with that Vandal, that solo hero buy.
This timeout has got to pay dividends, and the Queen has got to become their hero, but he set up the bait and switch for the tour there first. The Big Daddy gun on SK Rossi to try and make something happen for the peak. He isn't coming in just yet, and with nobody to break the recon, Rossi. Wait, the recon doesn't land perfectly. That should be revealed normally, but he's not. But still, Made in Thailand, they smell something fishy. They're like, no, we're not risking it.
I really like how Made in Thailand playing today, right? It's not seeming that they're going for very fast hits. Even though they're going in for the hits, they're being very strategic, cautious in those approaches. And now they're going in for a slow A hit. A quick check was done, but look at this Hunter's Fury very early coming in from Alone Fills, because of which the complete screen side was pressurized, and Kadum, as he pushed up, he found a free agent, which was Viper and Hellranger out of the game right now, which makes it the easier side to be taken.
Bro, but again, Made in Thailand able to breeze into this ace site and play purely on that post blunt. The Empress is online from lightning fast, and he's looking for the reset, but the flash is delaying them down, not able to let them move. But Rossi comes through with one of their own, slows down the players, allows lightning fast to get his first reset, but immediately traded out by Alone Fills. Still keeps the man advantage for Made in Thailand, and they're playing so damn defensively. They're playing on the tap, and it finally does come through, but the wall to try and get a safe defuse. Skills has become the bodyguard, and he'll find two. But with Beta on the snake bite, the post plant does go through. Skills, despite his heroics, will not be able to stand, and while his duty may not be over, this round certainly is.
Yeah. A great try coming in from God Squad here. Even after losing the side, they put up a fight with very weaker weapons.
I feel like it's the same story again and again, where God Squad are allowing that plant almost. Of course, they're being brute force down. They have to give up the side because of so much utility, but we have to emphasize, right? Like, for Made in Thailand, the hardest part about this composition is their plant. So if you let them get that plant, life starts becoming so much easier.
Yeah, Icebox is such a map. That's the reason most of them try to play for the post plant, and as you said, God Squad giving them up is just making life difficult. But one thing that God Squad are doing in these broken rounds, eco rounds, is that they're fighting like they've got nothing to lose. I think that mentality, if it kicks in even further in the full buy rounds as well, should enable them to get something in terms of the rounds, the numbers that they're still losing on. A brilliant shock dart and idea of destroying the trademark, and now they can go in for that mid pushes, but Made in Thailand themselves, they're not giving them that advantage. They're still waiting on this approach and playing it. Lightning fast. Unfortunate.
Entire setup goes down in vain. Fortunately, Kappa not able to take down the dart. And you can see though how good the game sense for Made in Thailand's players, or rather the IGL, is. Always smelling something fishy in the air. Knows that when you've got a player from right under boiler breaking out stuff, taking out the shot, surely they're trying to trap, they're trying to bait, and they spot it out. Once again though, heading towards B side. They've got a hell of a lot of utility to deal with the Sage and Chamber playing here. The trap is well set up. Now Made in Thailand able to force Rossi out of his position, but they turn their backs to skills for a moment. He's not able to capitalize. The plant will go down, but the Hunter's Fury to try and take him down as well will be a worthwhile trade for Made in Thailand, because while they've lost the man, they've got the spike planted. They can play on the post plant with the snake bites.
Especially after removing lightning fast on that mid approach. Now they don't have to be worried for long. But look at this, Kadum finds the first with skills and Rossi together pushing along with lightning fast. Skills brings back his partner to life, but PTC is making life difficult. Alone Phil still trying to fight with the PTC, but Hellranger Snakebite takes his life, but still two players are surviving. PTC as well as Beta fighting for everything that they've got, playing on the post plant, back to a 2v2 situation, and look at this, they're trying to save this, they're trying to make it worthwhile, but PTC was the last player surviving, and look at Skills calling in for Kappa to just go for the defuse. Do not worry for the fight. I look forward to it. I'll make sure that the players are taken down, and God Squad finally find their second. That second life, the resurrection bot pack, that provided them the confidence to fight again.
And forced out a crucial timeout from the side of Made in Thailand, where Made in Thailand, they're just trying to slow down the momentum that God Squad has gained over the past few rounds. For God Squad, this is a required breath of fresh air to just sort of calm themselves down, re-stabilize, because they've got crucial rounds in the back, but they've really gone down to the wire. You can see, I think the main thing for God Squad is the cool, calm composure that Skills has been showing over the last few rounds, and the almost careless, this attitude from Lightning Fast, and I say that in the nicest of ways, where he's the one lifting up the spirits of his teams always. Like, let's go, guys. Let's do our best. Let's have fun, because we are the best.
I mean, there is a hype man in every team, right? And Lightning Fast is that hype man. And that is very crucial at certain points. The game, the pressure, the scoreline, how close the maps are going does take a toll on every player, however composed they are in their nature. At certain points, when it's like a do or die situation like these two teams are fighting on in the lower bracket match, it is do or die. So the pressure might kick in, and you need certain times somebody to uplift your spirits, and Lightning Fast is doing that. So I feel like Skills playing alongside that, stepping up as the battle sage, and every round he has been that last survivor and doing some kind of damage. Last second round he bought the round closer. This time he helps his teammate clutch it.
Rossi, though, quite aggressive. We saw this in the pistol. It didn't work out. But a slight change already in the script, where he took off the trap early. He's not going to, and maybe he's able to surprise PTC in this spot. But we've seen this from PTC across so many different maps. Even on Ascent, where he's left alone to mark an area and play defensively, he's damn disciplined at doing that. He never takes a step out of turn. He's always patient enough to wait for his opponent's mistakes. So that chamber v chamber tension will not yield any fruition for now, but the fact that Made in Thailand are slowly but surely inching towards this ace site, where God Squad have now got almost a 4-man setup ready to deny, that might certainly give us something.
They're getting positions. The recon gives them the idea where Skills is playing along with their null command, making sure no utilities are being...
Look at Hellranger. Hellranger all the way back in spawn doesn't get affected by the null command. He's able to keep up his Viper wall and the smoke on for so long. It completely nullifies the null command. Forces Made in Thailand to rotate, but they rotate on the back of PTC's luck. And he spots on his shoulder. We've seen him.
PTC was not ready for the duel, but when he spotted out, he just became very cautious and gave that idea for his teammate. But look at this. The Cloudburst still did not work through. The Jet is going to be down. Kadum, he might have gotten some amount of sight, but look at PTC. His position being understood. Now look at this, even Tube, that's where he's fighting. He's just fighting in every direction possible, doing damage, buying time for his teammates. But will he be able to pick something up? Hellranger says no, but look at Beta right behind the enemy lines. He crosses, takes a player down. Now Lightning Fast, he's up in front, but he needs to find a lot more. Beta, being the Viper who can play for post plant, is actually trying to fight, pushing through enemy lines, finds Lightning Fast as the defuse is being stuck from SK Rossi. Nobody's going in for a peek. Finally, with Beta's 4K, they put a stop to it. What a slow play coming through.
Yeah, Made in Thailand acknowledged that in that 4v5, especially with PTC so deep in sight, they can't afford to play pure post plant, because they would have just got overwhelmed. So instead, they spread themselves out. They utilize the fact that PTC is buying so much time to set up that mid lurk where Beta comes in and Alone Fills takes it upon himself to delay and delay and delay as much as he can on this spike. It all works out beautifully, like a beautiful set of pieces coming into play, and Made in Thailand pick up the round. Chaotic one, but an important one nonetheless, because now again, Godsquad's economy looking in trouble. And with us nearing the end of this first half, it's quite alarming to say that I feel like we haven't seen SK Rossi's operator impactful really throughout this first half.
Yeah. And I think the reason that they've been able to kind of get that up is making sure that their economy is hurt. But Kappa right now sneaking up. Nobody has the idea. One is at belt, but look at them. They've just backed off. So there might be the Sova versus Sova fight. PTC always keeping a check of mid. But look at the timing. Kappa finds one on PTC, but finally being traded out. And they're going in for a quick B hit coming through. Hellrangers is still going to be there to deny the plant from happening with the snake fight. But quick to check on that is going to be Kongared, and Hellranger will be known with that knife. Trying to spam with the Spectre, but he's getting counter spam. He has been damaged right now, and before he could make his way out, the snake bite as well as the sprays coming in from Kadum takes him down. Back to a 3v2 situation though, because Lightning Fast is not letting this go. He's taken down Alone Fills, and they're coming on the backstab right now.
Oh, but you can see, we're in Thailand, they're letting them to fight them right here, right now towards B long. And Rossi is able to isolate one. Pulls out the Headhunter, looking to pop another, but Kadum is the one going to take him down instead. And in this 1v2, the overheal expiring in a second. Lightning Fast with just one Leer. He's got to really pull out his demon. Looking for the pick, spots out Kadum, makes him dash away, but they're playing so damn disciplined, they refuse to give him the fight, and when they do, Lightning Fast just doesn't have time. Takes out Kadum, but he's not going to get the chance to win the round, as Made in Thailand once again secure it in the bag. Down to the wire, but oh so clean.
Yeah. That's what I said. I mean, when we started off the day, right, CA, we were wondering what these teams can bring up new. We knew Made in Thailand are very methodical, but once you try to kind of push them for fights, force them for fights, they're ready for it. But now you see, even though there is a force coming in, Made in Thailand is like, no, we are on the attack, we have gotten the plant, we just have to waste the time, and that's what they're doing. Making sure that God Squad, even though they want to find those trades, even though they want to find a way to get back that retake, they're not letting that happen at all.
8-2 on board now, and it'll still be a decent half for GE if they're able to pull off an 8-4. But at this point, Made in Thailand, their mission accomplished. Without a Sage, they've got a huge lead on this first half, and at this point, the only further objective they can accomplish is a stomp in the first map, the map of choice of God Squad, to make a statement going into the rest of the BO3 that they're not here to have fun, they're not here to play, they're here to compete and win in the fastest way possible. Stomp it out, set up a revenge, a final date with their rivals in MiTH Esports. They're trying to do that with his ults to be hit, but Rossi, he shuts them down. Kappa comes through from back, finds a couple of precise shots, and just like that, Made in Thailand collapse. Creativity sometimes does not pay.
They were methodical. They thought, let's just change things up. And
Now.
yeah, they're not going to be happy in that round. And now, I know this is not something that we generally see happening. The curse never or rarely becomes active, but it is these kind of matches, right, CA? Like
So you're saying God Squad should lose this round as much as they can. They should not win this round.
Yes, like it's these kind of matches, right? CA, when we end up seeing like the most stupid thoughts that come to your mind, like there's no curse and stuff like that, it ends up becoming true, and you have to kind of bow down to it as like the curse is real.
You want to play? Let's
Made in Thailand, their buy is broken. They're gonna have to rely on the Tour de Force and Blade Storm. Just give them a semblance of a chance in this round. So it certainly looks like an 8-4 should be in the cards, but like you said, curses don't care for logic, nor do they care for stats. In God Squad, they're almost the creators of that 9-3, so maybe we'll make them see, have it come online. Because Kappa, he's already been picked off. And in this 4v5, without that Sova, without that Hunter's Fury available for God Squad, that's a key player down.
Still, God Squad, they rarely do give up. They do have SK Rossi, which they will be trying to incline on, and he is looking forward to mid, but Previously, it was direct stomp or just a fall flat on the face when Made in Thailand wanted to go for a mid hit. And that's the reason they're not making that mistake now. Both the sides have two reforces, but look at Lightning Fast's position. That's going to be very crucial to be checked. If they just cross over, an easy picking and he's looking forward to it. The spike carrier has been dropped and look at it. Enables a fight, but Rossi, he's unable to find anything on top of it and gives away his life back to a 4v3 situation. Empress being popped from Lightning Fast and he's still lurking around the shadows at Elo. But a quick trade coming in from Made in Thailand. This is the best part that we always talk about. Very methodical in their approach and look at this. Skills just wanted to deny the spike from being planted but had to end up sacrificing his life. And it was all in vain here, CA.
Tactical inting? Is that the word for it? To get the 9-3 curse? Tactical superstitious inting? Hold on for a second though. Hellranger seems like he didn't get the memo. 1v3 starts to start him off. He's already able to pick off one, and the other two players, they have limited health bars. But health is not a concern when you've got the tour de force to play. A 9-3 setup for Made in Thailand. The curse can definitely come into play. But Made in Thailand will likely just say, Kursh, Mush, we want that purse. We want that number 1 spot.
Yeah, I mean, right now, God Squad have fought with Bleed and lost. They might be looking forward to their redemption. But for Made in Thailand, it's a point to be proven, right? With them, it's like we have played a best of 2 as of now, and we are looking forward to that best of 3, where now the scoreline might be tied up with 1-1. We are looking forward to taking to the champion stage and then picking off the champions who most of the others think, because Bleed is right now the first grand finalist, and Made in Thailand want to prove a point and also keep that Thai pride going, because all these things are happening right down at Thailand, and they want to make sure they stand tall to their fans' expectations as well. So 9-3 might be the scenario, but Made in Thailand will be looking forward to closing it as soon as possible. So very crucial pistol rounds here for both the teams.
Look, I'm not a superstitious guy, but I will say, statistically as well, from this position, God Squad has come back.
Yes.
And it has been on the back of Rossi rising from the ashes, where just like this map, he did not have the greatest of first halves. He was able to pull out a phenomenal second, and the entire team rallied around him. And that's exactly what they're going to need. To take a page out of Lightning Fast's book and just relax altogether, play their game and try to pull something off. Because right now, let's make it very simple. Made in Thailand are 110% in control. 9-3 in the first half. They go on to the defense, where not having that Sage is almost not a factor at all. You don't care as much because you got extra util in every single player's hands. Its composition much stronger on the defense, and for God Squad to attack it without a heavy entry duelist like a Blaze or a Jet is going to get that much harder, especially when PTC is taking the fight to them.
Back to a 4v4 situation. Skills gives away his position, but it was only him. On the other end, look at Rossi playing so at his attacker spawn. He's like just looking forward to any kind of mid pushes coming through or any hard backstabs coming through. He's just keeping a check. Finally,
they do get a couple of small upgrades, no? To pick up the Sheriff on skills, and if they needed, there's a Ghost available too, but you can see Made in Thailand very happy to play it safe. They got a trap covering A, so a heavier presence towards this B site, expecting God Squad to hit here, and their expectation is looking to prove true. God Squad ready for the execute. Their positions don't. They're gonna have to pick up the pace, but Kadum already puts a spanner in the works, slows them down, and now God Squad in more than a tinge of trouble, because without that Viper, they can't cover every single angle. The wall's going down, but against all odds, they find a plant. And they find
one enemy remaining.
Doom making life difficult. Now it's all up to Skills, who has been the savior in the couple of rounds that they needed, but right now he's just a Sage. He needs to just go bonkers, start popping those heads off, but look at them, they're just wide peeking him, going in for multiple players to fight against, and it is still going to be Made in Thailand coming on top way before Skills even finds one to drop. Double digits already here for Made in Thailand to start off the second half.
Yeah, and that's never an advantageous position even for Skills in that spot, because he's not really got a clear line on the spike. He's can't really isolate the duels with all of them standing in a line. It's a simple enough pistol picked up for Made in Thailand Esports. And look, with the pistol you get the anti-eco, but God Squad in with a bit of an option. They did plant the spike. Didn't get many kills, but with that plant can look for the force, and God Squad haven't been the team to be shy of one in the past. So they're going to do exactly that. 2 Spectres, 1 Guardian, and a couple of Sheriffs coming into play as God Squad. They're putting all their hopes, all their chips, all their coins on this round. You lose this, it's GGWP, go next.
They are looking forward to inclining to find a way to surprise Made in Thailand. They've done the damage initially, but still they've not found an opening. They've not created space. That's what they have to be worried about. Guardian going right to the faces, looking forward to the players from Made in Thailand from Lightning Fast, but they're not giving him that chance. Buying time. The wall was there, but it's all broken down to pieces. Just one small block left, and Skills is committing for the plant with his life at stake. And look at the push coming in. Hell Ranger, he's taking the matter to his own hands. He's just rampaging through all the players, and he's breached in between.
Oh, Skills in the very last second, not able to get the spike planted, and God Squad now in more than just a pickle. Struggling to get the spike down. They finally do exactly that, did Kappa. Stuck in a hard position, managed to get one though, and he says, got mine. Responsibility is up to you guys. Keep our homes alive. In a 3v3 post run, they've got the util to make it happen. Rossi says, I don't need no util. Finds one pop with a headhunter and alleviates pressure off of Lightning Fast, who's sitting with that Guardian, waiting for the moment, waiting for the contact, but he's not going to get any. Instead, has the white swing, and with the Guardian, certainly lives up to his name. Lightning Fast reflexes, takes out 2, gets the round for God Squad. Damn, what a chaotic round, Lucifer.
Yeah. I was so caught up with the action that Hellranger was putting, I didn't even kind of pay attention to whether Spike was not planned, because Skills is like stuck to his life along with the plan coming through, but they still take him down. But look at the same way, just like we spoke from Made in Thailand's end, right? When the plant was done, that Made in Thailand were not giving the fights right to God Squad. That was the same thing that God Squad did here. They just let Made in Thailand do whatever they wanted for the post plant and then figure a way through. Now, somehow they've stalled it from reaching to the match point very early with that force buy coming through, but Lightning Fast has a Vandal. His position might be known, BTC. Unfortunate. He thought of a fight with Lightning Fast, the player with Vandal, but Kadoom comes up with a battle of his own, slices SK Rossi out of the map, but Triple P coming right in front of him. He could have backed off with the numbers being even Stevens, and now B has ever so become weak. Even though there are players at B, they just have weaker weaponry.
Oh, it's down to Congress though. He's got a really nice spot right now, and he's looking to disrupt the way God Squad will look to execute, because once again, without that chamber, their flanks very much exposed. So you can see one player committed to just watching that. Flash set up, they finally go for the peak. For God Squad, they're able to wait. It's Lightning Fast who is able to time it perfectly to get 2 clean shots, and the sights opened up for his team. The Queen certainly leading the charge for God Squad. Likely to get another round, solidify their chance to pull off a comeback in this match here, Lucifer, and you have to look at it again. The 9-3 curse, can they make it happen? Is it truly true?
That's what we keep talking about. I mean, irrespective that the 9-3 initial pistol rounds are lost, people tend to bring it back again. You can see this. I'm worried right now for Made in Thailand. Lightning Fast only gets so jittery when he's just looking forward to those kills, when he's hungry for those openings, and he's already looking like those jitters, and he's already spotted Beta, and now he will be just jumping up, looking forward to every first blood that he can pull off. Made in Thailand need to be wary of this. Looks like everybody's getting active.
And you can see from Made in Thailand, it's a B site that has really proven to be trouble. Nightmare there with a nice tank top. Oh, I might have to DM him, be like, hey, give me the source. But right now, Lucifer, with God Squad getting to play that bonus, Made in Thailand have a buy. Despite losing out in that force buy situation, they managed to scrounge up Vandals and Phantoms, albeit with light shields. And those light shields are especially devastating when you're playing against Bulldogs and Spectres, where that final bullet might actually make a difference between life and death. We'll have to see, does it really come into play? Because you can see Hellranger, he's got real aggressive. God Squad have a clear set piece in mind. Hellranger's just playing to distract, playing to attract, and he's doing exactly that. 4 players towards his B site, has left Beta on his lonesome towards A, where Rossi's pouncing him like a panther in the jungle. He's found 2, and he's opened up the site.
And again, everything is just falling apart. And look at how Rossi has just separated Made in Thailand. even if they want to go for a retake, they will not be able to. And even if they try, they will still lose a player and then forego it after knowing where SK Rossi is hidden. But Lightning Fast might be there on the quick trade if Rossi falls because of his position as Raptors. And look at this guy turning his back. But Rossi!
No, that's the scroll. That's the scroll jump. Oh no, we've seen that many a times if you watch Rossi's streams. The jump messes him up. It's okay though. It's 4v3. It's 4v3 for God Squad unless PTC is able to pull off a miracle. Finds one. Takes a ton of damage, so it's still looking quite unlikely with all of them split up, but splitting up means they get isolated duos and it's gonna be Kadum to start them off. It's taken out by Skills, but with the trade set up again, 2v2, the time is running down, the clock is ticking in God Squad. They've bought enough to hold off Made in Thailand. With the buys coming through as well, this round oh so crucial. For Made in Thailand, you can see they're just trying to hold on to their weapons. And they do exactly that. Kappa will walk away with the round while Made in Thailand hang on to a couple of rifles.
Leaf calling the timeout. I'm not going to still say it's CA until I see the double digits from both the ends, numbers being equalized. The possibility for closing this map from Made in Thailand for now has been stalled by the way how God Squad are able to play. The way they're able to breach through the defenses and also crack open the fences for themselves to execute on site. While we were thinking like God Squad were giving up sites, go for retake after the plant is being done, right now God Squad themselves are breaching their way in through, forcing Made in Thailand to give up the site even though Made in Thailand have players to fight with. And it's working out for them.
It's just a setup from Made in Thailand that requires a bit of change. When your opposition doesn't have that KO in their lineup, you've got to really focus on denying B-Long with as little utility as you can. So you put that chamber towards B-Long, tell him to play yellow. Without that KO to suppress him, he's always going to have a get out of jail free card. And effectively, you've got your B anchor setup. That allows you to play a little more aggressively on mid, where you can play Viper anchor towards A and then use the Jet, KO and Sova combination. The double initiator combined with Kadum's Jet, where he's been performing also admirably on this particular map to get a little aggressive down mid, take the fight to GE, but only to retreat. Because if you can get GE to bait out a Lear or even a drone early on into the round, then their execute gets so damn difficult.
Started after the timeout, super crucial, and Made in Thailand has decided that we are just going to force everything. We are going to run and gun as much as possible, find these openings, and look at this. The pressure is making God Squad to run, get into sight, get that plan down. And on the other end, they still have Beta who will play around Raptors. And he finds one lightning fast, overextends. All Beta was looking forward to that one opening, and now he has a chance to recover the weapon. But Skills wants to go and deliver a fight on top of him. The snake bite is a little bit too late. He survives, and look at the resurrection quick, making sure that even though Made in Thailand are finding something of value, it's put a stop to. They're bringing back the numbers. It comes back to a 2v1. Now it's all up to Hellranger, who's surviving with his shield as well as his entire HP, but no utilities at all. Maybe the poison screen, but no, says Lone Fills before he uses anything. My bad. Before I could think of the toxic screen or the poison cloud, everything is just put out here, CA. And it's Made in Thailand who make it work.
Made in Thailand against all odds, and you have to wonder if it came down to that little bit of aggression, because God Squad knew that the flank was coming through.
We'll see right now of how things will forego, because Made in Thailand, yes, they've gotten around, picked up the op for themselves, but are they going to keep it going? Or is it going to be God Squad pulling it back? Made in Thailand understood they had to go for a fast one, and they did. They got the round back. They got the momentum at least for maybe another round back. But look at the slow sneak up coming in. It's going to be a double swing coming in from both Skills and Lightning Fast, and Kadum will have a tough time running away from this. Yes, he has Beta, but if the toxic screen doesn't come up at the right time, it might
not expect someone this close.
Yeah.
God Squad doing a good job of sticking to their right when entering, ensuring that that angle, by the way, for all of you viewers in chat who didn't know, If there is an operator annoying you from that angle, just stick to the right. He can't see you as you get all the way in. And you can see Kadum not getting anyone. He gives away a lot of audio cues that he's leaving the fight. And their patience has paid off because God Squad now just get to walk right in with a lurk setup for Hellranger already.
They're giving up the side without getting any info, and now they have to play on this post plant with the side completely being taken over, screens being blocked with the wall, the spike coming down. They might be able to throw down the snake bite, but look at the player in the mix, the Viper. Hellranger can put something in the mix to make life difficult, but Kongaret, he saw through that. He knew somebody should be in these lurks. It should not be such easy for God Squad to get the side and be comfortable with.
5v4 on this retake though. The Blaze Storm popped off for Kadum. He's trying to get in. God Squad, on the other hand, have elected to play on site. Rossi is ready to play and he's got the totem force to do exactly that, but misses the first flick, and Kadum will take out his brain. A couple picked up, leaving Kappa alone in his position, but with the Hunter's Fury available, certainly an option. Goes for the peak though and not the ultimate. Gets taken down, and I understand in a 1v2 you're scared of being forced down. Especially when there's a KO on the opposite side, but maybe the Hunter's Fury could have taken them off his diffuse. You'll never know. Kappa though, not able to find the clutch, which means it's 12-6 on board for MiTH in Thailand. That timeout paying huge dividends, as now they are on map point. The momentum of God Squad disappeared altogether, and once again, it seems like it's become very clear. A retake is a piece of cake for MiTH in Thailand.
I don't know how they make it happen, but previously as well, when they let them, when it was weaker by as well, CA, they made it work. They just forced the fights, and that's what happened. Right now again, God Squad need to figure out this is their map of choice. If they lose this, they're walking right into Fracture, which MiTH in Thailand have looked so damn good. They've been glistening on the map.
It's been their insta-lock. If they get to pick Fracture, they will. So, especially when Rossi says he hates Fracture the most, you start getting a little scared if you are a God Squad fan.
Oh, speak of Rossi down.
Popping the heck off. What? It seems like this win is inevitable. Picks up 2, and while Beta does get traded out, Skills, he's found himself behind enemy lines with nowhere to go. Hellranger spotted out as well. MiTH in Thailand are just picking off the pieces of God Squad like they're flies.
PTC, he was a little bit on the lurk, but nonetheless, this is a 3v2. The spike is in the hands of the defenders. Hellranger slowly sneaks up, times it perfectly to climb in the nest, but it was not timed perfectly. Alone Fills just went for a sneak peek of what's happening. The spike is still there and catches Hellranger, snaps his head off, and it's all up to Kappa to figure out if he can find a clutch.
30 seconds left.
The drop.
I think he was trying to get onto the rope.
Position known. Spike recoverable here, CA, but it's going to be a tough one to pull off this clutch entirely. Oh, he's came in closer. Kongaret spots him. Now Kappa has to just back off. He has so many directions to be worried about, CA. And he does not have the spike on his hand. As soon as he picks up, goes for the plant, there'll be just peaks from all directions coming in. Look at the fast.
Oh my god.
Oh!
Oh!
Wait.
Dodges out. The first Hunter's Fury to get the plant. Gets the kill onto Kadum, but that's all it will be. The way MiTH in Thailand pounced on Kappa as soon as they heard that spike being planted, it just felt like it was the end. Right there and right then. All ultimates popped out. They went in for the kill and they were most certainly able to secure it. 13-6, MiTH in Thailand off to an astounding start in this BO3 series.
I mean, for a second, after getting that anti-eco and a couple of rounds after that, it looked like maybe God Squad would have made a comeback. But that one round where they understood that nothing is working, you even mentioned MiTH in Thailand need to have a different approach at A. What did they do? They was like, let's just give up A and then crunch them all the way from B. And they were caught for a surprise. 4 people pushing, finding one after another. You saw Hellranger also. He's like deciding, just get into side, get the spike planted. Then we'll figure out a way further. And in the meantime, they just surrounded them.
Hellranger, though, I feel like he went a second too early. As in, when he took down the trademark and he was able to pick all of the attention towards him, 5 players on the retake, all worried about that particular flank. Then I think he got a little too aggressive. He needed to wait for the contact from his team because they were all playing on site. But instead, him getting picked off early removed any worries from MiTH in Thailand about that flank. They didn't have to look into angles and they could solely focus in on the retake. And that's where you could see they were excelling. Time and time again, retaking that A site with as little effort as they could show, just doing it oh so methodically, and the discipline in the last round as well, showing in that 1v3, just not giving peaks to Kappa whatsoever.
Man, he's known to be a clutch player, and they fear him. That respect is there. But let's just quickly jump into the highlights to give you a glimpse of what the first map had for us, and the action where we thought God Squad looks like they're coming back, but this first stuff was just very methodical, very clinical. It could have also been called a masterclass in a couple of rounds of how Made in Thailand played on their attacking half CA.
Absolutely. I think what we have seen from Made in Thailand across this tournament is phenomenal comebacks. We've seen pop-off moments from every single player. We've seen their ability to use their momentum to their advantage. But today what we saw was a clean team. And that's something I don't think they've necessarily shown before. The patience almost to play the way they played today was absolutely crucial. Through first half, they punished God Squad again and again for their early aggression. Not a single round by Made in Thailand taken in the early game. They always went for the site in the mid to late. They were able to wait. And I think that's a really key quality to have. And the fact that they've shown it today shows us that they came here into finals. They prepared for Bleed Tag Grand Finals showdown.
I agree. Being so clean, I mean, at any point you never thought it was either chaotic or messy. Anything that they figured out, even that 17th round that I was talking about when the momentum completely shifted, it was well thought of, and they forced the duels where God Squad were cornered, and as you said, they went for a post-plant positioning on side. But this one thing from Rossi, I think for that one sake, I'm never going to switch to scroll being the jump. I've never done it. I thought about it, but after seeing that, I'm just okay with the animation of like having the weapon go out, the knife coming out, but not the jump.
It's an unfortunate one, most definitely, and it is what it is. At the end of the day, Made in Thailand just better on this particular map, and the gamble from God Squad doesn't pay off. They try to challenge Made in Thailand where they expect them to be weak, but I think again you have to wonder if that veto is slightly gone wrong, considering that God Squad haven't been their strongest on this map particularly.
Yes.
We didn't really see them work together as a team the way we would have maybe on a map like Haven, you know, where they are much more synchronized in their approaches, much more synchronized in the way they want to execute certain things to pick up objectives. Didn't necessarily see that on Icebox. It felt more like a, I'm going to win my individual duel, how about you win yours too?
I agree to that. I rightly agree to that. It felt like God Squad, they were just like letting those players play individually, have that initial aggression, the contact aggression, go for those duels in those openings, deny that defensive entry, and just losing the duels. Just because Made in Thailand, they were very good in their approaches. They were very strategic, and they never went for those individual fights. And look at this, Kadum had one hell of a show to start things off. And for him to start off here in the lower bracket, there is the grand finals also upcoming if Made in Thailand qualify, right? And I feel like God Squad are just riling him up, getting him to the form. And on that round where Skills had entered the side, he picked off one player who was at screen who destroyed the wall. But Kadum in the meantime took down two players, and Skills knew he couldn't directly face off Kadum. And that duel, that weight off went for long, and then eventually he had to face off on a lone Phils who went for a check. Otherwise, maybe Skills could have done something. But Kadum on form.
Exactly, Kadum on form, right? And throughout the history of this tournament, we've seen whenever Kadum has been out of form, it's on this jet. 411 ACS, 27 kills. He's not out of form on this jet, and now he gets to go on to his favorite picks like the Neon, maybe even the Raze. Going into Fracture, they pick up that Neon comp where it's all about setting up Kadum for success. It's all about Kadum making things go boom. And he does it so damn well. It's looking very, very scary, I must say, heading into Fracture. But hey, let's be frank, God Squad have been in these positions before. Maybe they can pull it off once again. It's a big maybe, but I guess we have to say maybe.
Yeah, that's all we can wish for as well. Just a maybe coming in from God Squad, because they've been tremendous in their lower bracket stories. That is a team known for its lower bracket stories. They've come up huge and won championships. So I think that is something that a lot of the Indian fans especially will still keep rooting for, to see that comeback happening from their end. But you saw in the scorecard as well, the number of assists coming in from every other player, even though the kills were not as close to Kadum, but the assist was there. And that tells us that they were all crucial to set up Kadum for success, for him to set up to either the fight or to take that space up. And I think that's what God Squad need to stop. Until and unless Kadum comes at form, comes in terms of that you know that confidence to just run rampant, get into that brute force pushing back scenario that he knows that he can do it. Other teams will not kind of get, other players will not get that confidence from Made in Thailand. So if they're able to find
100%.
this chink, they might be able to pull something out in Fracture. But as you rightly said, there is a double duelist that comes up on Fracture, that Raze and Neon combo, and this is the only team who has made Raze work both on attack and defense, and that's what I'm worried about for God Squad.
Ah, yeah, definitely. I'm just thinking about Kadum's Neon going into that fracture, the way he's able to execute it, and the speed at which he's able to move forward. It gives you an alarming note when you consider the strength that Made in Thailand had in the second half of the first map that we saw. It was the A retake, where every time God Squad went towards that B site, it did look like they had an edge. When as soon as God Squad tried to prioritize the A site, when Made in Thailand started stacking up mid and B, that's where you could see that A retake just clean as ever. God Squad had no chance, and I have to wonder, does Made in Thailand have more prepared for Fracture? Because I feel like they barely scratched the surface. But hey, like we talked about, we've got a lot to work with and a lot to see. So don't you go anywhere while we are headed for a small break. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship, presented by AMD and powered by Ampverse. Now, we're heading into map 2 of this lower bracket finals between God Squad and Made in Thailand, and I've got Crips on the desk to join me for the second one. How are you doing, Crips?
I would like to say I'm doing well, but honestly, after seeing that performance from God Squad, a little sad. But that's just my inner Indian speaking. All in all, it was a fantastic game coming out from Made in Thailand. I loved their performance. I loved how they just always seemed prepared for whatever God Squad had to throw at them. Whether it was a plain dry peak, whether it was a full-blown bombardment with snake bites and leers being thrown at you, regardless of whatever God Squad did, it seemed like Made in Thailand were prepared for that. And
Yeah.
there were so many instances where Made in Thailand played off of these off angles, especially players like Conga Red and sometimes even players like PTC. They would just get a kill, fall back. They would absolutely never hesitate giving up ground if it meant that they had the man advantage. And just by having superior numbers every single goddamn time, they were able to win this game. It seemed so
Yeah.
unfair. Like God Squad never had any man advantage except in like 2 or 3 rounds max.
Yeah, Made in Thailand just punishing God Squad, really,
Yeah.
right? For the fact that they were not able to work together as a team. And on the other hand, and I think the scoreboard really spelled out that story for us, where you
Yeah.
could see Kadum popping off. The
Oh,
same
yeah, absolutely.
happened in terms of assists for his supportive members. But on the other hand, you saw for God Squad not as much synchronization necessarily. But hey, it is what it is. We head on to our second map of Fracture. And we have to say, looking a little more scarier now for God Squad, because this is one of Made in Thailand's favorite maps. It's something they've insta-locked throughout this tournament.
Yeah, and they insta-lock it because they can thrive in the chaos. I mean, Global Esports can't really hope to delve into the chaos and beat them on their own home turf. They need a little bit of structure, and more than structure, they need to think a step ahead, because even if they throw all their structured strats at them, Made in Thailand have counters for everything. So they need to be able to play that chess game and think a few steps ahead. They need to bait out all the utility from Made in Thailand if possible, and then hopefully make them bleed dry.
100%. And in terms of that, what I am especially excited to see is how Made in Thailand truly function when it comes to a likely very, very different approach from God Squad towards this map of Fracture. Because again, this is why we found the veto really weird, because we're Bind Haven both available in the initial picks, to see neither and rather see Icebox and Fracture, which are relatively weaker for God Squad. You've made this a very favorable one in favor of Made in Thailand. So I feel like if you lose Fracture here, if you allow God Squad a foot back in the door, suddenly Ascent is completely even Stevens, and it could
Yeah.
honestly go either way, which is why Made in Thailand, not only for this BO3, but for the upcoming BO5, they've got to really finish it off cleanly like they did Icebox.
Exactly. I mean, if it goes to Ascent, then it's anyone's game. There's no real advantages going into Ascent for either team. But the fact that they played to their strengths and they made sure that Fracture is picked up and Pearl is taken away, it kind of means that Made in Thailand want to wrap up quickly over here, conserve some energy going into the grand final so that they have everything to give to bleed.
Oh, absolutely. And really we'll have to see where the form comes through for God Squad, because at this point they're gonna have to look for a player to pop the heck off, a player to really go above and beyond his expectations and find that necessary momentum to bring his team back to the light, bring them back awake so they can rally for the comeback. But right now it doesn't look like that's going to be the case whatsoever, because Made in Thailand are just able to execute round by round. They seem to be ultra focused, and that's really giving them the edge.
Exactly. And this focus, it doesn't just come from preparation, but it also comes from preparing for the uncertainty. Of course, they have been preparing for teams like Bleed, who are far more comfortable with the chaos.
Yeah.
Global Esports don't even come close to that level. So if that's how deep the preparation of MiTH runs, then God Squad have their work cut out for them. But I think what's more important over here is that God Squad learn from their mistakes, which honestly haven't been mistakes just in the previous map, but also in the games that they faced yesterday as well, and 2 days ago for that matter, when they faced Bleed in the very first match of the playoffs, which basically knocked them down into the lower bracket. God Squad were running a similar composition in Icebox as well, but what's the noting point over here is that while they were certainly more comfortable trading things with their opponents, the utility placement seemed to rely so much on the timing of those Vipers. I mean, of course, in Fracture, Viper is not going to be a viable pick at all. You will most likely go with the Brim. But again, anyone who plays the Brim, in my opinion, it's most likely going to be skills. You can't keep on, just saving his smokes, hoping that you're able to hit at the right time. The timing will just never be given to you by MiTH.
100%. And I really wanted to see Global Esports go the Paper X way almost. Pick up a harbor, get extremely aggressive down this map. And it seems like they're going to go back to their very comfort. You got Lightning Fast on his raise. And weirdly so not paired up with the Fade, which has become very, very strong on this map now that the setup has changed. But Made in Thailand, on the other hand, that raised neon composition coming into light, they are certainly looking to be aggressive.
Well, definitely, but they don't have a single information-based initiator. No Fade, no KO. Sova was never really the meta in this map in the first place. But yeah, not a single information-based initiator. That kind of tells me that Made in Thailand already know what God Squad are going to be hitting them with. That's exactly why they can afford to have that double duelist setup and not have anything to gather information.
Yeah, exactly. And that breach v breach battle coming into light only going to be swayed by Hellranger's KO. And we'll have to see if he can actually find the impact, because again, KO's strength in this map usually relied on his ability to play a lot of those narrow angles with the puff flashes, which honestly aren't that great anymore. So Hellranger on his lonesome is going to really have to bring out his repertoire and show up with those long left click flashes and set up for his teammates, and we'll see what he can get done. But definitely thing to remember would be this is the map choice of Made in Thailand. So God Squad get to start on the defense, which is where they're going to have to make it work, because once Made in Thailand head on to the second half, if they have an advantage, it feels like GG.
Yeah, it feels like GG. The biggest thing that God Squad can do to make things easier for themselves is just play off of the flashes. They've got 4 flashes available. They need to convert 4 kills on the back of it. It's the only way they can extract value out of it. They tried something similar in Icebox. They didn't have the flashes, but they had the Leer, and they needed to get the kills based off of the Leer. If they don't get those kills, then MiTH always have the man advantage. And it seemed like going into Icebox, God Squad had only 2 rounds where they were actually able to get that man advantage in the first place.
I will say though, this very much reminds me of the old God Squad on Split with Kappa on the breach and all that. I really like Kappa's breach personally, because I think it is very different from a lot of breaches we see out here in the APAC, where it's a purely supportive breach. He's always in the right moment at the right time to help his teammates out, and because of his tendencies, as of course we know him as clutch player, it enables him to stay alive till the very end, to play on those post plants, to play on those clutch situations, which he's able to pull out. So as long as God Squad work together, they should be able to at least give us a tight fight. And that's all we want for this map, right, Crips? We want to close one to finish us off in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, definitely. We want this game to be close. We want God Squad to win this and push this into game number 3. Let the game number 3 also get pushed into overtime. Get it as close as possible. Make this a cracking good battle, which makes both the teams
Do I have
sweat.
to pinch you, Crips? Because now you sound like you're dreaming. That would literally be the truth.
I mean, I've been called delusional before, man, but I call it wishful thinking.
Yeah, wishful indeed. Right? I think that's exactly what God Squad are going to want as well. Well, yeah, as neutral observers, we want as close matches. Give me the overtimes. Give me the third half. I think we'll be at our happiest. But for now, let's focus in on the attack. Made in Thailand starting us off on their map. Get revealed to a large extent. 3 players suppressed, and that should give Hellranger the info to just back off and maybe even aggress down A main. Get some extra knowledge.
Yeah, that would be a fair trade. You lack dish control, make up for it by getting a main control. If they do so, they'll be able to get the kill on PTC, make things even easier. And hell, they might just be able to find the spike too. But I'm surprised they're aggressing in none of these places. Lightning Fast is flirting with the idea of staying near the doorway, but this is just, again, a contact peek. The breach doesn't have his flash out, and if Lightning Fast does want to execute, it's going to be difficult. But Kadoom already dives into sight, and within 1 second, MiTH take 3 kills. Oh my god!
Let this be a stark reminder of Made in Thailand's fracture, a statement to say the least, the way they're able to execute. Because Made in Thailand, when you let them set themselves up, when you give them the space to execute, that's the alarming pace at which they're going to do exactly the same. And looking for a flawless right here. Rossi Certainly shuts one down. But can he find more? The answer is no. A 1-0 picked up for Made in Thailand. And again, the statement being that you cannot let them just have free reign of the tempo.
Exactly.
Like we were talking about, I really wish they'd gone for the A main re-aggression after losing drop.
And they tried to, right? You see, both Lightning Fast and Hellranger dived in over there. I'm sorry, it wasn't Hellranger, it was Kappa rather. But still, it did not feel like I was watching Valorant. It felt like I was watching Discovery Channel seconds before disaster. Because the moment I said Kadoom, I said the one word Kadoom, and in that one short second, 3 kills, instant decimation.
Like a kaboom.
Yeah.
Once again though, heavy drop presence here from Made in Thailand. I love this. This shows why they like this map, because ever since the rework, drop has been such a favorable point for the attackers. Your ability to take it for free every single time and force the re-aggression really puts you on a strong note, and you can see they're doing exactly that. Acknowledging how important that area is, God Squad commit 2 members to that area, and now Made in Thailand ready for that be executed. Instead, just running into one. Rossi with a lot of expectations on him. He has to deliver.
Oh, he's already done more than expected. Gets a single kill. Sure, gives up the site, but that's all that they bargained for. At this point, God Squad just need the man advantage, because at the pace at which MiTH are operating, they can never hope to contest them on the sites itself. BTC watching the flank from Arcade. Fortline hits him in the face. A flash for good measure. Hellranger gets that kill and recovers one weapon at the very least. But with both these players so far away from each other, the trade potential basically doesn't exist. And even with Hellranger's Bulldog that he is now upgraded, he stands no chance if he climbs up the ropes. Might as well turn it into a noose. MiTH with a clean anti-eco.
That should set up a really strong bonus for them going into the next round as they get off to a comfortable start in this map. Made in Thailand Esports, now, especially with the Breach Ultimate ever so closer, they're going to start looking to really change up the tempo in the next few rounds. I think get much faster rather than the way we saw them earlier, which is like early heavy defaults. They show their presence and then they take their time, look for that 1 minute mark before they hit. I think from the bonus, maybe in the next few rounds, we might just see heavy aggression from the side of Made in Thailand and God Squad. They're going to have to really stand up to it because this is their buy Crips. They need a win, but they need a win with minimal damage.
Breaching the site already, Kadoom dives deep onto the towers. Kappa just climbing up the ropes. This could be disadvantageous, and that's exactly what happens. God Squad have no chance but to relinquish Arcade as well. They are now trapped underground, hoping to wrap around from B main instead. Even that will not be allowed. Kadoom discovers everybody. Sure, his life is down, but in a 3v3, MiTH have all the info they need.
3v3 and Made in Thailand with the first plant to play. The Aftershock available to deny the plant as well. They are in control. Rossi has to stop defusing while Hellranger's taken down and God Squad, they're left scrambling. They're tumbling, they have nowhere to play with. Made in Thailand, was so disciplined, refused to overpeak. And while Rossi does find one, he's got his back turned. Alone Pills lurking in the shadows, picks up a triple. And that's 3-0 in the bag. Made in Thailand, leaving God Squad.
There was a glimmer of hope. Yeah, see, a glimmer of hope. 3v3, 2v2. Sounds like it's going down according to plan. And then all of a sudden, Alone Pills just hits the kill switch.
It's really those post plants, man, from Made in Thailand. We saw them on Icebox as well. They just refuse to budge. They will hold their angle. They're like, okay, if you want to come peek us, either challenge the fact that we're really good at holding our angles or waste time. And every single time they waste time.
I mean, Made in Thailand, they don't mind wasting time in the first few seconds of the round. 30-40 seconds, they will not make a single peep. They will let God Squad do their thing. And then all of a sudden, they pick up the pace. They invade the site with the force of a hurricane. And there's nothing that God Squad can do but relinquish it. Of course, God Squad can try aggressing. This time they tried crunching towards the upper side of the map, pushing out of both Arcade and Dish. And they didn't find anybody. Does this give them the info they need? Yes, it does. Can they do anything about it? Absolutely not. Kappa tries to do something. He tries to hold his ground, but that tower becomes his graveyard.
I remember a word that you actually mentioned back when we were casting a different map, Carpet Bomb, right? That this is effectively Made in Thailand, not giving God Squad any room to play with anywhere on site. As PTC picks up a lingering Hellranger, it seems like Rossi might be subjected to the same fate. Congret takes out Lightning Fast and Skills as well, finding himself prey. Made in Thailand pick up a flawless here on the eco of God Squad to effectively ensure a commanding lead going into the rest of this half. Now, God Squad, they've got their buyback online, but that operator just not coming through for Rossi. And every time you think SK Rossi, you think operator, right? So for 2 maps back to back to not see that operator impact for SK Rossi, I think that effectively tells the tale of this BO3.
Yep. Having operator impact is one thing, but having an operator is the main primary condition for it, right? If global esports keep dying, if they have to reinvest in their phantoms and vandals every single round, then they'll never be able to farm up enough money for the op. Meanwhile, MiTH have always survived with 3 or more members. That basically means they don't need to reinvest. And even though they're winning rounds, if they lose it, they will still have money. That's the backup policy for MiTH. Just have money.
I don't think they have any plans to lose it though, because I love this tempo change from Made in Thailand. They got really fast from the bonus round for 2 rounds in a row, and immediately they switch up the tempo, knowing they have the rolling thunder. Instead, taking it slow, looking to set themselves up, and then dive onto site in that last minute with that ultimate.
God Squad have changed things up too. They've decided to play a little more aggressively towards A main. Unfortunately, won't yield any fruits this time around. Not a single sound cue given away, and the moment the Rolling Thunder is unleashed, they invade the site. This time, it's SK Rossi holding tower. Kappa was unsuccessful this time, but the judge is more than successful. Gets 2 kills, and he's done his job. Might try to get away now. Spots out Beta, taps him away. This is the hero performance we needed to make God Squad come alive. And on the verge of this ace, he might not get the glory shot, but they will definitely get the round, and that's exactly what God Squad needed.
A huge round, but they're all like, ace tare. The ace taken away, but Grossi, man, with the judge. The first 2 kills expected, okay? That's the strength of the judge in that tower every single time. We're going to regularly see Brimstones occupy that position, sometimes even the KOs. But the Chamber playing with that judge over there, not only able to find a double, but make it a quadra with his headhunter coming into play. Those are the sort of moments that we've seen even from Made in Thailand when they have their players individually, and I think this might do the same for every single player of God Squad, where Rossi of course starts feeling a lot more confident, so will the rest of his team.
Exactly. And once you get that confidence, you can start winning aim duels as well. Hopefully. This time, playing aggressively out of B main with his 2 force, he spots nobody. And MiTH have done well to avoid him like the plague. At the same time, God Squad have held... They're holding like a decent enough crossfire on A main. It can be difficult to break though, but no. It's Skills who goes ahead rather, and he walks straight into PTC's 2 force. Kadoom has already jumped out of drop. A side compromised. There's still 2 members of God Squad available towards Sand, but I don't think they can do much. Their vision's been cut off and the site's already lost. Plant will go down inevitably.
Looks like Made in Thailand are slated to pick up yet another flawless round because they're in a comfortable position to get the plant. And while Rossi gets one, Kappa with a slight whiff, not able to deny it, instead gets taken down and traded across the map. Rossi left in a 1v4 with his tour de force, and while he has pulled off this before, Made in Thailand are not the team to do that. Already in an up-down double peak setup, they're waiting for Rossi to go for it, but with a quick scope, he finds one already. Changes it to a 1v3, but in that chamber fight, PTC, I'm gonna name him something because he most definitely is. He's that patient test center. Every single time. Every single time at the start of his defaults, you see that in maps like Ascent, in Fracture, in Icebox. They leave him alone. They're like, PTC, be patient. Just test their patience. Just hold on. And every freaking time, the guy finds a pick or a lurk or something of value.
Exactly. This time he was able to get the first kill onto Skills. And poor Skills, all he was doing was just going down towards B main, thinking it was clear. And even if he expected someone to be around the corner, you wouldn't expect it to be the man himself. You wouldn't expect it to be the tour de force fielder.
Yeah.
This setup from God Squad, whenever they play aggressively towards A main, they always have one person playing towards the double doors. It doesn't always work for them. Maybe a change is in order. Or maybe they can switch things up by going towards Dish instead. Every time MiTH have jumped out of that drop region, Kadoom, he dives directly into A main rather than going into site. Now that's a pattern that God Squad can do something about now that they have the info on it. It's Kappa to
Look at this with the showstopper available.
Oh my god. Yeah, no.
bombing this side, Crips. They've taken it all away, but in time, Skills able to back off. The opponent strike to deny them. Now the nade coming in as well. A lot of utility as GE get ready for a fast retake.
Yeah, but the crossing is going to be denied by PTC. He's already in towards Arcade, and if required, he can swing out of the smoke. Skills, though, with a wider peek onto a lone fence, can stop this push. But PTC, as expected, is doing his job well. SK Rossi shuts him down, but it's a little too late. Mollies have been already launched in the air. Before they can even get to the side, Lightning Fast has a big responsibility. Lurker taken care of. They've isolated Beta. They know he's towards B main, but what can they do about it? Oh, he challenges him with the showstopper. Lightning Fast blows him to smithereens, and Quad Squad can finally take yet another round.
I think God Squad and I are going to breathe a sigh of relief that they did not try to be greedy over there and save that showstopper. Lightning Fast making the smart decision, taking the fight to the lone standing member of Made in Thailand, where Hellranger could then effectively wait for that Molotov to time out and pick up an easy defuse. Now the timeout called for Made in Thailand in very similar tale from what we saw in the second half of Icebox, almost giving me deja vu, where after a very strong start from Made in Thailand, God Squad were able to come back to a small extent, able to pick up a couple rounds, and then immediately that timeout completely changed that momentum swing. Leaf was able to ensure that it came back into Made in Thailand's hands. So he's going to look to do that once again, but this time, will God Squad be prepared?
I mean, they better be. One thing that God Squad are doing is changing the player in tower every now and then. So far, it's been held by Kappa, Hellranger, and Skills 3 separate times. And sorry, not Skills, SK Rossi. And only SK Rossi was successful partially because of the judge in holding tower. This round went in the favor of God Squad because of two massive ultimates, the Orbital Strike and the Showstopper. And sure, using the ultimates is a good way to get the round, but that tower is still a very vulnerable position. A judge or any other weapon which can get that tower under control is very much required. Because otherwise, it just seems like Khadoom can obliterate anyone with that area.
Absolutely. I mean, Made in Thailand are sure to claim that piece of information from their coach, understanding that tower has been a crucial point of contest for God Squad. They'll have to adapt their execute to make that work, but right now, Khadoom
Can't use it.
just trying to run it down. B main spots out the operator as well as Rossi. With a 0 point coming out as well, they acknowledge probably better to rotate, but they're not expecting the crunch coming down from GE. Already with a triple Kappa trying to back off, he commits the rolling thunder, but PTC wide swinging in time, able to shut him down. Makes it a 2v2 on the map now. Chris with the operator now has got time to rotate, and PTC runs right into it.
Yeah, isolated, not exterminated yet. Khadoom has the possibility to clutch this out. He's got more than enough time in the world. SK Rossi's going to have to check multiple angles now as he's the solo anchor. Holding close angles like this with the operator can be a little jarring. Oh, but he's got the right eye. Peaks Khadoom and God Squad with yet another round. Sure, the ultimate was committed, and even though the ultimate itself didn't find value, they get the round, and that's what's required. And now that they've won 2 rounds in a row, G can start building a little bit of economic momentum.
What I love from GE in this round is that tempo change on the defense. They haven't really gotten this aggressive across the entire first half. So doing it on the butt end of a timeout puts you in a very good spot because the other team may not be expecting it. They might not have talked about it, and it effectively removes any plan that you had during the timeout from action. And now Made in Thailand in a bit of a weird spot because they are looking to 4-1 their way down B again, but GE, they're not giving up the tempo. Just as fast in Arcade, they put down the person who wants to play. PTC out of the equation, and suddenly Made in Thailand's flanks look so exposed.
Exactly, it was supposed to be a 4-1 crunch coming into B main. It wasn't looking like a very fast run, but we know for a fact that Made in Thailand are trigger heavy. Now that PTC can't crunch from Arcade, Made in Thailand reevaluate their options. They are about to go into the operator. SK Rossi prepared with the rendezvous. Here's 2 people going down towards door, so he takes that kill and tries to hold his ground. It's the spike carrier down. This could be crucial though. Khadoom with a relay pole is able to stall Hellranger, and he dives deep into CT. Skills had no idea that he's gonna get peeked over there. He was never prepared. Conquered with the ult of his own. SK Rossi can't TP out. Even the shorty doesn't really get him much. Kappa left to his own devices.
With all of the utility though, can use the aftershock to deny the plant. When both the players so low, he certainly got a chance. The aftershock does exactly that, but the plant will go down, and while With the fall 9, Kappa is buying as much time. Congrade slowly able to reposition. Kappa, he needs to take it slow, but he runs right into the arms of Congrade, who embraces him with death. A 6-3 picked up for Made in Thailand, and Kappa is going to be ruining his choices. He had a flash left there as well. Could have just looked to play it methodical, but
Yeah,
it's
but
Made in Thailand to walk away, Crips.
in the Battle of the Breaches, it's Conqueror who survives with 9 HP. That is as close as a round can get. Kappa had it in the palm of his hands, but he let it slip. He's not having a great day today, but I'm sure he can step up when the time is right, when his team needs him the most. And this is one of those moments. Judges and shorties out from God Squad. Let's see if they pay off dividends.
Oh, the gosh. Kadoom is certainly on overdrive. He's looking damn fast. He's picked up one, and now with the second, zaps them down and finds the site. And that was good.
Spike planted.
Oh no, they could have found him. Doom is so sharp though. He's just on point.
Almost done.
That's what happens when a man is feeling himself. Lightning Fast doesn't even have satchels. He can't jump in to get that judge into the range. But PTC has the weapon which has max reach. Doesn't stop. Continues the slaughter. And Hell Ranger has a myriad of infinity heading towards him.
Hey, big break, guys.
7-3 on board for Made in Thailand, and again, they're looking like they are controlling the tempo of this matchup. They are the ones dictating the pace at which they play. And that adaptation, we're seeing it come already. That extra flash invested towards tower to ensure that that judge does not come into play. Made in Thailand are looking like that team that was in control in map 1 as well. Now looking to close it off in the second. And despite the reinvigorated efforts of God Squad over here, we're not actually getting to see them pay fruition beyond a couple of rounds. Like once Made in Thailand get to talk, get to adapt, they always get back.
Well, Kappa expending flashes towards A main, hoping to get a pick or two. Doesn't catch anyone. This is once again one of those slow-paced rounds from MiTH that they use to just capture area as much as they can. And the moment they get detected, they turn up the pace. As soon as that trademark's broken, Kadoom and Alone Pills, they dive into the site. Hellranger had no chance. Orbital Strike also doesn't catch anyone, but it's fine because it buys them enough space, and MiTH are already taking the site. In case God Squad have any plans to flank from A main, PTC will take care of those flankers. And God Squad now have absolutely nothing they can do. 8-3 seems inevitable.
And patience test center, I'm telling you. Kappa tried to wait for so long before he peeked out a sand. But still, PTC is ready. He makes him pay,
One
shuts him down,
enemy
and just like
remaining.
that, lightning fast, getting taken out as well. His split skills is in an impossible spot. Nowhere to go, can't really save. This instead just a team ace. 4 Made in Thailand, and now an 8-3 lead. And everyone must be thinking, oh, 9-3 once again. Oh, maybe 9-3 curse, but no, Made in Thailand just like 9-3, we won
nah.
the first map, 9-3 will do it again.
Yeah, history has a funny way of repeating itself, and it doesn't really believe in magic. If the 9-3 score comes through again, I mean, a similar story can ensue once more. God Squad throwing in everything they've got. Judges, Bulldogs, Spectres, whatever money can buy. But it can't buy hope.
Exactly, and I feel like that magic is something that
You want to play?
the
Let's
players
play.
have to inspire, the players have to create. It's not something that's necessarily given to you. Sure, you may attach certain scorelines to it, certain moments, or certain clothes even. It has to come through on that day from that player, and God Squad, they need their savior to come online because Made in Thailand, they refuse to stop. They are nigh unstoppable and they will keep going on.
Yo, hold
What a
on though.
utility dumped on them though.
Yeah, but this is a little different. MiTH have never done this. They've never gone from A main to sand. They've always jumped in from from drop rather. And this is not even a full push. This is a fake towards A with a fast commitment towards B. Lightning Fast with the judge. He's got the perfect weapon to stop this. And they never check side. They always go towards tower first. Oh no, he doesn't get anything done. At least SK Rossi chimes in with single, but even that won't help. The one time MiTH tried to go for a fake, God Squad were not prepared for
Spike
it.
planted.
Had to expect that rotate though. As soon as that null command got popped for Hell Ranger, Made in Thailand made the simplest decision. Go to the other side of the map and they are able to overwhelm the defensive forces on the other side. Lightning Fast, especially with that judge, maybe caught a little unaware in terms of what to do. Not exactly decisive in his approach, and caught with his fans down in a 9-3 scoreline once again for Made in Thailand.
Yeah, but this adjustment from MiTH was so quick. God Squad was just simply not prepared for it. Every time MiTH have gone towards the B side, they have the same approach, right? Fast lane into the site. Kadoom checks tower first. His teammates follow up behind him. Nothing really else goes off script. Same with A. They always come out of drop. Kadoom goes directly from the drop towards A main. The only variation has been sometimes Alone Fills joins him towards site or something like that. But other than these two approaches, there weren't really too many changes from MiTH. The
Yeah.
only time they made that change was in that last round. Maybe it was a part of the plan. Maybe it was in response to that null command being popped. But no matter what it was something that God Squad had no idea how to deal with. And sure, Lightning Fast might have gone unchecked on that site in that last round. The judge still doesn't get him anything.
Yeah, and God's word especially, right? I think Made in Thailand expecting them to almost be aggressive top maybe. Because the times we've seen God Squad get success in this first half was on the
Yeah.
back of early aggression. When they took the fight to Made in Thailand. So nice adaptation definitely to go through Sand and Said where they've seen a lot of presence, but as soon as that null command is popped, they just like rotate. We can't carpet bomb the side, we can't use our fast lane, get into overdrive if we can't use our abilities. So instead of waiting that 8 seconds and taking it slow, they decide to maintain the tempo, pedal to the metal, run on towards that B site, and you just have to wonder maybe it would have gone different if that judge had paid dividends, but it doesn't. Instead, Kadoom pops off, and again, God Squad in a very vulnerable position going into that second half.
Well, let's see what the second half holds for us. God Squad descending SK Rossi down towards B main, and the moment I say that, he does go down. He was supposed to be a lurk. If not a lurk, maybe just try to sell a fake, but you can't really sell a fake as one lone man. The rest of them have no choice but to now invade the A side, but there's so much that stands in the way. Molotov stopping them from approaching. At least the smokes clear a path for them into the side so the spike can go down. But in this 4v5, MiTH have proven how good they are in retakes.
Planted.
And Thailand now with that pistol. And like you said, they're so damn good at retakes. It was on ace site on Icebox as well. Maybe it's the same tale for Fraction because they've already shut down the flank presence from God Squad, leaving Lightning Fast all alone inside. He gets picked off by Kadoom, and that's again the pistol picked up for Made in Thailand. Now God Squad did get the plant here, Crips, but with just one kill with that plant, I don't know if they can force buy over here.
I mean, do they even want to force buy? It seems like they're doomed if they do, doomed if they don't. God Squad running out of options, running out of rounds, and also time in this tournament. Hope is available in scarce quantity these days.
Absolutely. And I think at that point, you've got to go for it. You got to risk it for the biscuit. And it seems like God Squad are looking to do exactly that. A Sheriff and 3 Spectres picked up as Rossi seems to have stacked up on his Headhunter. God Squad, they want to make it count now. Or pack up their bags. I'll have to see which one it can be though, because they can control the tempo. They are on the attacking side. And they've left Rossi with his Headhunter to mark B main while they make some noise on the other side.
Yeah, same setup as last round. Except last time, SK Rossi got fucked off at the very start of the round. This time, God Squad make their presence known towards Sand before. Kongred jumps out of the smoke at the worst time possible, catches 2 people off God, maybe a triple as they converge upon God Squad and everybody's dead. SK Rossi, who started the round as a lurk, now has to finish it up as the champion if he wants to keep his team alive. No.
Doesn't seem like he's gonna get a chance. They're coming in for the knife. For a second, it looked like that might turn into a knife battle, which would have been fun.
For a second, it
doesn't
looked like SK Rossi had given up.
Fair enough. But hey, the first buy denied. Conger Red makes the sands of A side turn red. And boy, oh boy, it seems like at this point, God Squad, they have not much hopium, mostly copium.
Copium. How will they cope with Congress swinging out of a smoke? I mean, on paper, swinging out of smokes is always a bad idea. But when you have that sixth sense, when you know for a fact that nobody's going to be looking in your direction, Congress knows that all of God Squad will be busy clearing up the site and nobody will be marking this angle. They're expecting nobody to push through the smoke, and Congress does exactly that. Surprises the hell out of God Squad, just like PTC surprising them. This time it was on the back of a lovely flash from his teammate Breach, and he gets an easy frag, backs off after it.
And look, you've got the early aim-in aggression already shut down by MiTH Thailand, and they're prepared for the eventual B rotate. Skills marking Arcade with his buddy. Right here to back him off. Apologies. Veto marking Arcade with Kadum to back him off, and it seems like they're going to back off the moment they see some aggression. Hold on to tower while Congress comes into play. With the flank shut down, it really looks like GE have no chance.
Down B.
They pounced on them together, and MiTH Thailand, so methodical with their approach, will not give God Squad a chance to play.
I don't know how to explain that massive gap in God Squad smokes. I mean, even if there was no gap, they probably would have met the same fate as MiTH just ignore all utility and continue moving in for the kill. And they want to stop at nothing. They're diving onto Lightning Pass, who still has a chance to get a couple of stylish shots, but that is about it. That's all she wrote for him.
Match.
I just want to appreciate the fact that I've rarely seen MiTH Thailand players get caught out of position across this map. They're always in advantageous spots to take good duels. Okay, not always, but almost always. And that gives them such a big advantage in every single situation. Like, even in that round, they're playing close B main at first, but as soon as they realize they're going to get crunched on potentially from both Arcade and B main, they back off. They play Tower, they play CT, they play Canteen, and effectively let God Squad come to them. But this time they want to take the fight in. They know God Squad's stuck on bad weapons, and they're looking to crunch them down. For Hellranger is able to get out in time.
Nah.
And Kadum and PTC make them pay.
Yeah, Hellranger on the ropes gets caught in no man's land. No hope of defense over here. At least they're able to get the plant down, so God Squad have some hope, but with double the amount of players alive on the mid side, it's inevitable that they will go for this retake, and soon. Kadum already wrapping in from behind. Kappa somehow alive inside the smoke, hoping to play on the timing as he's now stepped out. Kadum still challenging him, but he's chipping away at him. Death by 1,000 paper cuts, and Skills gets challenged. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Meet your second finalists of the day. It's none other than MiTH Thailand. They are moving forward in the tournament into the grand finals to face Bleed.
MiTH Thailand with a devastating victory over here. 2-0 in their bag. 13-6, 13-3. That's what I call a stop. And an absolutely clean one to boot. They've certainly set their sights on Bleed, because that is the showdown we're about to witness. 1 BO3 in favor of MiTH Thailand, 1 BO3 in favor of Bleed Esports, and a BO5 to end it all, to decide the champion. I couldn't have scripted it better myself.
Well, this was so much faster than expected. MiTH Thailand was certainly the favorable team going into Fracture, considering this is their map pick, but I thought that God Squad will be able to post up a little bit more of a defense, especially that one round where SK Rossi was able to get that 4K. I thought, yeah, maybe after that there's a little bit of hope. Maybe God Squad have figured out the win condition. The win condition was to place the judges in these cheeky angles, as one might call them, and hopefully catch the members of MiTH off guard. I mean, if you're not going to win those aim battles, then you might as well resort to those weapon advantages and maybe make something work. Even that had no effect whatsoever. It only stalled the inevitable for a couple more seconds.
Yeah, exactly. And it really did feel like an inevitability. The way MiTH Thailand was playing, it always felt like it was them deciding the way it goes. Even with the timeouts, for example, where for a moment in few rounds it looked like the swing was coming back in God Squad's favors.
Yeah.
Usually those timeouts were able to nullify them altogether, neutralize the momentum, and bring it back in favor of MiTH Thailand. And looking at these highlights, you're going to see domination all the way through, because without those few rounds in the mid game over here in this matchup, there were very few moments where it looked like God Squad was in control, with even the few rounds pretty much being dominated by MiTH Thailand.
Exactly. Whether you call it firepower diff, whether you call it the utility carpet bomb, multiple things were working in the favor of MiTH Thailand, which made this so difficult for God Squad to contest. Yeah, preparation too, right? I mean, it takes cojones of steel for a team to repeat the same attack over and over and over again. Why? Because it's working. And why do you want to fix something that's not broken? Very little variation in MiTH's actual pace of attack and even the utility placement. But why do they need to change? Why do they even need these micro transitions and these small adjustments when the default ones are working for them?
Exactly. They have set pieces to be able to execute the site, and very few adaptations required. Like this particular round, we saw that adaptation. That was the tower flash that I was talking about. Targeting that particular judge player, ensuring that they aggress on towards tower rather than site itself. And in these moments, you could see that when they needed to make those micro adaptations, they most definitely did. So I really think it's down to comfort for them on this map in terms of preparation. They've clearly put in a lot of time on Fracture, which is why it's become their insta-lock, because in every situation, in every moment, they know when to rinse and repeat, and they know when to slightly change up the cards.
Yeah.
Getting that 13-3 victory, maybe even prompting a definite Fracture ban from Bleed in the BO5.
Oh, I hope they do, because this seems like MiTH's playground and there's nothing else that anyone can do about it. There was certainly some adjustments, like for example, the last round of the first half where MiTH decided to go for that fake. And maybe this peak from Conqueror as well. Like I said, one doesn't always get so much success when they peek out of a smoke, but Conqueror is able to get out a triple, and it just looks so easy because he knows for a fact that GodSquad are going to be preoccupied checking other angles. And towards the tail end of this game, it didn't even seem like MiTH cared. They were just hunting people down like it's nobody's business. GodSquad had already lost hope when the half ended.
Most definitely. And Made in Thailand just able to cleanly finish it off. A surgical strike it was to get a 2-0 lead in this series and the win as well. 22-8. Our patient test center himself absolutely popped off in this map. And he's going to need it going into the next series, because when I think patience, I think Bleed. Made in Thailand, but definitely getting off to an extremely good start along the day. And for me, this prompts a very important question, Crips, because there's two sides to a story, and the story we have today is that Made in Thailand are going to have to play more number of maps because they started from the lower bracket. Now, with regards to that, either because they got a really good stomp here, they're feeling themselves already, the blood is running in their veins, their engine already, all guns blazing. At this point, they're warmed up, is what I'm trying to say. Is that, do you think, an advantage or a disadvantage because Bleed get to watch them play and then come into the series?
No, I think Bleed would have been able to see them regardless. Bleed have definitely done their homework. I think this game doesn't really change much it doesn't really change much for Bleed. They would have done their homework regardless. And MiTH only revealed a small portion of their playbook over here on Fracture. So I think it's fine. The two basic set piece executes they've done was something that Bleed already had access to. And even the micro adjustments came through, which were very momentary and not very game changing. So I think Bleed are still fine. This map doesn't really impact them. When it comes to Made in Thailand, yes, I think this is good warm up. Usually it's about fatigue as well, right? You have a best of 5 ahead of you. It's a long series. It will tire you out. If you play a BO3 right before the BO5, man, that's 8 maps a day. That's like a full-time job, and it will tire you out. But because these matches were quick and snappy, I think MiTH won't be too fatigued. Sure, they will have done their warm-up, but they won't be tired going into the best of 5. And I guess there is like a small break between now and the next map. So
Yes.
MiTH have more than enough time to refresh, re-energize, and get into the groove.
Yeah, let's have a look at our summary for the series overall, though. Expecting Made in Thailand to dominate in every single stat, and it seems that is definitely the case. The most ACS for Kadum, the highest econ rating for PTC, because of course he is the live almost always. And I think the biggest difference that I get to see in terms of both of these teams, which we don't really get to see here, is that assist mark, where I really felt that Made in Thailand were much more coordinated on the approach. And despite GodSquad trying to do the same in Fracture more so than in Icebox, it did feel like Made in Thailand were just one step ahead.
2 or 3 steps ahead, if you ask me.
Fair enough.
I mean, every time Global Esports made some adjustment to MiTH's attack, MiTH changed it right back, and it seemed like they didn't even have to change too much for it. Change the location of where the relay bolt lands, that's one. Maybe change the location of where the flash hits from the breach, and that's about it. 2 utility placements changed, and they've already ruined GodSquad's plan. So I think those adjustments are not that major. So MiTH didn't really reveal too much of their playbook either.
Exactly. It was more on that surprise factor, and once they were to get a chance, they're able to get it through. But talking about getting through, let's have a look at the bracket and refresh our minds with exactly how these playoffs went, because we are on the brink of its end. Grand finals coming up in a moment. For Made in Thailand, it was a rocky journey. They had to go down to the lower bracket after they were pushed through by Bleed, who they're now going to face. And for SEA overall, though, it's been a proud one, because in the SEA Championship, we get that pure SEA final with Bleed and Made in Thailand taking on each other.
It's a revenge battle for Made in Thailand. They suffered defeat at the hands of VCT Esports, which knocked them down into the lower bracket, having to face God Squad for it. It's not like MiTH had to work too hard through the lower bracket to get back upstairs, but they've certainly been scarred by bleed, and they want to fill that wound by not licking it clean, but by making their opponents bleed as well. They want to inflict some damage. Let's see if MiTH are able to do so. Very soon, the grand finals of the Skyesports SEA Championship will begin. The finest teams from Singapore and Thailand, respectively, will battle it out in just a matter of an hour. The match is going to start at 2:30, so make sure that you use this hour to stock up on snacks, stock up on drinks, because this grand finals is going to be a banger.
100% Crips. And the way it starts is especially why I'm excited, because like we were talking about, that for Made in Thailand, they're definitely going to have this win buzzing in their minds. They're going to have a positive mental outlook going forward into the grand finals, and they are somewhat warmed up. So I wonder if we get to see some shenanigans in the BO5, maybe Made in Thailand off to a rocking start for Bleed to then reverse sweep and all of that. Don't get me wrong, I'm a color caster. I just have to imagine all the storylines. But for me,
All
that's
the
what I think
scenarios.
is really exciting as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what exciting. And we can keep theory crafting about these teams because they have so many things to show us, right? Just if you look at the previous game between these two teams, you can clearly point out the differences in what they did last time. And when you see them here, you will see the difference about how they've adapted to each other, what preparations have they done. All this and a lot more. Brain games at its finest when Made in Thailand and Bleed face each other in the grand finals of Skyesports SEA Championship, ladies and gentlemen. The match will start in about an hour. It's 2:30 Indian Standard Time. Make sure you don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Hello?
जैसे बताया प्रॉलर से पता चल चुका था they are going to Thailand now.
वाला है just delay करवा रहे हैं all the way from there so
enemy remaining. planted. Give me those back. remaining.
Naveen, can you hear me? Can you recording is still with
Yeah. I'm like, why?
For some reason, your audio was on my laptop audio and not on my headphones. I just changed.
It's coming from your mic.
Yeah.
Hey, bro,
पहले से बताया, Brawler से पता चल चुका था वहाँ. They are going to Thailand now.
वाला है, just delay करवा रहे हैं. Coming in all the way from there. So
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship, presented by AMD and powered by Ampverse. We're in the finals now of this official, VCT off-season event, and it has been an amazing journey. But before we get to all that, let me introduce us. My name is CA, and joining me is, of course, Lucifer on the desk as we look to bring you some demonic action, truly. So tell me, Lucifer, how are you?
I was waiting. I knew that you would bring the demon side of it, especially with Juicy, who's going to come out from Bleeds, and it's going to be a very interesting, a hectic, a chaotic, and a roller coaster nonetheless. This matchup was a story made in heaven, if you want to put it, and might go down all the way to hell of how this match is pan out. And I'm super hyped and excited for it.
Yeah, so am I, honestly. I think the way it's been set up, right? The idea that we've got MiTH Thailand taking the first blow against Bleed all the way back to the SEA qualifiers, winning that BO3 out of an insane comeback, by the way. And then Bleed with the most clinical, most surgical performance we've ever seen in the upper bracket finals of the playoffs just yesterday, pulling off a 2-0 to now set up this final matchup, like to decide a BO3 of series between these teams and who takes the championship. It is definitely going to be an intense one, and it'll be Bleed with the advantage. They get to watch MiTH Thailand before they start.
They have. Let's jump into the bracket to give a gist of the entire story. Until now, it started off with where we had 4 teams. MiTH Thailand started off with Velocity, a clean sweep over there. Bleed as well started off with a clean sweep. Then we head over to the winner bracket final where MiTH Thailand and Bleed re-meet. And this time it was Bleed's redemption chance. And they do a clean sweep, but it was not that easy, see, as you mentioned. So now to see it again happen all over after their lower bracket journey, I think MiTH Thailand, after what they showed us against God Squad, they are well prepared.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that preparation is really going to come in key because, like you mentioned, we saw a very patient aspect of MiTH Thailand earlier on today, where they were very simple with their ability to just punish the slight missteps of their opposition. And we've seen Bleed really excel at this playstyle. Bleed are one of the best teams at being able to condition teams with their tempo and then switch it up when it is most necessary. And I think the idea of MiTH Thailand getting prepared to fight Bleed on their own turf sets us up for a very exciting showdown.
A brilliant one right now. I mean, you couldn't have had a best pitcher and also a best championship fight off here in the Skyesports SEA Championship if it was not for these two. I mean, yes, if you God Squad or Velocity, it would have been still good, but having that storyline, as we were talking about, once they met in the SEA qualifiers, they met again in the playoffs, and they shared their victories between themselves, and now to finally conclude, and for the crown, the briefcase, the money, and everything that is there here, Bleed Esports versus MiTH Thailand Esports fighting against each other. And these 5 faces, I mean, we earlier saw from Retla on the other end, JH was the one, but now with Retla coming in, we did even think about how would this wildcard works here. It is working out brilliantly for Bleed Esports.
Yeah, he's really settled in beautifully with the team. And with the idea that they've sort of rounded up, I'm assuming their communications, the way they want to really play the game, it does seem like players are starting to come alive, right? You've got the ever-consistent support from the back and Crazy Guy and Scary, and then you've got your young stars and Darion and Juicy leading the forefront. And I think what's especially exciting is because MiTH Thailand have a very similar structure. You've got like backup from the likes of Alone Fills, who's been one of our most consistent performers throughout, but we saw how Kadum popped off just earlier today.
we were talking about the setup, but we will talk about Made in Thailand in complete. But right now, Bleed, we have the main man Juicy, who we have all our eyes on. But yesterday,
Yep.
it was not a very juicy day. It was a dairy on day.
Yo.
So I'm not too sure what we can expect from Bleed. So there are these days where one particular player from that entire squad pops off, right? So whose day is it today? You will be unable to comprehend, or even if you use all your brain cells, Bleed will still come out something amazing which you were never ready or even thought of.
Yeah, and look, and despite the fact of whether it might be a juicy or a Darion day, I'll tell you for the opposition, when you face Bleed, it's always a crazy and scary day. Every single time these players are able to perform beyond expectations, where you've got a player like Scary, who's one of our primary top record clutch holders, and his ability to convert those 1vx situations for the win. He did it in the upper bracket finals too, by the way. And then you've got Crazy Guy who just pops off in the most supportive of roles, of in a role you wouldn't expect that kind of performance, and consistently picks up those MVPs.
And Made in Thailand are no less. They will be looking forward to doing the same. After seeing Kadum perform today, we just talked about it, where it looks like God Squad just set up Kadum and kind of got him prepared. And also, we talked about exhaustion. It doesn't seem like it ever happened here. Alone Phil still didn't have a start, but it doesn't matter because Beta was having his time, PTC started having his time, and then Kongarid and Alone Phils know when to chime in and fill up those spots. Let's jump into the head-to-head, where we get a more idea about, until now, what these individual players as well as a team, these legends, I would say, from both the ends, whether it's Made in Thailand or Bleed, have been able to perform on.
Yeah, and in that regard, I really want to talk about the evolution of one particular player in Made in Thailand at least, where you would see Kadum be a little inconsistent in the earlier stages with his Jet compared to his Rays or his Neon. He's really turned it up when it comes to the playoffs. You can see now it's become his most picked agent, and he's really thriving on it. 72 first bloods, insane completely from him. But on the other side, you've got the demon himself. Look at that damage, man.
55,000. And again, there might be so much in terms of first bloods that Kadum has, but looking at that 5,000 extra damage that Juicy is able to do, that is enough. And we have seen both the pitches from Bleed's end, right? Playing an individual gameplay as well as I would say, team gameplay. And when this damage comes in the team gameplay manner, the team is able to get those kills and picks for themselves, and which gives them in an advantageous spot and get the round as well.
Exactly, like drastically different styles, I'd say, but very similar in terms of their characteristics of being those young demons and the real front line of their team in both regards. We'll have to see how they pair up against each other, especially depending on the way the veto ends up, because while we see Juicy usually stick to his Jet and his Reyna, puts in a Phoenix here and there once in a while, we see Kadum on his standard rotation, Jet, Rays, Neon, Jet, Rays, Neon. So much more stability there for Kadum in that sense. But when you look at the most picked map, of course, we've seen it's effectively become the Haven Championship, right? It was our most played map in the qualifiers. Teams are very likely to pick it up in their vetoes as well. So it's becoming a really popular map here in this tournament for us.
Yeah, I mean, on Haven itself, a lot of deciders have gone through, and we have seen champions come out in terms of that victory at least, or that best of three. Today, it might end up happening the same scenario. We have to just wait and watch until the map veto comes through. But here again, in terms of the win percentage, a little favorable for Bleed, but that does not make a huge difference, because when we talk about a fight on a particular day, these stats can be kept aside, and it all depends on how that team performs together, as well as how the team has a couple of individual players who pull off sparky plays and get clutches in. With that aside, let's jump into the main thing, where we can get an idea, at least a thought through, that is the map veto, where these teams are going to be treading on this grand finals to decide who's going to be the champion. And wow, we have a game on our hand.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to start us off on pretty large maps, Breeze and Icebox coming into play. And interestingly so, because this is something we were talking about in the last two BO3s as well. Bleed taking out that fracture, which has looked like Made in Thailand's comfort pick, their insta-lock to a large degree. Made in Thailand instantly pick up the Breeze, where they have beat Bleed on previously, correcting their previous upper bracket veto, where they went for the Ascent and we were surprised, hey, what happened to the Breeze? And instantly Bleed attacked back with the Icebox. Now we saw in the earlier series, might be a weakness for Made in Thailand with their no Sage composition, so teams already dealing mental blows to each other.
Yeah, this map veto coming through is right now just playing on and picking on opponents' weaknesses as well as some good strengths.
Yeah.
Now, Breeze has been made in Thailand's like very well stronghold in terms of how they play it, not in terms of just victories. It has been tough for them. It has taken a toll. And just imagine right now, see, yes, made in Thailand did not have to put up a lot in terms of the efforts and just get victory to qualify here, but still to start off on a very effortful map, putting it all they've got, and then just to imagine that they have 4 more maps to do the same amount of damage and blow will take a toll on Made in Thailand. So they have to figure out how to wrap up Breeze as fast as possible, because Icebox is going to be tough, because Juicy is going to come out on that Reyna and will be activated and unchained.
Yeah, exactly. That third map is going to be a thriller for sure. Effectively, the crossroads of this best of 5 series being the most picked map for either team. You've got them at a very comfortable note, but I really feel the first 2 maps might just decide the whole series, because it's where I see the most shaky ground, the most stability for one of the teams to pull off an upset almost over the other and get that early 2-0 lead, and then go to Haven, a comfortable ground for both to be able to then try to outplay to deal that mental blow early. And we'll have to see if one of the teams are able to do it on Breeze, especially because going into Icebox, it's very distinctive playstyles, more dependent on the form of the player on the day as compared to the strategical aspect.
Exactly, I agree on that. It's so inclined over either Juicy running a board and
Yeah.
trying to be set up, or it's Kadoom. So it all depends on how this Icebox kind of comes through, based on how Breeze plays out, whether it's MiTH taking the victory or is it Bleed. And then we kind of get an idea of what can happen on Icebox. Otherwise, Icebox is still kind of a little bit
Yeah.
shaky in case somebody is like flaking over there or missing their shots, especially when we saw a couple of whiffs coming in, right?
Yeah,
That
and-
made a lot in terms of the change.
Especially when like you consider the fact that we normally think these teams are very patient, right? They like to play towards the mid to late game. That Breeze map we saw between these two was quick. They were hard hitting each other again and again. It was like hammer pounding at an anvil, and they just wouldn't stop. So it's a very contrasting playstyle to what these teams regularly play. It's really going to set us up for a fiery start to this grand finals.
One thing I'm looking forward to from Breeze to start things off is if Bleed still keep that tactic, right, where they know it's one side that we take control of and we keep hitting it, we keep making sure that the opponent, after using all their tactics, start making mistakes. And Bleed have done it for all the teams in this tournament. They've never failed in that strategy. Yes, I mean, it kind of hit flat right on their faces when their things turned around on Breeze previously, but I think that's the reason they kind of let Breeze also alive here, to make sure that they kind of have a chance to redeem themselves. And if that happens, as you said, it might get one of the teams that easy and initial 2-0 start.
And they did that in the upper bracket finals with Ascent, right? They faced down the map they had lost. They picked up the win over there. And I think for Bleed, it really has become about the way they've gone through this playoffs, putting a statement on board at the end of this event that they are starting to become that surgical, formidable unit that we always expected them to be. And I think that's where this first map is going to be crucial, because like you said, this is where Bleed have looked shaky in the past, like losing from 10-2. That's a bit of a mental blow that's going to be very hard to forget. But that's where the support staff comes into play, because I'm sure they have something prepared to get their team off to a good start. Just remove that mental barrier altogether.
Exactly. I mean, things go wrong. You cannot kind of stop them, but it's always about how you reform yourself and get better on it. And now, knowing that they've had a chance to face defeat, they'll not be looking forward to it, especially when all the stakes are here, right? They want to make sure they get Breeze as clean as possible. Same goes for Made in Thailand. Who knows how? I mean, I'm still unsure about how the grand finals will start off from the pistol round itself. When these two teams met yesterday, as you said, on Ascent as well, they had some shortcomings. They lost Ascent previously. 51, 52, 54. 5 rounds until we saw 5-5, and then Bleed decided to change the script. But still, that map ended up becoming a 13-10 scoreline. There were a little bit of those shortcomings and whiffs that we saw coming in from Made in Thailand, and mainly so because of Bleed's pressure, that they kept pressurizing them, hitting them continuously. So it's all about Made in Thailand kind of slowing things down and making sure they relieve that Bleed pressure.
It's going to be a tight one for sure, right? Like you said, the pressure from Bleed is continuous. Their ability to sort of, at least not in Breeze, but in other maps, just cut off sound and wait and be patient with their prey. It sort of becomes like that weird Discovery Channel show where the sound just goes drop, and there's this hunter waiting to pounce on a deer, like a tiger or something waiting to pounce on a deer, and then suddenly it just drops. And that's exactly what Bleed plays like. And it's going to get very interesting because to have that strong start on Breeze with the preparation you have enables your strength going into the future maps. You're more confident in being just able to play your styles. So this first map, absolutely crucial for both of these teams. For MiTH and Thailand to just sort of strike that fear once again that they have beat them before, but for Bleed to just start off on a very strong and foundational note.
Yeah, I mean, previous stats as well. It's only Bleed playing it once against MiTH in Thailand that they've faced the loss. Otherwise, in this entire tournament, Breeze has never come up in their forte, or never they had to challenge any of their opponents. So for them, this is again on that cards of redemption where they previously had an ascent. But you cannot count anything, irrespective of how it is played out. What MiTH in Thailand showed us, how Kadum has come out and formed just because of the previous lower bracket final, it doesn't matter. It still feels like it's a grand final match which is starting all over again, and let's jump into the agent selection and try to decode from there on.
And look, for me, this is really a battle of the hunters. Back to that Discovery Channel show, because Crazy Guy and Alone Fills have been the most consistent performers for both of their teams. On this map of Breeze, you want your Sova to be popping off, and the one that is most surely to be able to pick up the win for his team. We've got Bleed with the KO coming in for Retla though, and the Sky for Congaret. So a slight difference in composition, and in my opinion, the Sky really enables you to play aggressively. You get to play a lot more faster and more flexible with your set pieces, but the KO allows you to set up for a lot more micro plays. He's a lot more setup-y in the way where he can really enable Darion or Juicy in place. So we've seen Retla in that support position just thrive even on maps like Ascent. I wonder if he can do it on Breeze once again.
Very, very crucial here in terms of how they play with these initiators. We know, like as you mentioned, Alone Fills and Crazy Guy are those very crucial players from either of the teams, but how Retla as well as Congared set up their teammates. Congared will have an advantage for Kadum, and Kadum loves to be a little bit speedy. Yes, Juicy likes to run in, but Kadum, he's just ready and he knows where he has to, I would say, fight, which angle he has to challenge, compared to on the Bleeds end where they look forward to information, which Retla will be very crucial on. So this heavy attack which starts off from MiTH in Thailand in this first half is going to be very crucial to command the momentum, or at least to have an idea whether MiTH in Thailand have control of the first half, or it's going to be Bleed completely hitting it back to back. So right now there's a story change here, right? Previously it was defense where MiTH in Thailand started on and they couldn't keep up with what attack Bleed had, but here it's vice versa. So MiTH in Thailand don't have that attacking half advantage that they had after the 10-2. Right now they have to make sure they attack really well.
But they have it from the get-go though. So Bleed are really going to have to turn up with those micro plays set up to trap MiTH in Thailand really, because if you allow MiTH in Thailand into sight, even earlier today, we saw their immaculate post plants and their ability to just play the patience game against their opponent and thrive on playing on those set pieces from either flash contacts or even the snake bite shock dart setups. So for MiTH in Thailand really, I think this first half is crucial, and that's why for Bleed it is as well, to make sure that they don't get off to a slow start the way the last time this map ended. So a lot of focus on either of these teams here, and we'll have to see how they are feeling about it. But I think most likely just smiles across the board, a couple of serious faces here and there. I'm sure these players have been in this situation before.
They have. And they'll be looking forward to just dusting it off the shoulders, arms, and then just warming themselves up for the fight here. Bleed, comfortable for them, as they've already seen what MiTH in Thailand were able to do here today on the lower bracket final. So for them, it's again a match that they're newly fighting on. So for them, there is no stress to start things off. But again, there was no warm-up for Bleed, whereas MiTH in Thailand, they at least had a warm-up, I would say, when they won that lower bracket final. So now it's for Bleed to start off on a fiery note and make sure that they don't have that, like just first game jitters, because it's the grand finals.
Yeah. Nice setup from Bleed. Expecting a heavy B hit maybe. The two people, a trap and the retake was set up well. Really, it's all about playing Secret Agent around the pyramid in the A site. Expecting the house pressure. Crazy Guy just coming through to market. And look, the players at pyramid are not moving. They're just waiting on site, expecting a hit. They want to trap MiTH in Thailand.
There's not been an all-round recon or anything of sorts to kind of flush them out. So they're just stuck in waiting for it, and you can see Retla is just looking forward to that recon so that he can quickly destroy without giving a lot of info.
He didn't throw the
Recon
knife
goes
though.
out.
They might not go to it there, but they see the double peek and they win it as well. Congaret takes out Scary, and just like that, Retla's left on his own with a flash in his hand, and Kadoom takes him out. Scary guy does manage to stabilize and delay the plant, but the man advantage for Made in Thailand, they should be able to get it down.
4v3 situation. Look at this. Congaret being smart, buying this regrowth very early. We rarely see Skies buying his
Spike
regrowth,
down A.
but crazy guy not stopping. He's still trying to be a menace here,
Spike planted.
along with Juicy made his way in. Spike has been planted. 3v3 situation. 2 players from either ends low right now. But crazy guy, look at him. He's not giving an inch, but his head can be seen, and PTC just pops him off.
You see, he spots out Dariampa is a headhunter to win that 2v2 now, and they're playing purely on post round. We've seen this discipline from Made in Thailand before, but without the lineups as such is not as easy, and Juicy invites them to play. Shuts both of them down. He's got Darion's back, and he'll get the defuse as well. One step closer to that Blade Storm. The Demon really rising.
You saw it was so crucial for Juicy to take up that angle and anchor it down, while Darion just wanted to stick a defuse. Miss of that snake bite made both of them pressurize and go for a duel. Otherwise, it could have been a scenario that 2v2 could have worked out. And also, Congaret, he had to force himself back because his teammate was low. That healing could have gotten them to a better fight, but just Juicy getting that angle advantage. But getting the spike down, they're going in for a force. Okay, Made in Thailand.
We saw a flurry of thrifties just yesterday on the map of Ascent. We might see it once again as Made in Thailand. They're going in for the kill. An execute to start us off. Kadoom, he picks up the first blood but instantly traded out. They know they've got Scary to deal with in the back of sight, and he's just buying time, but they don't care. Made in Thailand brute force their way in. They get the plant, the man advantage, and now just happy to back off with the post.
Aldrone trying to flush out Crazy Guy, pings him. He's going to be trying to back off. Nobody's trying to shoot him, but okay. PTC on the other end takes down Darren. What? As he was talking about PTC, immediately 2 more kills follow up, and that's going to be Made in Thailand recovering.
Yeah, brilliantly done from Made in Thailand. Just acknowledging that this was the recipe for success when they first played against Bleed in the upper brackets of our SEA qualifier playoffs. They tend to come back on the attacking side just fast and quick every single round, showing us a huge array of set pieces from their playbook. And so far, they've just elected to go on that A side, but maybe a slight switch up by leaving PTC to mark their flanks, expecting maybe a quick aggression towards the backside.
They are doing it at mid, and PTC is keeping an eye towards the doors. He backs off and looks forward to B main, and that's when Juicy actually makes his way through. Now, this might be difficult for PTC because there's a big trap at A. Scary, a little bit too over-eager with his poison cloud, gets punished right now as they take control of the pyramid.
Spike
Oh,
down
Juicy
A.
just managed to pull one back though. Vita being down removes all the presence they had from that wall, being able to cover their sight line. Instead, in open daylight, they'll have to go for the plant. They get it down, and in a 4v4, Congaret damage, but they're still in a tight spot with multiple of them forced onto site. However, the weapon advantage is key here, Lucifer. Vandals against the likes of Sheriffs doesn't play for much unless, of course, it's in Juicy's hands.
Yeah, they're challenging him on a 1v1 duel. Now PTC is stuck at pyramids and the other player is playing from caves. Shockdart goes trying to flush him, but he's trying to play around. Finds the first with the sneak on the pyramid, and now he's looking for the Juicy. He's still barely surviving over there, but he's doing economy damage as every kill follows up.
I am not cleaning this up.
And with a couple casual one taps, it's PTC to secure the round. A decent chunk of damage done by Bleed, absolutely, but given the fact that it was basically a bonus for Made in Thailand, they won't care as much. They'll be able to upgrade to Vandals, match Bleed in their buy, and put us in for a showdown truly in this particular next round. Because Made in Thailand, they are quick, man. They are unrelenting. They keep hitting Bleed where it really hurts, and Bleed so far doesn't have an answer for it. They've got to find a way to staunch this Bleed.
And again, they'll be back on this full buy right now after the eco previously, so they have to figure out it's a do or die situation.
You want to
or they'll be
play,
in a
let's
disaster.
play.
And a slight change in set pieces here from Made in Thailand because they're going from mid all the way to A, where Bleed have just left a couple players on site. Redla, he gets one back, but left on his lonesome, he's gonna have to rely purely on his flashes to get him out. Instead, sandwiched from every single area, made in Thailand once again. Quick as a rabbit, get into sight and will not stop. This guy though, managing to pull off some walls and get a couple back. It leaves Scary all on his lonesome. And the buy round gone in a matter of seconds, Lucifer.
I mean, for a second I was so scared here for Made in Thailand. Kong had it trailblazing right when he was at orange while there was a player climbing on top of him. They kill him, the spike is down, and thankfully the numbers were up from Made in Thailand, and also PTC was with his third force. He was able to quickly punish them. Otherwise things could have gone south within a second, just like we saw that second round.
Yeah, and really for Bleed, this is a straight up challenge, right? To be able to say, we will take A from you every single time, and almost conditioning Bleed the way teams like to get conditioned against Bleed themselves. This time they switch it up, they go towards that B site, and Kadum and Alonefils pick up a couple strays. Bleed again on that eco, they have weapon disadvantage, really playing against them. Made in Thailand, again, in a matter of 10 to 15 seconds, they're on site, they're planting, they're in their post box.
Bleed are unable to figure out what's happening, where they're getting hit from, what side they're attacking. That's how quick Made in Thailand have been. And look at this, they know there will be backstab, especially on this eco. Juicy out with his blades, looking forward to any kind of info. He's the last man surviving as the others just fall down. He has been spotted, and it is going to be his doppelganger with a headshot, sending him back home for this round and letting him survive for the next, if it is possible. A flawless rolls in and a 4-1 scoreline. Made in Thailand bashing Bleed right now.
And Made in Thailand right now, as quick as Muhammad Ali. Literally float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. They're so damn fast, and they just evade everything that Bleed has to throw. 4-1 on the scoreline in this first map of our best of 5 series. We talked about how crucial it was going to be to set up either team's mental going into the rest, and Made in Thailand, they're off to a resounding start. Now once again, switching it up, a 4-1, but PTC looking for that B-main aggression while his team just slows it down towards it.
Again a 4-by, and this time an ultimate being committed. Viper Spit slowing things down at A, but one thing they always have to be worried about is Kadum not getting the first blood. He's always been successful in all the past 4 rounds that Made in Thailand have gotten themselves. Yes, he's quickly been traded, but the first blood is still a first blood, which gives them so much space. This time Kadum, he's just creeping up and trying to figure out if Bleed make a mistake, because all this while it has been a very quick hit, and Made in Thailand this time changed the tempo.
Playing it slow this time, looking to cut off information. The patience game really, really coming into play. At this moment,
Is this the same radio silence that Bleed keep doing?
Yes.
They're like, we'll do one better for you.
Trying to play Bleed at their own game, giving them a taste of their own medicine, and wrapping this Viper's pit all around her. It's Scary and Juicy trying to hold down the fort, and they most certainly do, but they've got an enemy behind their walls. Alonefils lurking in the shadows. Bleed, they're pouncing, they're not letting them a chance to pull it
30
off.
seconds left.
PDC, this crossover is going to be very crucial. Oh, the spike carrier. He gets spotted out and taken down from Retla. Feels like Bleed finally found a way through and made sure this radio silence does not work. It's their ball game. It's all up to Alonefils now, being the last man surviving in an impossible 1v5 and also just 5 to 4 seconds. Flawless coming in to be a flawless answer.
I love it, the way you said it too. That Bleed really making that statement, this is their game, you don't get to challenge them on their turf. Really like marking their own territory and telling Made in Thailand, look, if you're gonna slow down, you're gonna get what's coming to you, and that's a comeback from Bleed. So I think Made in Thailand have to look to pick up the pace, but it becomes more the question of when, because if they just keep going for the hard W hits, you have to assume Bleed will adapt. So there's that mind game catch-21 almost going on between each other.
Yes. Super crucial. But this time it's going to be a heavy ultimate round coming in from Bleed. I hope so. 3 ultimates. And they can play for those post plants as well if something goes wrong.
And look, they're doing that. B-side basically on the retake, the chamber being told to just back off if there's a hit immediately. Take the contact, of course, and then while this crazy guy on the Sova plays close to him to pull off the Hunter's Fury, but not enough to be on site. So heavy stack on A, they want to be able to shut down a potential A hit, because that's where Made in Thailand have found most of their success, Lucifer.
Spike still not making its idea of whether it's a A or a B hit, because again, this is again that radio silent round that we keep seeing from Bleed, but successful for Bleed itself, whether it's attack or defense. No info, no aggro peaks coming in from Bleed at main entrances. They're just holding it off.
Oh, but they hear the ultimate op being taken. They have an idea. The Made in Thailand have shown their presence. And usually when they do, this team comes waltzing into sight. Kadum takes down the robot and while he stays alive with the null command, his team pounces on their prey. Alone Fizz takes down his own teammate and suddenly Made in Thailand, they're collapsing, they're
30
stumbling,
seconds
they're
left.
fumbling and it's slowed down. And in this moment, Bleed, they look to push it back.
Enemy remaining.
That's gotta hurt. It's a 1v3 situation now. Beta did get one, but a double peak from the pyramids. And Bleed are getting back into the groove and the game. That Hunter's Fury for another counters Hunter's Fury did not work at all. They were caught off a surprise, and you saw Kadum just running away, like right into the faces of Juicy.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I think that counter Hunter's Fury caused too much chaos for their own team. A little reactive, of course, and therefore nothing to blame for, but you can see when Made in Thailand aren't necessarily being allowed to execute their set piece as it has been dry run, it's not as easy for them. When they get stopped, when they have to fumble for a second, make up an adaptation, that's where Bleed are at their strength. So for Bleed, it's just about putting a spanner in the works and stalling Made in Thailand as much as possible.
Yes, it's just that the flow needs to be stopped. They need to put up a valve in between, and that's enough for them. Kadum again still finds first blood, but after that first blood, there was no trade coming through. That's all they wanted. They just wanted one minute glitch in that matrix, and it looks like Bleed have found their way in. And you can see, like, yeah, making sure that now they've kind of put one foot inside between how Made in Thailand are trying to score numerous rounds. Let's just put a complete stomp and a stop to it.
Yeah, and I'm curious if we get to see some sort of aggression maybe here from Bleed.
Yeah.
They've got Darion already online with this Tode Force, and seems like they've left A site entirely, expecting after that timeout for Leaf to make a call. Hey, let's head towards B. Maybe we've tried A too many times, but no, Leaf decides to double down. Going back to that A side, just PTC left as option B. We'll have to see, can Made in Thailand rinse and repeat?
Going in again for a quick hit. It's Juicy and Kadum to face off each other. This time nobody is still lost. No kills being picked. Time being just wasted, and
Spike
Crazy Guy
down
finds
A.
Beta. That's going to be the controller out. Alone Fills on the left side of the pyramid trying to force the
Player
duel, but
standing.
there's just a swing coming in. And Crazy Guy is just tripling right now. Alone left is going to be PTC while he was looking forward to lurkers. He's just left to lonesome to survive.
I feel like through that timeout, Legia really drilled in that A setup, the way they have to play into the minds of Bleed. They let them into sight and then they fight. They fight them at that moment where Kadum is at pyramids, he's dashed in, but the rest of his teammates are running through sight to catch up, and in that slight disarray where the spacing is slightly off, in comes in a ton of utility, the flashes to boot as well, and Bleed able to get advantageous fights. Now having built up their economy sufficiently, the comeback with 4-4 and even Stevens scoreline, MiTH, they really need an answer here because they're just going back to A, stubborn as always. It's not working out.
Yeah. I mean, we did see this from Bleed, but for them it worked out. They were able to get a 10-2 previously when these two giants met. But this time it's not, and again it's very similar. Juicy this time a little bit of a switch up, but still finds connection on Kadum. He's super low. Thankful because he has a Sky over there. But again,
PTC coming in on that mid look, though finds a double. And suddenly Made in Thailand with the adaptation to have the extra presence and the extra prong to strike on. They try to find the value, but Darion comes up huge. Makes it a 2v1. Alone Fill's position unknown. He can isolate each of them and does exactly that, but the spike's not with him. And he's still able to find them.
You're with me.
PTC's lurk finding 2, and nobody expecting Alone Fills to come in from the same direction was the reason that Made in Thailand got this round. If they didn't have that setup ready, if they didn't have another player, it would have not worked out. It would have been an easy round coming in. And also the timing. Way before Retla could have any sight that there was another player pushing from mid doors, Alone Fills creeped in. It worked out.
And I really like the adaptation of spreading yourself out because you basically condition Bleed to think every time they dash into side, it's a heavy hit, but this time they spread themselves out nicely and almost force Bleed off through that mental game.
This time playing again that split, but the decision to be like pull out all the players towards B and then make a hit to A.
Yeah, this time though pure defaulting. Trying to garner information on every single portion of the map. They are aware that there's been a slight A push, so they've taken back area towards this mid for themselves, but that A push has already yielded dividends for Juicy. He's picked off one, he's happily able to now back off, so it's up to PTC to convert his own position into a return for Made in Thailand.
He's up close to Nest,
Oh,
but
Juicy's-
nobody's going in for advanced peaks.
Oh, look at Juicy's sightline. Barely misses PTC there, and just in time, Made in Thailand able to edge away now. A double stack still ready on this side, Lucifer. Bleed are ready for this hit.
With a trademark, which is going to slow them down at entry. He dashes, but still he's flashed from his own teammates.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for him. This got hurt.
30 seconds
Juicy?
left.
Stop!
Oh
Stop
my
playing
God,
with your prey.
They're playing with our minds and our hearts because
Yeah.
PTC is in the open right now, and Juicy barely doesn't spot him till he does. Finally goes down, and at that point, it's like a set of dominoes collapsing for a flawless round to be picked up by Bleed. Just on the very edge, man. I know we're gifted to be able to see everything on the map, but if those players got to see how close they were to each other through
Yeah.
the end phase of that round, they'll be laughing.
There would have been a scenario where Juicy would have seen him if not for the half wall.
Yeah.
Then again, as he's pushing up the doors, if not for PTC to be so close to the nest, that could have been another spot. Until and unless there was not a shot taken from PTC, it felt like both of them wouldn't have met each other at all.
Patience game really coming into play as now we're getting to see a very similar setup the way we saw yesterday. Very, very close in terms of the momentum of both of these teams, and even Stevens almost all the way through till towards the second half, towards this scoreline actually, one team starts to pull away. This round so crucial for exactly that, as Kadum has got his knives out. He's looking for somewhere to play, but with their own world setup, he's going to be able to get the plant and just try to play for the play.
Spike planted.
Viper Split was active for like past 4 rounds, and finally they get a chance to use it. But
Yeah.
right now, it's a 5v5 situation. And they've left the Beta alone. Wait!
Oh my-
Crazy guy, for a second he did see, but it wasn't ready for the fight, and Beta capitalizes. Now they kind of know the position.
PTC joined by Alone feels likely on that lurk. He's coming through mid, and Retla has an idea. Retla's expecting it. He pulls out the 0 point to try and find out, but PTC pounces at that exact moment. Picks up a double with Juicy down as well. Made in Thailand have effectively secured this round and the lead with the help of the Viper Spit. And while Scary might try his best, there's no time for them to pull it off. That lurk truly paying off as PTC and Lone Fills shut it down.
So crucial, those
Last
lurks,
round
those
before
late
the switch.
plays, those late setups coming in the layers from Made in Thailand is the reason they're getting something of value. You can see how one-sided and initial start that Made in Thailand had. 4 rounds, the same amount of pressure was Bleed that they portrayed, and got those rounds back, equalized the score, and they're just 1 round away from it. It's just Made in Thailand not giving up this lead. They've just kept it constantly, made sure that Bleed don't get that confidence they can run away with the map. But this is the last round. Rather than equalizing, Made in Thailand will be putting their all efforts to get it to a 7-5.
Trying to do exactly that extremely quickly. They have the Hunter's Fury to play on the post plant, so it's just all about getting the spike down, but the spike left with their most trailing members does slow them down. Now expecting maybe this post plant based setup
Spike
here, Bleed have got
planted.
a 3-man flank. They want to deny it immediately. Can Made in Thailand adapt?
This is going to be huge. They have to find it, they have to deny it, and they've spotted the players one after another. Now they have to either force their way into sight and from there on fight, or just go for this head-on duels with all of them. Juicy finds the first initial connection with Kadum, and he's not looking for him to stop from there on. He's pushing up his teammates, but Alone Fills doubles down. Juicy finally has to back off now, as he's lost his teammates at A main. Recon coming in. He's still ready to give away his position with the wall bang coming through. They're only able to do chip damage, but in the meantime, look at how much space the players from main are able to grab. They've isolated the players. Hunter's Fury coming in, and Dierion as well as Crazy Guy. They're managed to clutch this round.
But they don't have the time though, barely, so they will make it by 0.07 seconds. Holy moly. Juicy just pulls off a nightmare of a round for Made in Thailand. Someone get them a Taylor Swift album. That was heartbreak.
If not for Juicy to keep that attention going, they would have never kind of had a chance. Like, they would have immediately gone for a fight with Darion as well as Crazy Guy and figured a way through to deny that defuse from happening. Maybe even bought that 0.07 seconds even if they lost their life. But Juicy, irrespective that he's been dumped with bullets through wall bang or a recon to give away his position, he's like, I'm going to buy time for my teammates who are at site.
And he buys that so well, playing that perfectly, man. I'm running that through my mind. The recon came in, he knew there's just no reason to break that at that point ever. You got to challenge them to peak. And he does exactly that. Has his dash available though, so that buys him a second. And he sets up his cloud burst to make sure that if they're swinging, they have to wide swing him, where he has the time to quick scope and be able to take them down if necessary. And that's pure and intense belief in his own skills, in his own reflexes, because not everyone can have that sort of confidence to be able to pull off a 1v2 effectively with your back turned against the wall, nowhere to hide in that open area. It's all about those duels.
That duel paid so much in terms of dividends as well as momentum. It might just look like a 6-6 scoreline, but that tells you what Juicy is ready to do for his team. Made in Thailand, they have to pull something of that sorts if they want to keep this defensive half under control.
6-6 on board now, and the defense for Made in Thailand is where they struggled previously against Bleed. Bleed themselves though have shown us that both of these teams have changed a lot since their last encounter on this map. But one thing that won't change, that will never change, is how stubborn Bleed are. It will be back to that ace site as they look to hit it with their might.
They just put up a toxic screen for a second to buy themselves a glimpse of a second, and then even put it down waiting for the right second to use it when they're ready to go for a quick hit. Because Recon did not get any info. Now with the Aldron, they're trying to move up, but brilliant shock dart and that poison cloud helping them out to make sure that they're kind of coming decayed as they're trying to enter A side, and they get 2 players off.
They've already given away significant advantage on this map. They haven't been able to trade for the site, but Darion
Sneaked in.
he sneaked in. He's trying to catch them when their pants down, and he just might. This like crazy guys pushed up into side, spotted out, taking attention towards himself. Darion sneaking in, but he only finds one. The immediate trade out from Made in Thailand. They stayed together as a unit. They compressed themselves into a tiny area, and that man advantage gets them the win because of that.
Crucial plays, and I would say very strategic in terms of how they wanted to fight it out. I mean, Darion's mid push which came through, if it would have come a second earlier, if he would have found way before Made in Thailand found a kill, it could have worked out. He could have immediately found ways to exchange control the numbers, but again, that's just speculation now, because they did not get the spike down. They are going to be playing on the eco compared to how Made in Thailand tried to play it. Made in Thailand will be having an advantage, Spectres, but also a Vandal in the mix.
Again, Bleed continuing with their same setup, leaving Darion to mark their mid push and look for an active look while they create a heavy presence towards this A side. This time, Albe, very fast. They're already into side, but this is where the gun advantage comes into play. PTC's picked up a double, the spike's down, and Made in Thailand, they are back in control.
They're making sound again in these pyramids. They know that the spike has been recovered, but they're ready for the duel. PTC triples right now, and Alone Phil's trying to chime in and help out. Darion in the meantime, again from this mid, finds one, but still goes down, and a quadra here for PTC. Getting ever so close to his ultimate.
Exactly, he's got the ultimate off from the defuse as well.
Out of charges.
The Thor, their force is coming to play, and PTC, he's there exactly for it as well. He's been a phenomenal player for Made in Thailand throughout this day. And he's carrying on the charts, 17-7. What a monstrous performance, man. With the lurks in the attack and now the capability to anchor down in the defense, PTC is a man ready for finals.
It was so crucial, just like how Darion is trying to do now, those mid lurks, late executions, the layers coming out. PTC did one better, and once it was red, he bought in Alone Fills as well. So they doubled down, created multiple layers over there. But look at this, not relenting to give up A at all, continuously thinking of hitting it. Again, a A hit coming in from Bleed. This time a little bit switch up, they have some attack towards Hall as well.
Petla now trying to just back off in time. He knows that PTC has set himself up there, but a very heavy A presence right here from the side of Made in Thailand, and a large portion of it has been revealed, prompting this rotation from Bleed all the way towards the B side, where Made in Thailand have elected to play retake. Now, if you look towards the last few matches of the day, Made in Thailand have been immaculate with their retakes, but so are Bleed with their post plants, and now when two Titans clash, who gets their way?
They have the idea. Congarad has given the call. They have the side, and there might be a couple of players who are still standing stagnant on side. Oh, unfortunate Congarad. He gets taken down from the angle between those walls. Back of side. Juicy is also there this time. Whereas Crazy Guy is just playing at the corner. PTC. It's being read, though.
Scary just knows. Scary's in his mind. He's playing with his emotions. He shuts him down. And without that lurk, made in Thailand, their entire plan falls apart.
It was a bonus, but they weren't able to do anything.
Exactly. And at this point, really, for me, it's not about the weapons in play in rounds like this.
Yes.
When it's about the mind games that come into effect, right? Because does Made in Thailand now question if they can even go for the flanks? Because without the flanks, the retakes are that much harder when you've got the post-prawn capability of a player like Scary. Suddenly, you have to play a lot more committed to site, separate yourselves, and maybe Made in Thailand not ready for that. We'll have to see. But still, like you said, that was just a bonus. This is going to be the buy. This is where Bleed have to make it stand.
Made in Thailand would be more than happy if they would have had the tour de force active on PTC right now, but he's still 2 all tops away. So they would have to rely on these weapons that they have right now on the full buy, especially this also being their last full buy.
You can see they are playing a lot more committed to site. 2 players in B, 2 players in A, happy to give away that mid position. But Bleed, they're doing similar of their own. They're expecting aggression almost, the trademark towards mid this time. And you can see Darion being very patient with his B lurk. Bleed, they're just waiting for that mistake, but it's not going to come through. So they choose to execute and they're going to find an empty A site.
Nowhere to run!
Side through, but look at this, the push coming through and a brilliant time to recon. Who gives that Beta the idea? Juicy is down. Hunter's Fury might be able to get a single tag on
Oh, look at Darion!
but that's all. Oh, Darion, unfortunate. He thought his lurk could pay a lot for him, but PTC was on side. Takes him down, and now you see Bleed. They're wondering where should we go. We thought either Darion will find some opening or at least Juicy who entered, and both failed.
It's Patience Test Center. He is so damn patient.
30
Just waits
seconds
and waits, and Darion's like, surely they're gone by now, right? We even committed the Hunter's Fury to it, but PTC is just waiting for the look, and he shuts them down, and now Bleed, they've got to make some of their own.
Enemy
He
remaining.
finds one, but Alonso lines them up and turns them prey. 4v1's Crazy Guy is certainly gonna have to live up to his name.
Yeah, he needs to go crazy, but he doesn't have the time. And look at that, standing on top of the half-wall Kazoom. He thought he could have been even more sneakier and get one while he's backing off, but it is still going to be PTC. As you rightly said, I really like the name, CA. Patient Test Center.
Literally.
He does test it to the core, to the edge, where they lose it all.
He's just sitting at the cubby at the entry site. There's no way Darion's expecting him there, man. He's in like the most random of positions. He just knows. He's like, I would look, so would he. Simple as that.
For at least this most part of this game, where Chambers we talk about, it has been PTC having a good time.
Yeah.
Round started. Now you can see Bleed wondering what they need to do. They were constantly going for the A hits, thought of switching up, but when it did not work out, now they're still thinking of A, but it's just a little difference in tempo. But look at how much space that Made in Thailand have given them. They're like, okay, they might throw a knife onto us, they might try to recon us, but we'll give them that space where we are not revealed, or also we are not in a situation where we cannot use our utilities.
Patience game, but the wall coming down is the trigger for the play to start. The execute coming in, and Congarad, he spotted no flashes to play with as he's suppressed, but the backup comes in, and the recon helps Congarad to take one out. Now the tour de force coming into play, Darion's gonna have to really make it count, and he certainly does. Threads the needle and pulls off one. Gets the space for his team to plant and Bleed. They're back in control, but the fast retake it's on.
Longfields gets one, making sure that Congarad's life is not gone to waste. But look at this, Doom. Unfortunate as he pushed up from mid doors, he could not find value. It is a 2v3 situation. One player is still stuck in case. That's going to be Darion. But going on top of this orange, Alonso still finding a way to kind of some kills at least. But they're just backing off. They're giving them the space. They're like, let them push through. We have a toxic screen to play. And Darion, as he was trying to push one player, punishes him, and now it's all up to Alone Fills, who did kind of start things off, but now he has a 1v3, a monumental clutch to pull off, and they're just playing with him. He's good for one, but that makes an 8 for Bleed.
Darion on this chamber, man, he's deadly. Deadly as hell, especially when he's got that tour de force to play with. effectively entering with that weapon, finds the space for his team, just a moment really to get the plant down in such an open area, but backed up by Crazy Guy, backed up by Darion, and together when they fight, they're able to get their way out of sight, and then it's just a matter of seconds for Darion to find pick after pick. Bleed closing it off in a crucial one to boot, because you can see it triggers that timeout because this was the buy coming through. So Made in Thailand, that eco in a bit of a iffy situation, they're gonna have to stabilize.
Made in Thailand, they are able to kind of get a grasp of it, but again, Bleed are so good in terms of facing those duels. You saw Kongarad after getting one player, he could have just stuck over there and alone fills, or maybe even one of their other players, Beta or even Kadum, who pushed up from mid doors, could have helped him out. But as soon as Kongarad understood they're trying to push him, he went for a swing, even though there was a snake bite, which just proved advantageous for Scary over there, and he just took Kongarad down. So these kind of decisions and the force is coming in from Bleed to get players from Made in Thailand to take on a duel is one of the reasons that Made in Thailand might be losing the numbers. So scoreline is not long lost. There's still a 1 round difference, and also lead not given up from Made in Thailand. This timeout is going to be very crucial, and I think Made in Thailand are one of the best teams whenever they call this timeout, and then they figure the way through to proceed.
But Legia was like a drill instructor throughout that timeout.
Yes!
Just continuously giving instructions. He has an exact idea of how he wants Bleed to play and make Made in Thailand pay. And Bleed, it seems like, with that null command available, they're going for the halls to A split. This is such a beautiful one because your KO truly becomes your entry. You set up a cloud burst at the entry 2 halls. Your KO pops his null command and then flash out 3-man blazing. But it seems like they're going to start it off even earlier. Make sure there's no extra ultimates to play, but alone kills from all the way in spawn. Expecting it. The Hunter's Fury, it shuts them down.
It gives them a big advantage here, and there's no way of recovering Retla. Juicy is trying to make his way through, but there are 2 players cornering Kongarad. It's all about the timing. If he finds one right now, it's going to be a great one, but uses Trailblazer, gives away his position. Oh my god, Retla does go down, but Scary and Juicy are still alive, trying to bring up, but Kadum walking right towards Juicy. One blade connects, Juicy is low right now, but Scary with his Viper Spit, trying to turn this around. Juicy, unfortunate, worried about mid, but it's not going to be the case.
Oh, Lucifer, you've got the demon and the boogeyman. 2v3.
Kadum is also reading it.
In the round, exactly. And Kadum's expecting the rotation. He's going towards his B side, but you can see the Bleed pings towards A. They want to go back there, but they've got to worry with the Tour de Force because Juicy's crossing is spotted. Scary's back reveals himself, and PTC, he shuts them down. Suddenly, Juicy's in an impossible spot. 20 HP, and with nothing to play with, no smokes. It's just down to aim.
10 seconds left.
He doesn't know what to do. I think the main thing he'll be thinking is save.
No,
Yes.
Oh, he turns around, Kadum. Absolutely nasty timing there. And Juicy gets to escape.
I mean, Made in Thailand do win it out, so it's okay to lose that weapon and be caught with his back turn. Unfortunate for his Blade Storm to just go to waste. Nonetheless, they get to double digits here, CA. That was super crucial for Made in Thailand to get here. But reading this, setting up really well from Alone Fills to get this Hunter's Fury active, finding that null command, finding the KO out.
And remember, this was the Nico.
Yes.
The Hunter's Fury and Bladestorm really coming into play. They were able to upgrade their weapons, and sure, they might not be able to retain a lot of them, but they've damaged Bleed's economy to a large extent. Bleed now in a broken buy. They're shifting it up, trying to go onto this B side, but Made in Thailand expecting it with Kadum and PTC in play. They shut Juicy down, and they're going to be able to TP away.
PTC is good. He's surviving. Kadum is still surviving, but his position is also known, and look at the push coming in from Darion. He's able to flush him and eliminate him. Oh, the recon gives away a lot in terms of info, but thankful to the defender spawn archers, they're able to tuck themselves back, and Kongarad is healing them. Back to a 4v4 situation, a weapon being recovered here. They're trying to pull off the same thing that Made in Thailand did right now.
But Bleed choosing to play on site. Absolutely no post plant. It's all about this 4v4 retake right here. And PTC kicks them off, finds a double. Kongarad coming in from his backup. He's able to shut them down, leaving one man standing, the robot trying to make something happen. Retler, he has nothing in the tank, and Made in Thailand take a convincing lead. I'm not sure if we'd have the economy to get another buy, because it was a broken buy, so maybe.
The brilliant way to kind of give themselves space and then go for another fight is just brilliant working for Made in Thailand. That adaptation and minute, I would say, change that Made in Thailand have made today is brilliant coming in. You saw, once they understood they're being forced, yes, Kadum lost his footing over there, died, but nonetheless, none of the other players gave up their life trying to look forward to trade. They're like, we at least have a 4v4, let's just wait it out, let them go for a plant, and then we'll go for a quick hit, and that's what worked. And you saw, unfortunately, Crazy Guy over there got stuck in a reload, and what did PTC think? He's like, I'm gonna go for a swing, I can hear the reload, and he just doubles down, picks off Darion as well with that, and gets himself a 3.
Made in Thailand definitely in control, but I kind of want to know what's in that juice box. Like, is that like liquid courage or something? What is that Harry Potter spell that Ron takes to, get himself like the utmost luck? Is that what's coming into play? Because right now, Bleed, they do seem that they don't have answers. They've tried to brute force down A side. They've tried to brute force down B side. And for both, Made in Thailand have developed an answer.
Yeah.
At this point, Bleed, they're going to have to really switch it up. And you can see Legia laying down the foundation to try and do that, listing out the instructions. But it's more than just that, because we know Bleed to be a stubborn, proud team, really. They're going to stick to what they know best. And frankly, what they know best on the attack side of this map is W. So if they stick to that, suddenly it becomes a very chaotic environment here. Because look at Made in Thailand, they want to hold it down.
Bleed want to do that, but there have been some just crossfire setups or like trap setups coming through, which has slowed them down.
That wall.
Again, look at this setup.
That wall, Lucifer, from Made in Thailand. It's all about preserving that cubby for Kadum. And look at that. He snuck in there. Juicy trying to go through him, but Kadum ready to back it up through this cloud burst, through these smokes. These jets playing with the minds of each other. But Kadum is the first one to find one. Dashes away in the nick of time to not get revealed. And Made in Thailand once again with the man advantage. Bleed have to fall back, but they're stuck on site with the spike.
The setup, unfortunate for Retla. They will be looking forward to that toxic to refill and then put up the toxic screen up and find a way to Retla crawl back into the cave. But Made in Thailand are not going to let him go so easily. They will have something on their setup. They might put up a flash or even a trailblazer because there is Kongarid still at mid doors. Toxic screen up. But they're just playing with their prey. Recon comes and now look at this. Juicy being called.
They both shot at the thing though, so now they know that at least 2 players on site. Now look, Alone Fills, he's able to spray Juicy down while he tries to cross over, and just like that, Made in Thailand in full control. The patience game working only for them. They've still got PTC in B side.
Screen down.
Crazy Guy gets one. Still a 3v4 situation here. Can go for a post plant, but he's stuck at side. He has the Hunter's Fury, but nowhere to use. This toxic screen should enable him to go back, and that's what he's doing. He's running right now, making sure he also doesn't die and also doesn't lose any of his players. This Hunter's Fury is going to be super crucial. Along with Scary, the lineup coming through. Made in Thailand have to be quicker. They find Crazy Guy, they have to go in for the defuse. They might just get the half. Oh wait, actually get the full. Unfortunate for the lineup, and PT is just pushing up to finish off Scary over there and Made at match point.
I was kind of hoping to see some TikTok lineups from Alone Fills, with the lineup.
He's like putting up a snake bite and a shock darts.
Yeah. I've seen those like TikTok-y videos before. But here, they just keep it simple. They run them down and they're like Hunter's Fury, more like 4-man stack on you.
Yeah. They read right through it.
Yeah, exactly. Match point picked up for Made in Thailand. They have better weapons with 4 light shields on the side of Bleed. A Guardian and a Bulldog to boot. They're not looking pretty whatsoever. So Bleed, they're going to switch it up. Go towards mid for, I think, the first time on their attacking side. Well, at least together. Darion's been here. It's familiar territory for him, and he's going to lead the charge for his team.
Let's see what value gain they can find from mid. This time just checking Nest, but as always, we've seen both Made in Thailand and Bleed not contesting Nest. They've just left it open. In case something goes wrong, they quickly come there, keep an eye for it, and then move ahead. But look at this time. It's going to be Juicy who spotted all Kadum at pillars, and PTC will also be stuck with him. Hunter's Fury trying to send them back, but with the rendezvous being destroyed, it might just get difficult. PTC is still surviving, even though Kadum failed. Varetla gets his team to a 3v3 situation, and PTC, he's like, I'm still here, I'm not yet gone, and he's still fighting from side, and he's trying to take down more, but Darion brings it back to a 2v2. It's all about timing, and Kongarid eliminates along with Vita coming in for the last one, and that's going to be a 13-8 close coming in. Made in Thailand, what a show on Breeze, proving it's still their hold.
talked about both teams having to make a statement with this particular map, and Made in Thailand do exactly that. 13 to 8, they pick up Breeze and the lead in this grand finals. Off to a great start as Made in Thailand now will head on towards Icebox. And this is why for me these two maps were so crucial, because the first map, it's almost like a challenge to Bleed. Can you stand up to where you have fallen down before? Made in Thailand say no. Now it's a challenge to Made in Thailand, where Icebox may not be their strongest. If they're able to actually stand up and pull off an upset, a 2-0 lead going into Haven, Made in Thailand might just pull it off again.
Yeah, Icebox is going to be very crucial here, CA. I'm looking forward to how it pans out. Now, where we thought of Made in Thailand might have troubles here, Breeze has not been spectacular for them, but again, as I said, it's a stronghold where they've been comfortable. They know for a fact that they can still pull it back, and that's what they did. And on top of it, reading how they can disassemble Bleed, I would want to use that, disassemble Bleed. They were not letting any of their strat push through. They were not letting Juicy function with Retla, or maybe even Darion with his mid lurk which was coming. It was just taking time. They were making sure that every player from Bleed, whoever wanted to do anything, it just is off sync.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's why we talked about this in the first half as well. Let's have a look at the highlights, because we can really show you a picture, really paint a picture of the way this match went, where just like how we saw in the upper bracket finals, the first half intensely close, all the way towards 6-6, till one team just slowly starts to sneak a lead, a 1-round, 2-round lead, and just chip away and get to that finish line. Made in Thailand, though, they didn't just do that. They really came alive in the second half, like you said, disassembling Bleed to a large extent and picking up a convincing win in this first map.
And of all of it, huge credit goes to PTC. We were just worried about Kadum, of how he was, but PTC, he was on a whole different level on this map. On the attacking half, when he understood, when he understood that the mid lurks were kind of red and re-strategized against, he bought in Alone Fills. He's like, you act even more later. I'll just try to go find something. If I fail, then you're there to immediately jump up. And that's what Alone Fills did as well. And in the second half itself, PTC was an anchor at B. It was so tough to get inside B. At any point, he was just taking them out one after another. He was able to isolate duels, swinging left, right, and center, and just winning it all.
It really speaks to the evolution of this player, at least from a viewer standpoint for me, because when I think back to the old PTC of Full Sense, the way they would aggress with John Olsen, it was always PTC and John Olsen as a combo, with his pop flashes playing aggressively. This is a very different PTC in Made in Thailand. We get to see the much more patient, the calmer version of him, and he's really starting to come to life towards this finals. He's slowly evolved from the slightly lower performances in the very first match of this tournament to now grandiose performances in the grand finals. PTC has come alive.
He had 24 or 25 kills with only 9 deaths. Close to a 3 KD is what he was able to kind of pull off. He was fantastic. I don't know any other words you want to describe. He was brilliant. He tried his best. Certain times, yes, it happened. We saw Bleed pressurizing really, really well and were able to get the rounds back. But Made in Thailand, how they played together, even in this round when they did not have the economy, they were quickly ready to switch up positions, fight together with utility dump coming through. The ultimate from Alone Fills was just brilliant. That chiming in, even minute damage. We just spoke about it when we were talking about the head-to-head, right, CA? The player head-to-head where Juicy was doing so much damage. Here it was as a team that Made in Thailand were able to do damage to the players of Bleed, and that's the reason everybody else could immediately chime in and pick off those kills.
Exactly. Made in Thailand off to an outstanding start in the map of Breeze. It was their choice and they show us why. Heading into Icebox, Bleed, they'll want to put up a similar feat, but it's easier said than done, because for both of these teams, it's all been about form, and I think every single player of Made in Thailand has truly come into form. Having said that, we talked about this. Once again, the idea that Made in Thailand might have a bit of a warm-up heading into the finals with their lower bracket finals just earlier on today, and that warm-up does certainly seem to come to light. They seem a lot more fluid as a team, a lot more flexible, and still well-oiled as a machine overall. So I wonder if this does start to go down, does fatigue come into play in the next few maps, or is it just them pedal on the metal trying to get it through 3-0?
If they do a clean sweep here, Bleed will be upset the most. Icebox is going to be a savior here because Bleed are the only team who have continuously won on Icebox. But before that, this scoreboard tells us what we were talking about. PTC, immense. 26 kills, 10 deaths, 2.6 KD, 308 ACS, and also picking up a couple of first bloods. Like, it's a business that even both me and Kadum has to do. We'll try to do it and do our best. And on top of it, there's Alone Phil's also chiming in for Made in Thailand, not only with just 20 kills, but also 11 assists. That is makes him a part of 31 kills itself. So he has been so immense and so great in so many rounds. Those recons itself on their defense, right? When Juicy was trying to push up, Juicy has died to that recon at least thrice in that attacking half for Bleed.
Absolutely. And what an intense matchup it has been. And really, I think at this point for both of these teams, shown an ability to go above and beyond. PTC 26-10, man. So I'm astounded by how much value he was really able to find. But what I think everyone misses, but I like to always see, is that player in Alone Fills. I talked about how for me this map was just going to be that hunter's diff between
Yes.
Crazy Guy and Alone Fills, and Alone Fills went above and beyond, consistent as ever, 20, 12, and 11, really enacting every single one of his roles to perfection.
Brilliant play from both the ends coming through. Bleed, they have taken a loss on this map. That's okay. They'll just brush it off. And as you said, Made in Thailand had a warm-up when they came in from the lower bracket finals. Now Bleed, they have had their warm-up. There's 4 more maps to go. They can just leave this loss behind and think about new beginnings, starting it off like this grand finals is the best of 4 if they want to. And maybe from there they could have pulled something back. But can they? For that, we'll give them a short break for you as well. So don't go anywhere. Bring some more snacks because it is going to be a roller coaster. See you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD, powered by Ampverse, official VCT Off season event, and we are here at the grand finals. And start things off, it was breeze for Made in Thailand, not for Bleed so much, but right now we are going to be going to the icy cold lands of Icebox, where maybe Bleed have their redemption to get it back to a 1-1. Otherwise, it can be a 2-0 CA.
Or it most certainly can. And I think if it's a 2-0, there's alarming signs of that potential clean sweep happening, because you go on to Haven as the third map, a very big comfort for both of these teams. But there's still a moment for that. Before Made in Thailand gets their head into comfort, they're going to have to go through the cold, dark lands of Icebox. They're going to have to step into the area where Bleed really thrives as a surgical, precise, vicious unit, really, especially with Juicy on that right now.
They might do that, and yes, we've seen Juicy just go bonkers irrespective which weapon he has, Guardian, Sheriff or Vandal. But there's one thing right now I feel like Made in Thailand have got an advantage on, is that they could play and work on all the mistakes that they had against God Squad when they played on Icebox. So they have one comfortable spot that these things worked, and we might be able to do the same thing. And especially when that defensive half was not working, God Squad were able to get rounds. What did they do? They all went for a crunch. They all left A completely, and you spoke about it as well. The retakes from Made in Thailand have always been good.
And the reason I particularly love this Icebox as a neutral observer is because we're going to see the basically exact same composition of God Squad now being enacted by Bleed. And it's going to be a completely different team. Just you wait and watch. Bleed are going to basically paint a new picture, like enact a renaissance of how to play with that particular composition. And I think that's where the matchup truly becomes beautiful, because we didn't really get to see God Squad challenging the weaknesses of Made in Thailand's comp, especially when Made in Thailand is on the attack that they're starting off on. So I'm curious to see if Bleed is actually able to do that, if they're able to punish Made in Thailand for not having that Sage.
Let's see. And we did have some questions when Retla had jumped in and he was playing the Sage. And that first matchup itself where Retla was playing, he became the Battle Sage and also the MVP for his team, and taking that scoreline of a 13-4 against God Squad. So Bleed have done it. Made in Thailand have also got a victory against God Squad. So right now it's the matchup of evens, at least after how Icebox has fared for both these teams. But still, I feel Bleed just might have a little bit of an upper hand, because that Reyna just gets unchained. Here, that Reyna was missing on Breeze, but on Icebox, it comes alive, and you need to find a way to stomp or put a stop to it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be a really exciting affair because of that. But before we go into that, I think something we have to acknowledge is the fact that it really does look like PTC and Darion are both really coming into form. We've got that Chamber versus Chamber storyline already building up. But I wonder if this is the map where the younger ones take over in terms of Juicy and Kadum. Most definitely, I think these are the players we expect to pop off in a lot of the moments, right? And Icebox has proven to be that sort of map which can really turn in a mere lickety-flickety switch. Like, you could just say that and it's gone, the round. And the way I want to say it happen is through these particular star players, Kadum and Juicy. Maybe they take the spotlight.
Yeah, PTC did take it up in map 1. Darion did come closer, tread up, but it was just PTC kind of stealing the show. But Kadum doing it, and then Alone Phil's also kind of helping out in with PTC on Breeze. I feel like, again, that one thing that you were talking about, Crazy Guy as well as Alone Phils, these Sova players coming up huge. Alone Phils did that in Breeze, so he has that opportunity, and also feeling good after doing that 20 kills, 11 assists for himself and his team that he helped out. He might come alive again here and put a little bit of a tough situation, and with those recons especially, it was so crucial. We've always seen in these recent times that Sova's recon is generally only information based rather than always being used for kills, but how well it was set up whenever Bleed was trying to attack always worked in the favor of Made in Thailand. So I'm looking out for, again, Made in Thailand playing with those recons really well from Alone Phils.
Yeah, it's the idea that when you know a team is going to play mid to late always, they're not necessarily going to heavy default. They're going to look to group together and execute as a unit. You save that utility for when they're hitting, so you can hit them back at that exact moment. And Lone Phils did that beautifully. And I love the fact that, like you pointed out, we're going to see this Sova, Diff, the Hunter really come alive in our second map as well, with both of these players enacting that exact same role. So maybe Crazy Guy can have his revenge, because Alone Phil certainly got the first punch in.
Yeah, and as we are talking about two players and two extremities from two different teams, there's Beta as well as Scary. Scary had the read. We were worried about what he can pull off. He was ready for those lurks, but Unfortunately, Made in Thailand were also one up and better on it. They knew Scary will try to do some scary stuff and they wanted to deny him right from the get-go. And that's the reason that happened. You saw when there was a setup coming on Breeze itself, when Crazy Guy had the Hunter's Fury, Scary just went back. He was setting up for his Viper Snakebite, but it did not work out because they flushed and rushed Crazy Guy. Let's see if it's going to be the same case. Jumping into the agent selection here on Icebox. As you said, it will be the same thing that we will see what God Squad pulled off. But what will Made in Thailand do?
I'm especially excited to see Scary in a different role really thrive in this matchup, because I think one thing that God Squad didn't do was being able to punish Made in Thailand for even trying to plant. And that's where your Sova and especially your Viper really come into play. Because without that wall for Made in Thailand, right, you can play your Viper complete anchor on that B side. Just tell him, do not let them plant under any circumstances. And he effectively becomes a menace, allowing you to heavy stack that A side, which is where this no sage composition generally wants to go.
Yeah. And there was one advantage that Made in Thailand were always trying to bring up is the health advantage in Breeze, with the Sky being alive with the regrowth. But here they have the KO to work with, so they have to be wary about their health and how they are playing. And again, KO is going to be a little bit information based play, and it'll be a little bit tough for Kadum to set up. But again, those bounces of those flashes, they just might help him in the fraction of a second and then find success. They're again starting off attack just like Breeze, so we'll be looking forward to how it works. But Bleed, just we like we saw them on Breeze, that's not how their defense will work on Icebox. They love to push from angles, whether it's going to be tube, under tube, B main. They will try to push as soon as they get that, oh wait, it's just an A hit coming through. They have not left anybody to check B. We are going to go try for a backstab, try to grab some attention, and if it works, even some kills.
Absolutely. And that continuous lurk presence definitely going to come into play with this matchup as well. Really being that patience factor with both of these teams, electing to play always slow, always trying to force an unforced error out of their opposition and effectively make it a matchup where they can capitalize on those marginal mistakes, on those small moments, and turn them into entire rounds. But I think one thing that we were definitely missing from Bleed in our first map was that heavy impact that their individual players are able to bring forth. While we did have a couple of moments of flourishment, especially from Darion, I feel like the rest of the team did have a slightly off map because, like you said, they were just disassembled. It wasn't Bleed playing on their comfort, and not being allowed to play as a unit really did put them into disarray. So I'm curious to see how they're going to reset their tempo in that way and just sort of take things back into their hands.
Yeah. Even though they were in close quarters, trying to work in synchronous with together and making sure the time match when they try to rush up, it didn't. But again, being on defense here, it's not such a big and a vivid map. Yes, there are some weak spots where people can just creep and crawl their way in under tube or tube itself, which can kind of put Bleed in a face position and also kind of divide the players in between. But Made in Thailand, we've seen them being very clinical, strategic, and clean on Icebox. And I feel like that's what I'm worried for Bleed right now. After seeing how they were able to kind of break Bleed one after another on Breeze, we've seen how Made in Thailand can also be clean. When it got chaotic on Breeze as well, they were able to kind of slow things down and figure out how they have to push through and get that round in control. And that's what their face is as well. They're ready, prepped, looking forward to the victory again here on Icebox. But Bleed, it feels like they're more comfortable looking at this map because they've played it for 5 times and always come out victorious.
It's going to be Made in Thailand now. Lucifer starting us off on the attacking side. Bleed on the defense. Darion's opted for those headhunter shots. Well, Redlock gets a light shield and a wall for himself. That wall especially, once again, going to be one of crucial interest to us because we've got one team with a Sage and one team without. So the wall and the resurrections, that's how we're going to have to differentiate which team does have it better off. But for now, the headhunter is not able to hunt its targets. Kadum takes one down, and without the chamber, suddenly A site looks like it's open to the floodgates of Made in Thailand. Oh no! Oh!
Spike planted.
Extremely crucial for both of these teams right now to play it safe, and Made in Thailand doing exactly that. off of the recon, force the TP away. PTC now makes his way back into side. Ready for Scary to get in. It's Kadoom with the 4K. Ace might not come through. Scary turns PTC down, gives him an opportunity. Will it take Kadoom as well? Doesn't matter though, because it's just the pistol and Made in Thailand have picked it up. A 4K from Kadoom. Off to a popping start in this map.
A great start. Kadoom played really, really well. I think my mic got muted in between. Apologies for that. But again, a brilliant start. The way they just breached through the side and so quick to take on, right? Retla, he just wanted to slow down. As soon as he started hearing the noises, his intention was to just put up a wall. But Kadoom was just quicker on that swing, making sure he takes, and Juicy was not ready. I thought Juicy and Retla playing together could have done a lot more, but nonetheless, it did not work out. Anti-eco advantage right now.
Anti-eco advantage, but with full buy for Kadoom, but Juicy walks in with the Sheriff and shuts down Beta. Bleed, they're getting aggressive, they're hunting for weapons, but with man advantage, it's just gonna back off, give up mid. Elect to instead stack up this A site. A pure read right now from VCT Esports, expecting the regroup for Made in Thailand towards that A site, and it just might be the case.
3-man stack, and they're not stopping. They're also pushing that A main. They're looking forward to some kind of a value over there as well, and they're just walking up. Kongared, he needs to be ready for it. 2 players up close. It's all about the timing. He finds the first, finds the second as well, and look at this Juicy. This time does not connect the Sheriff shot, and it's going to be a 3K for Kongared. Opens up A side completely. Again, crazy guy. He's going to be at rafters, but still will be flushed back. But this time, does he have the shock dart? Because he's suppressed, he cannot use it. Spike gets planted.
Simple enough anti-eco it should be for Made in Thailand, especially with a 2v4 man advantage on this post. Kongared just playing off that Ready Night box around.
Oh, dear God.
But he's quite low, he's likely the one to be taken down, but instead he finds a 4K. And with just one weapon taken down, the null command now available for Kongared. A clear plan for Made in Thailand in this next round. That null command is effectively an entry for this team into side, just free overall.
Yeah, so quick to have that null command. I mean, this could have been a risky one and also a devastating one if Kongared would have been taken on. Yes, he would have been traded because there was a belt push also coming up. But still, it couldn't have gotten them to a chance where now they can try and win this bonus CA.
Shutting them down.
Bonus coming into play. They've got most of their weapons online, especially Kadoom. We're carrying on that Vandal with the full shields. Now, Darion, he's got his own Vandal to play with, and they've left him down towards that yellow mark, trying to get that first fight, but the headshot doesn't land, and Kadoom instead able to control his spray. Darion not teeping away. That's the man advantage now in favor of Made in Thailand, but they'll still play it slow, Lucifer. Looking to regroup, maybe even go back to A.
Poison orb emitting.
They've taken down Darion. One danger at least worked with. But they still have Juicy. And this is a full buy, so they need to be wary about it. And this time, look at the trademark, how ahead it is. Making sure that there is no fast pushes coming through from A main. No aggression being met. And it should be only Made in Thailand with the aggression. Retla with a quick wall this time to deny push very early rather than waiting for sound cue and then putting it up. Null command, and this is what their strategy was. Looking forward to winning this, and they've denied all kind of utility dumps that could have been done. Flash is coming in. They have the side, but they've not cleared the back of side. Juicy takes one, make it 2, and along with that crazy guy chimes in. PTC is only good for 1, and now everything is just fallen apart. One last player. That's Beta. He's all the way towards the lobby still, and just the Sheriff finds that initial connection with the headshot. There's still a player that he can revive, make no for it. Kongared as he just gets over with his timer. 12 seconds on the clock. Looks like there is no problem.
The buy round picked up for VCT Esports. They will restabilize and refocus on their efforts, but it was with a significant amount of damage done. 3 weapons taken away. Does put Bleed in a slightly tricky spot going into the next round, because while Made in Thailand they will be able to fully upgrade, we might catch a utility or 2, maybe a light shield or 2 here and there off for Bleed.
This was a risky decision coming in with the ultimate, but Juicy as well as Retla played really well along with Crazy Guy's support coming in from Rafters. Good round. But yes, as you said, if there is a couple of utilities which are missing, which make a bad decision here. But Darion quick to destroy the knife, so there is no utilities being suppressed. Darion still aggressive. He just wanted to.
Again, very focused on this default from Made in Thailand. They've continuously set up that forward trap
Crazy
towards
guy.
A. They mark the mid push with the help of Beta while they take B-long control. This time, though, being denied early by Darion does mean they've only managed to push him back towards yellow. And without that drone to clear him off, Darion's sure to be a menace. He will not move. And he's got backup as well.
Again, keeping Crazy Guy in check. That poison cloud that they're able to put is pushing back Crazy Guy, even though he was able to get a little bit of mid control. But right now, slowly they've threaded up B, and behind yellow, there's two people in danger. Oh, one-way poison cloud coming in. Darion finds one, make it two for him. There's still alone fills here, but because of the cloud, he's surviving, and Beta helps him out and makes sure that both of the players are down. But Crazy Guy, in the meantime, he's made his way through. It's all about the timing. It's a 2v3 situation. He's getting the spike. If he now spams right now, he might be able to take down the spike planter, but alone Phil stucks himself inside. Unfortunate for Beta. He thought he'll progress a little bit further, gets punished for it. Alone Phil's in a 1v3 situation. Crazy Guy is wrapping around. Free kill for him. And Bleed will be equalizing the scoreline and denying this full buy for Made in Thailand.
It is over.
A huge round picked up for Bleed, and they do so in a convincing manner. All on the back of small adaptation. Darion positioning himself forward effectively nullifies that drone's presence all the way through B-long. They have to walk in, and that's where Bleed pounce. Scary and Darion both ready off the back of that one way, able to find a lot of value, really slow them down, and Bleed with that win are now able to really hurt the economy of Made in Thailand. Now they've got the Blade Storm though, and we've seen Kadum be especially effective with it. Maybe he can make something work.
They have used the null command a little bit earlier, therefore Kongared still has time to get back that null command. And let's see what they can find in terms of the value. As you said, the Bladestorm is out. Recon not finding any quick aggressive positions for Bleed, but there is an Empress as well. So things go south. Juicy is always ready to pop at. 0 point again being denied, but quick Kadum to react, making sure there is no more chance for a reaction. Ritla answers back, not in kind.
Welcome to my world.
Spot out Scary. They're able to set up the Viper split all the way towards the edge. I love this, especially because they're focusing all their effort towards screens by leaving the plant in an open spot, buying more space for them to live in. But Scary just threw a random spray, shuts down PTC, and suddenly Bleed, they're wrapping them around, they're crunching them from all angles. You've got Darion coming through in the flank, but Beta, he managed to hold it down. Kongared checks his back in time, and just in the nick of it, Made in Thailand, they keep themselves alive. The Hunter looking for the snake heal and still make him pray. And the Crazy Guy now with Kongared left in a 1v2. Scary has a safe defuse. And Bleed to make it work. What was that, Lucifer?
Right at the edge.
It looked like Bleed had wrapped Made in Thailand, and then
Yeah.
it all fell apart, and then it all came back.
I mean, it was because of Crazy Guy. If he wouldn't have found Beta over there, it would have been an easy round. And how? Like, back at the right time, and then Crazy Guy, like, just catches the glimpse and he flicks onto him.
Yeah.
It was a small glimpse. A good try though. I mean, it was a broken round. Eco mixed by coming through. They tried their best, making sure that Bleed have a tough time on the economy. They not keep all the weapons and complete high on their banks. Another round here, a full buy coming in for Made in Thailand. Scores not far away, but Scary, look at him. He's ready to put up that Viper Spit, this time in his favor, not giving access to sight.
Exactly, and really all about denying the plant, because now with that early B-long presence shown from Made in Thailand, and with Darion having pushed up mid instead, Bleed have a fill of information with what they are trying to do. You can see Scary already set up the moment he sees early contact, a Viper wall being put off, for example, towards his B side, that Viper Spit likely to come out, and then he'll invite them to his scary world. Made in Thailand, they take the bait, they're gonna go in, and that Viper Spit now spotted out. Made in Thailand in a tricky spot.
Fortunately, the 0 point did not connect the right time to deny that Viper Spit coming down, and now you see they're just trying to back up. But in the meantime, the A push coming through from Redla as well as Juicy. They need to find the duel. They're only good for one.
Spike
Juicy just
down,
runs away with his
attacker
dismit, and now they're trying to chase him. But in the meantime, Darion is trying to push up from Tube, but they have an idea about it. They're going for the fight, but that
Spike
op is
down,
just
mid.
better from him.
30
He takes one. He's looking for another, along with Crazy Guy helping him out from.
Okay, Kadum. Kadum's been staying in yellow. He's looked up from B side, but Scary has an
Scary.
idea. Scary shuts him down. That was crucial.
Oh, That
10
could have
seconds
worked
left.
out so well. But scary, all of a sudden having that tingling senses that it looks like somebody's still here. Because it was not a quick A hit, right? They tried to go mid, which means that they should be leaving somebody at B. A good decision from Scary. Otherwise, Scary, if he would have gone down, they would have still gotten the side, gotten the plant, and then maybe we would have seen a post-plant fight coming through. But
Yeah, and
tactical timeout.
it's very necessary because the setup from Made in Thailand really has been heavy B presence, leave PTC to get information on the utilities used towards A, or just mark the push altogether, while the Viper smoke towards mid cuts off information from Bleed. They don't know when Made in Thailand is rotating from A to B or vice versa, but a simple adaptation with Derion moving up the kitchen tube, placing his TP there and getting them that rotation information helps Bleed really stack up on site and deny entry for Made in Thailand, and effectively putting them into a tough spot because they can't default like that anymore. They're gonna have to switch it up, maybe even play for mid control.
This timeout is going to be crucial. Again, it doesn't look like the entire momentum is in favor of Bleed, but Bleed are able to sit in the driver's seat and make Made in Thailand dance to their tunes. And that's what Made in Thailand need to jump away from. You can see when there is aggression towards B main, which has been done continuously, there's been some kind of a push either from mid or at least from A main, which has put Made in Thailand in an iffy spot. Even if they want to rotate out, it's not working out. In Breeze, they had PTC to check that. This time, they've not still done that. They've not let PTC lurk around.
4-2 on board now, and like you said, Made in Thailand just not able to find the chinks in Bleed's armor, and it makes a lot of sense if you consider the map veto. Of course, this is the map choice of Bleed Esports, challenging Made in Thailand in a map they might not necessarily be comfortable in. It's crucial for Made in Thailand to be able to take this close, considering they have that 1-0 lead, and instrumental for Bleed to pick up the win here so they can nullify it. They're not doing exactly that. That operator has been phenomenally impactful against Made in Thailand. Again, something we didn't get to see in that earlier match on the lower bracket finals.
They're still thinking about hitting A. Juicy is ready along with Redla. This has been always a problem at 4-10. And look at this. Redla that's doubled
And
down,
revive.
even though he loses Juicy.
Rattler trying to hold it down. Has got the backup available, and with the crossfire set up, Made in Thailand, they have nowhere to go. They're just waiting, playing the patience game, trying to force out an error. And then maybe pounce because they have the drone. It starts something off, and they could also elect to just play with the mind games and go for the rotate. Because you can see Bleed, they've stacked up this A side. They're convinced Made in Thailand won't.
Alone Phils finds one on Darian, a crucial op being taken down, but look
One
at Pita, he
enemy
knows
remaining.
there's some kind of a problem
Spike
behind the wall,
down A.
but it was not enough. Alone Phils gets one, it's Crazy Guy versus Alone Phils,
30
right next to
seconds
the wall about to break. It's the doppelganger versus the doppelganger. Crazy Guy hears the sound coming in, and it's scary to close it off from Nest. Ooh, so close. Alone Phils looked like he could have done it, but the time running out, he said, I'll just try to back off and save the weapon, but Bleed were not ready to give him that opportunity.
That was a really nice angle. Kudos to the observer to see the hunters standing
Yes.
right next to each other without hunting each other. But the timeout not yielding the value. Made in Thailand are accustomed to it yielding. Bleed continue in their strong fashion, and now Made in Thailand without a buy, without the money to be able to stall the momentum of Bleed. It looks like Bleed are in full control of this first half, like we expected, because again, without that stage composition, is so difficult for Made in Thailand to approach this attack.
And also their utilities as of now in this attacking half have not found value. They have never forced any of the players from Bleed to push back. It's just always Bleed finding one or the other, and look at this. Again, to start things off, it's Juicy. He finds a player at belt, he's down. I understand
Really
it's an eco,
curious.
but still.
About the angle Juicy was holding there. I'd love to see that in a potential future replay. But for now, they've regrouped and stacked themselves towards the sandwich. But with the drone coming through, they wall it off and they're going to back off, play for backside. They are revealed though, and Juicy comes out to swinging. That Reina is hungry, finds that 3K and shuts them down. Made in Thailand with nowhere to go.
Last place surviving alone for tucking right behind Retla's wall. I mean, looking for some cheeky kills, not even good for one, and a flawless rolls in. A big 4-round difference here for Bleed in their Icebox pick.
Juicy not afraid of going for those aggressive fights. First against the Tour de Force of PTC, and then with that wide swing, knowing that people are going to look to hunt Retla, who was revealed. Just playing with the minds of Made in Thailand, and leaving them in disarray really. They've got to buy once again. They've got the null command back online. Can just look to hit hard and fast, but Bleed, they're almost expecting a 3-stack towards B. Looks short.
Look at that, being denied. Great slow up and Viper snakebite coming through. If it was a little second, or if somebody went for a wide swing, it would have been their death, along with Darion holding the angle.
Look at this setup from Bleed. They show the presence of the Viper and Sage towards B, all to set up a bait for Darion's operator. You're not going to be expecting an operator, the Viper and Sage, and that Viper Sage immediately rotated towards A, where they're ready to shut down this push. Kadoom finds one, but the immediate trade from Scary and the Hunter's Fury truly coming alive. It's Bleed shutting them down, mowing them down. Someone call a cleanup crew because Bleed are making a mess.
They're just making sure every player from Made in Thailand keep bleeding if they even want to try to take a side. And just like we saw the adaptation working out, it looks like Made in Thailand, they're making sure they work their own adaptation. But right now, Kongal is stuck. He's going for a fight, but it's still Bleed, making sure everyone from Made in Thailand fall like pieces one after another. The setups are just so good. As you said, that fake being sold kind of making them understand that there's a Viper, there's a Sage as well at B. Let's just run to A, and voila, they are there at A as well. That quick switcheroo.
Beautifully done, man. I love when teams come up with these innovative setups because it's a win-win, right? Imagine if you think, oh, there's a Viper stage here. Let's slowly walk in because they're going to be playing probably passive on site. You have an operator staring you down. And then if you go towards A thinking, oh, Viper stage are at B, we can easily hit A. Nope. They're ready right there, Scary with the 3k. But Darion's upgraded in terms of operators. He's got the Toad force online, but he's being pushed and pushed and pushed away. A lot of utility spent to take him down, and Kadoom finds the area to make it count. But Darion with a sneak peek finds one, and Crazy Guy with another, and yet again. He'd live up to them, man.
Crazy Guy still putting a stop to it. Alone Phil's trying to exchange those blows, but he gets spotted from Juicy. It's a 1v1 situation though. Juicy has no idea and Beta has no idea where each of the players are. But what is Beta doing? He's like, I'm not going to be risky and going in for a fight with the duelist, which is Arena and Juicy. He's switching all the way towards A, which will not be read well from Juicy because, again, he doesn't know what just happened.
The ping from Made in Thailand telling him to expect Juicy towards screens, and that's exactly where Juicy is, but instead, Beta will just get a free plant. He has his Toxic Orb available. Could just set that up and play purely on the force with his double snake bites. And I see the smoke set up. Maybe he's going to do exactly that.
Oh, he was wondering to play around the Radianite boxes, but now he finally decides to go back.
Oh. For Juicy, this is so difficult. He has to clear out the entire site and then clear out the forward position. But he instead sees the smoke orb and instantly decides to go for the diffuse. He might have it done all the way when it comes through. Juicy with the brilliant mind games. He says, pros, do not fake, baby. Gets the clutch. Oh my lord. The game sense to look at the smoke orb and instantly make up your mind that, hey, this guy planted. He must be walking slowly to his post-plant position. Very unlikely that he's made it to the lineup spot. Just sticks the freaking diffuse. Genius, bloody genius.
I think he even heard it at the last second while he ran right when he was at the lobby, figuring out that maybe Juicy is not about to hear me. I think that small chink on those metal floors gave him the sound cue.
Take flight.
Brilliant presence of mind coming in from Juicy to get that round, and which pushes them from 4 to a 6 round differential here, CA. And it looks like this entire map is under control and they're just going to run away with this map.
Most certainly does. Because again, they have the read of expecting a heavy site hit. They've stacked up a couple in B, a couple in A, and left Crazy Guy to find out if they are rotating away. Belong pushed in, expecting this play from PTC, and he finds one, but the trade is there immediately. And that's fine for them, because now, without that trademark presence, Made in Thailand have no choice. They're gonna have to walk into A, into the arms of Juicy.
Again, it feels like they're calling in for a fight here. Juicy, he finds one even though Beta was good, but Redla immediately on the exchange. Kadoom trying to control these numbers, and yes he does, he doubles down. He's surviving with a little low in terms of the health, but he's helping Alone to get that spike completely planted. But Kadoom, with that cover, he gets a third for himself, and looks like Made in Thailand have still not given up. They still want to push as long as they can, and this forced duel to make sure that Bleed does not have a chance to reposition. Gave them a chance to win this round.
Again, for Made in Thailand, this first half is definitely their weaker half. So if they're able to even walk away with an 8-4 scoreline, definitely in favor of Bleed, but not something Made in Thailand will be against. They will be content with it, happy to try and work their way through the second half on their defense. So this round crucial for Bleed to pick up to enact their 9-3 scoreline, where the pistol becomes so damn crucial and it can force Made in Thailand into a sticky spot, but they're looking to play it fast. The Blaze-Storm online, Made in Thailand, they want the frags, they want to hunt them down, but instead they're made to pay. Darion's found one crazy guy, hunting his teammates down, leaving Kadum all alone. He gets traded away.
They wanted players to be a distraction from Made in Thailand's end as Kadum just pops the head off, but it failed. It hit right back, but look at this Beta. Unfortunate, gives away his position, and now Juicy knows he's going to go for a swing, take him down. Beta will go down eventually, even though he takes from Juicy. Doesn't matter. It is a 9-3 here. We kept talking all about the curses, but here I don't at all feel like it. It's going to be happening.
At this point, the only curses that we're gonna have to think about are more towards, how are certain players going to be able to come online? Because most definitely, I think one difference we're seeing between Breeze and Icebox is this almost unaware sense of comfort where it looked like it was in the favor of Made in Thailand on Breeze. It's most definitely for Bleed in this matchup. They just know the map much more intricately. They're able to reposition themselves, understanding where Made in Thailand are looking to make their move. And that simple difference is really, really putting Made in Thailand into a sticky spot because they're not able to get those advantageous fights. Even when PTC was being patient, he's not able to pick them off. Instead, always traded off.
There's no proper timing working out, and even if they know the player's position, Made in Thailand are a little bit jumpy here, looking forward to at least taking that player down, and in that manner they end up losing not only one but two players because there's just other players providing cover from other directions. So it's like misinformation being fed, just like that one fake round. We spoke about it, the Sage and the Viper being sold at B, but it's all the way that they ran way before Made in Thailand could have made it their way to A. So this kind of slight misinformation of where the positions are, it is always Juicy taking first contact, and then they think, okay, wait, if Juicy's there, Rekla should also be there. But Crazy Guy coming in from either the rafters or coming in from screens, that's one thing that they're unable to predict. And the wall as well, it's always not towards screen, it's sometimes directly towards the main, the default. And so it's that being switching up, they're making sure that that sandwich spot, how should we push through it? But with that all disasters and confusions done, now Made in Thailand have to start a fresh start, at least here on defense.
It's still extremely crucial for both of these teams to pick up. They need to find a way to restabilize themselves really and get them out of the darkness. Made in Thailand especially so. They've got Kadum holding it down, looking for that first contact. Juicy spotted out, just trying to inch his way in. Bleed, they're playing it very slow, looking for contact to open the floodgates and get themselves inside. But with them getting control all the way to 410, surely they're ready to pounce.
Two players is pushed up, the wall coming up, but still Kadum on rafters. He's able to find one. He just immediately backs off. Vita is still surviving, but Crazy Guy trying to cause some problems. Kadum triples right now, looking for the spike planter as well as he drops. He's stuck at the Radianite box, but his teammates are trying to chime in and help. Alone Phil's finds one. It's all up to Crazy Guy in a 1v3 situation. Impossible. Just having a classic. Has a shock dart to try and do some damage, and that's all he'll be able to do as the defuse and his kill as well comes through. It's a 9-4 crucial pistol round being picked up from Made in Thailand.
Exactly, and Made in Thailand, with that, they'll be able to stabilize to a certain extent, pick up this anti-eco, and their objective then becomes to work well towards getting a strong bonus, getting PTC or Kadum their hands on an operator ASAP, because one thing that Bleed will definitely have an issue with on this attacking side is the lack of that direct entry, right? You see, they have to play it significantly slower as compared to Made in Thailand. They like taking area piece by piece, but Bleed, with the plant and 2 kills, actually electing to go for a force. So this is a heavy gamble. If Made in Thailand are actually able to close off this round, they get a huge breathing space in terms of that economy and several rounds to equalize that scoreline.
They might just get to 7-9, and which will put them on a comfortable spot. Bleed will beat themselves up for it. Beta knows there's a Marshall right now at Weld, and he's not going to give Darion the advantage because we know he's snappy on those headshots. All round to clear positions for Toxic Screen to deny any information. Even though Kadum was tagged, look at the amount of time they're able to buy with the Snakebite and the Toxic Screen.
Still looking to taking things slow. Haven't necessarily revealed that they're on their force just yet, but now with the drone being broken away. Made in Thailand surely expected it. 5v5 on the retake. Kadum kicks them off. He finds that first pick, but they're able to back off. Scary now available to play on the post with the help of Crazy Guy. Made in Thailand, they're gonna have to pick up the pace, and it's all down to Juicy to be that menace, to be that presence in the site and delay them and buy some time. But he's able to do none of that. Instead, crunching down Made in Thailand, methodically take over this A site. Till they're stung by Retla, finds that 2k, and suddenly there's a dream. There's no hope because the snake bites are falling in, and Bleed, they're back in control. Crazy Guy finds a double, and those stingers have really made in Thailand pay. He has the time, he wins the duel, but he just can't defuse. Scary Guy ready to save their day.
It's gone.
Oh my lord.
Valiant effort coming in, but that snake bite setup from Scary was so deadly. And it bought enough time and for his teammates also, just to create the ruckus at the sandwich in terms of trying to fight with 410 was just brilliant. It gave them enough time and forced the duels. Look at this. They knew if they couldn't go for the defuse, they have to go for the fight. And just because of stingers and the close range advantage that they could pull off, they were able to take up some picks. And unfortunate for Made in Thailand here, where they could have kind of made sure Bleed could have paid a hefty price for this force buy. They are the ones who will be paying for it and giving away not only double digits, but maybe a couple more rounds.
And then now looking to get that off, so Kadum can maybe get his Blade storm online, but instead, Darion pops ahead. And Bleed walk away with a man advantage, and now looking to push inside that overwhelming force coming online with Beta spotted out as well. Made in Thailand, they have nowhere to go. This is Bleed likely taking control of their buy, of their eco, and of this map, looking to take us to Haven on an equal standpoint.
There's nothing that's working, and look at them, they're not even backing off with the spike being planted. It's the last two players, PTC jumping down, finding one with his Senator. He found a triple. No, says Retla as he puts them down. He was close to a triple. If that would have happened, maybe the backside could have opened up a little bit. But nonetheless, Bleed inching closer to match point here in the second map of this best of 5.
Especially now with the Hunter's Fury and the Revive coming into play for both Crazy Guy and Retla. Bleed with a clear indication of how they could play in this particular upcoming round. You can just look to rush it down, play with the Hunter's Fury on the post plant, but mostly from what we've seen from Bleed, they actually like to use the Hunter's Fury proactively. Use it to really help them get into sight, cause the chaos necessary to help Juicy get in. And they might do that once again, because while they leave Scary in the flank, they're looking to hunt them down, and that proactive Hunter's Fury looking for Kadum, but dodged out entirely, not a single tag.
It's going to be a crucial round. Kadum finds the first. There goes the open with the resurrection, will bring him back, but the brilliant use of the Leer. Juicy's just opened up the side and he's running through a blaze. Kadum tried to hold it out, but numerous forces from Bleed puts a stop to him, and Conqueror as well fails. Last two members.
2v5.
What is that backside setup?
Exactly. Bleed are just like, fight me. And Juicy, he wants them kills, he wants to hunt them down, and Bleed, they will not give them space. Darion finishes it off for match point for Bleed Esports, as they are off to get a stomping victory on Icebox. Talk about making a statement. We thought 13-8 was damn good. Bleed are just about to go above and beyond.
They're cutting the score half and then just saying 13-4 is all we give you, not 13-8. But again, as we said, right, it was Made in Thailand who had already warmed themselves up, playing that lower bracket final. It's for Bleed to kind of get things riled up, and it was very necessary. I think Breeze riled them up enough, and everybody's come out alive.
You want to play? Let's play.
Now once again, Bleed switching up their setup. The spike actually towards this B side. They're looking to use the conditioning they put in place. Drone to clear it out. The Leer as well coming out. A heavy presence, forcing Made in Thailand into a 3-stack, but it's all about this Torde force. Made in Thailand are relying on that. A lot of pressure, but a lot of power in that weapon. I mean, with that power, great power, comes the great responsibility that PTC now holds on his shoulders. To hold Bleed down, to shut them out, and he spots one, and he takes them down. I don't know. But it's a trap either way because you've got the tour de force ready to play. Bleed, they're walking straight in and he doesn't care about the recomp, but the rear shot does force him back. And now PTC in a sneaky spot. He needs to get at least one to really pull off the value and buy time for his team. But Bleed, they're playing around with him. They're looking to sandwich the crunch him, but Lone Pills comes through on the backup. And with the Hunter into play, they shut it down. More they're down in Bleed. They're running out of time on the clock. 3v1 and MiTH Thailand will hold on to their spot. I'm not gonna say they can't pull it off, because they have pulled it off before, but surely not from 12-4, right? Surely. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Hey, if anyone can, it's definitely MiTH Thailand.
Yeah. Again, another crucial round coming in here. But this time they have good buys coming through. It was a 2-day force which worked out really well, and then the support system coming in from Alone Fills. This time again, he forces and tucks himself in a really smart spot, which can be checked, and that's the reason PTC is worried about if there's an Aldron coming in from Crazy Guy. Crazy Guy just dodges the 0 point as well, and now misinformation being sold from Bleed. The radio silence. This is what we talked about, and Aldron, Crazy Guy just thought about it.
I think
Not yet,
likely saving it for when they want to trigger onto site particularly. See, they mark the danger now. The all-round does come out and they spot out PTC. They know the KO was here when he used the 0 point, so expecting the rotations to come towards B, I think Bleed will likely just regroup, playing the mind games instead and looking to challenge PTC.
There's nobody to help him, so he needs to be quick, take one and then rendezvous, but it'll be tough. They're most probably going to recon him again. The Lear always pushing PTC back. This time at least he doesn't get trapped at Elo. He regroups with his teammate Kongared and now calls back in the
Oh, and look, they've got the Hunter's Fury online. As soon as Bleed tried to go for the plant, Alone feels ready towards Snowman to try and shut him down. The 0 point doesn't spot out much from Bleed. They're ready to play with that time factor. For the longer this clock ticks, the harder and almost impossible it becomes to Bleed because the Hunter's Fury comes into play.
10 seconds left.
Oh, smart.
Spike down B.
They just wanted to make sure that works out, and look at this. PTC also chiming in. He's just spamming the hell out to figure out if there are more players still trying to go for the plan. And that Hunter's Fury, I thought it would have been invaluable, but
it was.
It works.
Rattler played the mind games, right? He expected the Hunter's Fury, so he tapped the spike and instantly went to plant a long nest. But PTC, he's like, you play mind games, I do too.
Exactly.
He's like, I expected that Hunter's Fury displacing him into PTC's hands.
I thought they would just go for a complete save over there rather than risking. They would have just flushed that Hunter's Fury, but repositioning, as you said, and then PTC also reading that really well. That mind game on top of another mind game. But still, they have 6 more rounds to pull off CA. Big task.
Big task indeed, but a task they've done before and to success. From 10-2 down, the exact same round difference, by the way. 8 rounds, 12-4, 8 rounds. MiTH Thailand have come back before, but it's easier said than done to do it 2 times. Again and again. And hold it down though, misses one, dashes right into another, and does some damage, but will not be able to take them down.
Brilliant lead coming in, which helps Darion to swing and get the duel and take down Sidhu. And now they've gotten the spike down, but Vita is making sure that Darion pays the price. Back to a 4v4 situation, but look at the quick positioning of Scary. He's already gone in for the post plant. He's like, I'll just do the same thing which has worked for the team. Go for the post plant, wait and waste the time.
The fact that that recon doesn't get broken is huge. They know that everyone is backside. They can quickly advance in, set up the wall and look for the retake, and they do exactly that. PTC holding it down with the lone fills. But the snake bite should be able to deny. Scary's taken down though, so they just trade half their health bars for half the life. And once again, MiTH Thailand persevere. The resilient, looking for that comeback.
Round after round. The way they're able to hold themselves and understand once there was nobody close in sight, nobody trying to fight it out, They just forced their way into duels and won it all. And Scary, who had gone in for the post plant, he had to eventually push back because the time was not long gone. He couldn't have wasted a lot, and also there was no poison cloud that he had placed. Not too sure what happened over there. But a brilliant round again. Made in Thailand are making it possible again. They have to make sure not make even a single mistake, a smallest of the small. They'll lose this map. But right now they're looking completely under control.
Unable to force out the drone early from Made in Thailand definitely helps them. But somewhat of a broken buy, I believe, here from Bleach. So definitely Made in Thailand with that weapons advantage. Slowly inching their way on towards his base side though, using that drone to push in, but that drone did not spot PTC out. He's in a very dangerous angle, inching himself away towards this yellow. It's all about the timing of his peak, because you can see the headhunter, he's holding it down. That chamber play coming into effect, and PTC, he's got the flash to help him out. Goes for the peak, but he's not able to find a single one. Oh man, we can see it also. We see they're all flash.
Brilliant setup, but it did not prove worthwhile. And he backs off. He's like, I feel like right now it's a tough spot. Regroup, play together.
Especially when they likely expect a small weapons advantage at the very least, because they've got a couple Vandals here, bleed, but the wall instantly taken down. They're trying to deny the plant. PTC, he finds one, delays them ever so much. Made in Thailand, they're happy with this. He's looking to find the late play, tick down the clock, and they do exactly that. With the Viper wall going down for Scary, two members of Bleed fall like flies. They can't recover the spike, and then they're in an impossible spot. Ooh.
They want to make sure Alone Phil pays a hefty price for taking down the spike
10 seconds
carrier
left.
or the planter.
One enemy remaining.
But it's not going to work out.
The recons!
Okay, he's still able to take down the Sova. And it's the 8th round coming through for Made in Thailand. One after another, they're able to pull it back in. Here, this is getting closer and closer.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, and you mentioned this on Breeze as well. Alone Phil's capability to pull out these recons exactly when Bleed is going radio silent on site is like a loud megaphone into Bleed's ears. I will not let you chill. You do not get to sit in my sight. Out.
Super crucial are those utilities, and that's the reason in the first half we were not seeing that value being found, but in the second one it has been hefty. It has been huge in terms of the value that they're able to find. PTC again going aggressive. There will either be a Leer or Aldron. If they don't, PTC will be looking forward to flashing out.
Yeah, but both the drone and the Leer invested, but again, Made in Thailand happy to just back right off, because in this round they've got the Made in Thailand to play. While Bleed may believe they can use their Hunter's Fury to push out the side, Made in Thailand just able to shut it down with that null command and shut down Bleed as well, because now they're susceptible to that retake once again.
There's still the Viper Spit though. They have to get the plan down, put that Viper Spit and fight inside it.
They got Darion to shut down any recon that may come through. They're expecting Alone Phil's style of flushing them out, but Alone Phil's, he has a ton of patience himself, waiting for the plant likely to put it out.
Wall being broken again. And look at them, they're just buying enough time. 40 seconds on the clock. Bleed might just go crazy if they've missed this opportunity, and they're calling in actually a rotation. They're thinking of going in for a hit with the last 30 seconds left. The Viper is still there.
30 seconds left.
For Beta, this is no longer about playing retake the way he has the entire round. It's all about denying this plant. Could do so while playing retake though, because he probably has his snake bites available. Starts moving into sight. Here's the full audio cue of the march for Bleed down this ace site. They're walking into a double stack though, because the backup is ready. The Viper Spit set up, but Kadoom's already found one, and they don't have the time to get the plant down. Kadoom with the second, if P2C shuts down screens. And the plant does get denied. There's no time, but Made in Thailand, they are ruthless. They push them out, finish them down, and the comeback, it's most definitely on, baby.
Yes. There is a chance that they're going to force the buy again. Like, yeah. Ooh, the timing to call that
No, but Lucifer,
timeout.
I think that's the first time we're seeing a timeout call by Legia himself. Like, even in the earlier stage of this series, we saw Crazy Guy call the timeout. Of course, Legia is always giving instructions, don't get me wrong. But Legia himself deciding after that last round, he needs to call a timeout, and rightfully so, because it did look like Bleed was stuck to a large extent towards that B side, not really able to adapt their default or adapt their hit in any way, and Made in Thailand, they were making them pay.
And Made in Thailand had one single thing in their mind, is that delay the plant as long as possible.
Yeah.
And that worked out. That's the reason we are seeing the scoreline all the way from 12-4 to be at a 9-12 right now, looking so ever close that Made in Thailand have chances.
Exactly, and see, like, yeah, clearly detailing instructions. I think it's more about taking active area on the site. If you are going for B site, you need to be ready for Made in Thailand to fight back instantly. So maybe even re-aggress towards Snowman, towards site, catch them off guard with a leer, help Juicy get into their faces. Or more likely, like, especially in this broken buy of a round, maybe they just go challenge Made in Thailand at A. Made in Thailand, so far, they've proven that they can retake with alarming efficiency, with a surgical precision that is honestly unmatched at this point. So this challenge is most definitely going to count, because if Made in Thailand do it once again, then Bleed, they're going to be left wondering, is this a comeback again?
They're 4 CA and they don't have the economy to lose right now. If they give this up, it's double digits and even a chance for Made in Thailand to pull the 11th. Until now, it has always seen success that they make sure Juicy uses his Leer very early, or the Aldron gets used early, because of which at sight, those Leers, Aldrons or Recons do not come out and they don't have perfect utilities to fight, which is giving Made in Thailand the upper hand to buy time for themselves. Crazy guy again going with the Aldron, and it's the same Leer coming in. This time he does not rendezvous out. He was about to challenge.
Oh, but look at this. This time, Bleed maintain that B presence and they exploit the early rotations. They hear the players moving off a site and they look their way in. Darion shut down Kadoom and suddenly Made in Thailand. Their pristine retake will not get a chance because they've already lost the man.
They get the spike planted. Oh, the snake bites were late, and now in vain he doesn't have anything for the quick attack. Darion is holding the angle again. Vita might just be snapped out just like Kadoom was. Playing behind the radiant boxes. They need to be fast. Konga, and it spots him. Juicy still playing on 4-10. Two players, a quick exchange coming too. The 3v3 situations, Viper Spit being committed. The step use might just come through, but oh no, the poison cloud and a close. That one poison cloud to deny health and random sprays coming in from Bleed worked out.
The timeout takes effect. Legier's word ringing a clear bell across the entirety of the Bleed roster. They approach this round with a clarity that we did not see across their attacking side. A simple bait towards B, the condition they've really set up where they take the B long area, they take the B side area, and then they do radio silence. Well, this time in the radio silence, they snuck up on A. Darion with that first pick, Bleed opening up the site and nullifying the map advantage that Made in Thailand held before this. 1-1 now on the scorecard as Bleed pick up the victory.
Kadum was always there in terms of if they're about to hit A, and I think that became a major stakeholder for them to not get good position or even like the first blood. And this change up where you saw, right, Kadum was about to just move, rotate off just because of that B fake being sold, and that was so crucial.
Yeah, he left his
Brilliant
angle for a
timeout.
moment. Literally, exactly. And just that little marginal sense of him not being ready for this push got him caught off guard, gave Darion the advantage in that particular duel, and he's able to pull it off. And I think at this point, what is especially crucial is how good these timeouts have been from both these coaches, where from Made in Thailand in the last map, we saw them really sort of nullify the comeback. We see the exact same thing from Legia in this. It honestly looked like it might go all the way from 12-4 down to 12-9. Made in Thailand were definitely making a stride, but a little too late.
Yeah, once you reach to match point, the opponent, it gets tough. You always act on the pressure that, oh, wait, the opponent team is at 12. I need to make sure I don't make mistakes. And when something like that is ringing in your mind that there might be a mistake, this mistake should not be done, that there's too many things that you keep thinking about, you eventually end up making one, and that happened. Taking your eyes off the angle for a second, and Darion just snaps. But this initial momentum where Made in Thailand looked like they found the groove, and after that, none of the utilities being of any use. There was 0 point coming in, not finding any value. Recon, no value. Shock touch, no value. And after that, you saw Bleed understanding that they were able to be in command, and they just kept pushing in all directions and all positions. And the first half looked so favorable for Bleed.
Exactly, and that's especially crucial, right? Because Bleed recognized the weakest part of Made in Thailand's composition on this map. They needed that lead, because without that lead, the second half, the way Made in Thailand were able to play so precisely on the defensive scoreline might have been entirely different. The first half advantage coming through. Bleed, again, just playing so patiently, denying them an opportunity to plant altogether. And this is where Made in Thailand, when they go back to the drawing board after this best of 5 series, are going to have to look at Icebox and wonder, if we're not going to have the stage, we're going to have to find a way to push in further into side, deny them the opportunity to even play in those positions where they can deny the plot.
They were not even getting a chance to kind of put down proper utilities or even set up Kadum. And it's so crucial for Made in Thailand to set up Kadum, not just for the kills, but to push back the opposition, which rarely happened on the attacking half for Made in Thailand. But on defense, it worked really well. Kadum was able to get the positions, Kadum was able to hold positions, anchor it down, find the, I would say, openings and the first bloods. And I think it's something very inclined for Made in Thailand that Kadum finds something at first and then everybody kind of relaxes, and when they get to that relaxation mode, they know where they have to fight, how they have to fight, and get rounds back rolling.
And with Breeze and Icebox now done with, we thought for a second that Bleed might just stomp out Icebox, but you can see once that 12-4 scoreline came through, Made in Thailand just like turned down a ninja switch in them. They were precise and they were able to pull off comeback after comeback, just playing against the flow of Bleed, denying them presence on this side. One timeout though towards the end of it, and Legia able to pull off a master stroke, deny Icebox to his opponents and get Bleed that equalization. And it's especially crucial because when you think about the fact that the first 2 maps were supposed to be the shaky ground, the possibility of either team being vulnerable, it came either in map 1 or map 2. Now we got Haven, Ascent, Bind. The teams are going to go in lockdown mode at their very strongest.
Last 3 maps are going to be a banger. We have seen Bind being played out and won again from Bleed previously when the Ascent and Bind matchup was there in the best of 3 in the upper bracket finals. So those two being the decider, I'm looking forward to how it pans out. But here on Icebox, you cannot count out like Made in Thailand could not do something. It was just Bleed playing it really well in positions that they were looking forward to challenge in their defensive half. And that's the reason all the kinds of plays that Made in Thailand wanted to do, it never got set up. But on the defensive half, they were ready for it. And that's the reason the scoreline, if it would have been a little bit tad closer, Made in Thailand could have actually pushed it to overtime and made sure Bleed would have actually got pressurized. That timeout being called from Legia to understand that Made in Thailand are playing really well in like the defaults and holding sides. And if you're able to hit one side, they're quick to rotate on it and take their eyes off that one side. And that's where they time it perfectly and let the others creep in.
Yeah, exactly. And really for, I think, this particular matchup, again, we see that particular storyline come into play between Crazy Guy and Alone Fills, where we saw Alone Fills popping off in Breeze, showing us really that Hunter div. This time it's Crazy Guy picking up the cake and getting the team MVP for himself, shows up on Icebox to nullify the advantage. Now 1-1 on the board, it's going to start looking like a lot more team-based plays coming through, rounds decided through the IGL diff, or a mental blow really placed from one team to another, or a couple clutches here and there. Because going into Haven, Ascent and Bind, it's not necessarily that these teams play the similar style either. They're going to continue to be very different. So that's where things really start getting chaotic and creative.
It's at an interesting standoff point. As you said, it is going to be like a 4-way direction turn off where whether it's going to go straight, whether it's going to go to the other side, or if there's going to be a reverse sweep, you have to wait and watch as we see Haven, Ascent and Bind unfold. But before that, we'll take a short break, so don't go anywhere. See you on the other side.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD and powered by Ampverse. We're here, Crips, in the grand finals today, and I'm glad to have you on board. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pumped for this one. This game is going to be ecstatic. I genuinely believe that Made in Thailand have what it takes to go all the way through,
Yeah.
make that comeback possible, and push that game into overtime. But I guess the odds were just a little too stacked against them. For a second, I almost believed in the 9-3 curse, even though I'm not much of a superstitious person. So if that is possible, then anything is possible. And going into Haven, these teams will show us exactly what they're made of. We got to see glimpse of that brain game in Icebox itself, and in Haven, it's gonna be prevalent even more so.
Oh, definitely. And I think the simple idea that for Made in Thailand at this point, it's all about looking for that Haven victory to give them a stable foundation. Because when you look further into the veto, you look at Bind where Bleed recently got the better of them too, right? So I think for Made in Thailand, it's just about taking this step by step. They were able to pick up Breeze. It was their pick. They go back to a pick of their own choice in Haven. But this is the most picked map for either team here,
Yep.
Crips. It's a very different tale from Breeze.
Exactly. Even though this on paper is Made in Thailand's pick, Bleed are no strangers to this map. And I feel like because these two teams are so evenly matched on Haven, Ascent is going to be even more of a mess because Ascent technically belongs to no man. No person can lay their claim on this floating island of Venice. S- and when you go into Bind, I mean, forget Bind, we'll decide that later whether we even get to that point or not. But both these maps are just so evenly matched up. These teams have run out of their superior land in form of Breeze and Icebox already, and going into Haven and Ascent, they will be super evenly matched. Although I do have a few concerns when it comes to Bleed Esports. Last time we saw them on Haven, regardless of who they are playing against, they are stubborn, and this usually comes in the form of Bleed attacking the A site again and again and again and again. And then when they've conditioned their opponents to believe that yeah, A side is gonna be attacked every now and then they switch up their pace. Because they're starting on the defense this time, it might not ring true for the first half of the game. But going into the second half, this is definitely a pattern that Bleed will do.
And the conditioning really pays off for them, right?
Yeah.
Especially when you look towards the last map itself. The idea of the Lear and the drone towards that B long just to set up the fake and get the sneak in towards the A site. And you can see for Bleed, it's really a fundamental characteristic, I think, the way they're able to condition their opponents and be stubborn. But it doesn't always work. We saw that be an issue towards the side of Breeze. And like you said,
Yep.
starting off on the defense, so Made in Thailand, they get to once again come back into much of their playground where they're able to control the tempo. But talking about that, let's have a look with what these teams are going to proceed with in terms of agents, at least. Maybe a switch up here and there?
That could be a possibility. Although
Oh,
Retla
yes.
on the breach, yeah, that's one major factor that I wanted to point out when you mentioned Breeze. Sure, their stubbornness on Breeze did not pay off, but that's partially because they can't carpet bomb the site. Now that they have the Astra on Scary and Liretla on the breach, they can basically carpet bomb an entire site. And at that point, the stubbornness will pay off because they have the ability to cover that much ground.
Well, look at this. We saw this recently against God Squad in the upper bracket semifinals. Bleed Esports switching up their comp, putting Juicy on that Jet, Darion on that Chamber. I was wondering if this was what we're going to see, or we're going to see the double duelist Jet Reina that we have seen from Bleed before in the Skyesports SEA Championship. They elect for that single duelist, much more controlled in their playstyle, and very much so on the other side with Made in Thailand as well. But like you said, Crips, being able to force down a site and really live true to their ability to be stubborn and capable in their actions, I think this map definitely is a lot more favorable. So with the Sky coming in, I wonder how Made in Thailand is going to be flexible around that stubbornness of Bleed.
Exactly, right? It's two opposing philosophies. The fact that you have the Omen allows you to go in for a lot more lurk plays. Sky also, while she's not the best information gathering agent, at least he has some ability to do so. And with that, Made in Thailand will be able to measure their approach every step of the way and be prepared for all the defenses that Bleed post up. It's a classic debate of stubbornness versus flexibility, classic battle of Bleed versus Made in Thailand here in this AMD Skyesports SEA Championship. Let's get map 3 underway.
And really, in that way, right? The Astra Breach So we're all working together to really deny an entirety of a portion. Echoes in their defense as well. You can see the way they're set up now, going for that aggressive C-long push while the double initiators just lock down that A lobby, delay as much as they can, almost try to funnel them into a compressed stack where Juicy can then take advantage. But Made in Thailand, they have different plans. They're venturing towards this middle area.
Yeah, but at the same time, Bleed are venturing out of C-Long. And sure, there's a trademark over there to stop their advance, but that trademark doesn't tell them how many have snuck in. Make their way into the B side, and the plant is already down.
Look at it though. Able to shut down the flank piece by piece. Finds a 2K, and while he does get traded out, he's done his job. His duty is most certainly over because Made in Thailand will take advantage, and Alone Fills finishes it up.
Jeez.
Nice pistol.
Those were some juicy shots coming out from the sky.
Yeah.
My goodness, he just splattered their brains all over the wall. And I was concerned that even though the trademark will make MiTH aware about the incoming backstab, it won't tell them how many are present. Congared is like, hold my beer, I'm prepared for every single person coming in there. Even if that did not go through, even if Congared was not able to hold his ground, MiTH had already pushed all the way into A link. So even if they go for the defuse, there's plenty of places available for MiTH to stand their ground and build crossfires from.
Yeah, and with the pistol picked up now, better weaponry on the anti-eco, but Juicy's got his Sheriff.
Nice.
Has in the past counted, but PTC is expecting that aggression. Sets himself up in an unorthodox angle and finds the first blood. And with the drone telling them that C relatively empty, I think Made in Thailand likely just to hold on for another 15-20 seconds, wait for more aggression.
Exactly. The ball is in the court of Bleed right now, and they've already felt the pressure. Crazy guy goes unchecked by the Trailblazer, but Kadoom is thorough.
Clears him out nice and tidy, and while Bleed are already ready inside, this is where the weapons really count. Darion though pops one back with the headhunter, but that's all it's going to be, Crips. It should be a simple enough win here with Scary spotted out.
Planted.
Yeah, and they avoid too many losses. Only one player lost. Scary can't do much either. Even if he does get a kill or two, I think losing two players on an anti-eco is a loss that MiTH can afford. They can continue their momentum. As long as they keep the Vandal alive, it's going to be okay.
Scanning ahead.
And in the capable, safe hands of Alone Fills, that Vandal will likely remain alive. Alone Fills just happily escaping onto side towards safe ground of his teammates, allowing PTC to clean up the mess. Scary. He's certainly living up to his name because everyone's running away from him. They're like, no, classic Scary. We don't want to lose weapons.
You don't want to
He's
take
just gonna
any
have to-
risk whatsoever, yeah. Even though he has just a classic, you don't want to give him everything.
0 though, and with 4 weapons cleared up, like you said, Crips, they're not going to be as perturbed about this one weapon loss. They're going to be able to continue on into a very strong bonus, especially with Darion and Juicy forced onto light shields in this round, likely because of the Sheriffs. So Sheriff and the Headhunter bullets. So
Exactly. So the Bulldog can also continue doing some damage, right? A single
Yeah.
burst and it should be capable of taking you down. Even the Spectre for that matter, 2 dings, you're out.
to see if it does come into play though, because a slight setup change from both of these teams. Got the Breach joining the Jet now, holding down A lobby or up to themselves, just trying to stack it out with a double stack towards his B side, which is where Made in Thailand are headed. Darion will get first contact, he's got to make it count, but he doesn't.
Nah, that's okay, that's okay. Crazy guy though gets pinged, has no choice but to fall back and relinquish the site, but instead, 3 of them just waiting on the edge of that dark cover, looking to invade the site when the time is right. The shock darts to deny the plant won't be of much use, but now that the smokes are about to fade, the action will begin and Kadoom strikes first. The Vandal still paying dividends.
The drone is well used just to clear off Garage. Kadoom's happy to hold down the angle, but Crazy guy swings out wide, he takes him out. And now with the retake coming into play, PTC was up to him and Beta to hold it down, and they most certainly do. The shorty finds value and Bot has bought enough time. 3 players towards. 2 players towards. Mid and the lurk coming in from Alone Fills. Secures them this bonus because Petla might do it all, but he's not going to be able to stop himself from getting stabbed in the back. Crips. A bonus picked up for Made in Thailand. That's huge.
Exactly, they walk in with 1 Vandal, walk out with a win, and 2 Vandals rather. That's the best bonus that you've ever seen.
Yeah.
I like the attempt of the retake from Bleed as well. They tried to be super thorough. They basically cleared the side in the best way possible, but then they fell at the most expected of steps. Even Bleed were aware that as long as Made in Thailand have control of bottom mid, they will. Bleed will have difficulty clearing out this setup. And that's exactly why they were droning towards Garage. They were hoping that maybe they can get a pick or two over there. And since that didn't happen, MiTH had just an easy time in that entire round. Even this round is seemingly easy. They've already got the pick.
They spam out Scary in a smoke. The recon not revealing anybody. MiTH with a clear idea of exactly where Blade's looking to play. But Blade actually playing heavy retake on A. I think that's not something Made in Thailand might just expect. Because they're going to walk into a crossfire right here with Darion looking for heads to hunt. He's going to be able to deny the drone. So Rednow's position not revealed. The aftershock combined with the Hunter's Fury coming into play. And Crazy Guy finds a 3K.
No way. No way that Hunter's Fury gets so much done. I mean, Redlaw was definitely a dead man in that corner. I did not expect him to get the kill on the other two people as well. Crazy Guy just clears the side single-handedly. 3 laser beams, 3 big kills. PTC on the backstab gets outrun by Crazy Guy.
Just beautifully communicated and comboed between Redlaw and Crazy Guy. The aftershock to push them back towards Cubby, which is where the Hunter's Fury goes. They play them like a fiddle and they're able to pull off a huge thrifty. Bleed now back with the momentum, and I wonder, there we go. The aftershock pushes them off, and look at all 3 of them falling in a line in Cubby. Just, I want to really hear the comms of that round, you know. This is where I wonder if you hear the voices. Like, how do they call that combo?
Yeah, like, Redlaw was for sure a dead man. How, I mean, how on earth did he get the kills on the others? That's just incredible.
Now, both teams were thereby though. Made in Thailand with the 3-0, able to build up a sufficient economy to withstand the loss. Have the Seekers available to play it fast, so they're going to use the drone very, very early. Willing to give it away because they've got the Seekers to clear on later. But what they haven't cleared is Juicy towards his A shot angle. The Tode4 setting himself up for contact. And Juicy is not willing to let it go despite the trailblazer. It doesn't spot him out. He's far away, but both of them missed their shot.
Oh, well, at least now they're aware about the possibility of Opper being in that corner. They are still willing to take the risk and approach A long once again. Fully aware that Juicy might have repositioned. And this time he's got backup available as well. 3 Bleed members stacked up towards A link. In case Juicy does need backup, he's going to have it at a moment's notice. Revealed, forced to fall back, but even MiTH are doing the same.
Yeah, exactly, the Seekers giving them so much information, going all the way towards A link, tells them that C is free to play. They're able to pick up the side entirely, using the Seekers as a moment of chaos to put Bleed into disarray. Made in Thailand now 5v5 on the post plant with the Sova covering long as well. It's all about the contact setups. You've got to be playing to delay on backside with the default. So the Sky, Congared, it's his time to step up.
Whew. Well, in a 5v5 like this, the ultimates sure would be devastating. And the moment I say that, Continue strikes. Juicy does punish him, so the Blade Storm's offline, but this dark cover and the paranoia is keeping them at bay. The recon dot doesn't heal anybody, but Juicy has to clear up some room over here. BTC with the collateral and a flick for the third. Devastating, man. That is just incredible.
Can we please see that again, production?
Yeah, we need a replay of that one.
Holy moly, that shot was nutty. Started off with Kadum finding a kill, but forced out by the aftershock. Juicy picks him off, and Bleed, it certainly looked for a moment right here that they were able to pull it off. They taken backside, but he gets a collat and a sick flick, man. Ew. That was nasty. Like, what? Okay, PTC.
My goodness. Both the base storm and the Tour de Force paying off dividends by the masses. Made in Thailand kicking asses. Darion looking to equalize the situation, but with just a headhunter, there's not much that he can do. And MiTH have always used this elevation to surprise, you know. Last time, I believe it was the Jet pushing out of A long, and PTC was standing on top of that box to surprise her. This time, once again, elevation, not of much use. But after having pushed down Ceylon, Darion hasn't found a single person. What do they make?
They throw out Garage, they create their presence. They've attracted a 3-stack towards the Cypher. With the Trailblazer coming through, surely Bleed expect... Well, now they know. And all the presence is towards it.
Yeah, but the rotations are inbound. Can the rotations arrive before MiTH does? Surely not. The Doom already looks close in the distance. A fault line to slow things down, but it doesn't affect anybody. In fact, that was a wrong fault line. This crazy guy gets stunned because of it.
Remaining.
No way.
Spike
Retla tries to
down
swing
A.
through the smoke. He's good for 2, but that's all she wrote for him.
Unfortunate situation there. The utility is just not coming into synchronized play. Because the paranoia was perfect. Crazy guy, even if the fall line hadn't hit him, he wouldn't have been able to swing because he was completely blinded. Just forced to stick to default. And it almost was like a trade of utility. The fall line for the paranoia, and then Made in Thailand were able to overwhelm Crazy guy onto site. Bleed now. They've lost that momentum they gained off of the Thrifty. It really did feel like it was that crucial moment which was completely going to turn the tables on this first half. But instead, Made in Thailand have restabilized. They've regained control and are once again looking dominant in this first half.
Oh, definitely. This was the Made in Thailand that we saw in map number 1. Now we get to see a glimpse of it yet again. Holding defaults for as long as possible, making sure that whatever aggression Bleed comes up with gets punished.
Again.
But regardless, Bleed do not stop aggressing.
Like you said, they will not stop aggressing in the jump peak. Ready to be punished by Juicy, but he doesn't. Not able to take the shot. Trailblazer, it pushes him off, and now all of that information taken away from A, Made in Thailand, they'll go back to Garage to play.
Yeah, but Made in Thailand's position towards Garage was revealed a long time ago. Darion, he's able to get a kill and teleport away even though he was tagged. No, not like this. This wasn't supposed to happen. At least Darion does get punished in the end. But Scary, they're just coming out of that narrow corridor and he's shooting fish in a battle. This is incredible. The Shrouded Step allows Beta to get at least 1, but that is it. Bleed finally make the defense work. And Juicy didn't even have to move a muscle for this one.
Yeah. He just ate utility like it was free and Blade able to pick up a simple win. I think for Made in Thailand, one thing is clear. The most amount of success they found really with this guy is being able to sort of force rotations away. But they keep going back to Garage and assuming that the Sky utility will be able to force presence towards Juicy. That never happens. Bleed have utmost trust in Juicy's capability to hold down that A site on that operator. So with no rotations coming off from C or Garage, Made in Thailand just heading into a massacre. So I think they've really got to commit to forcing Juicy away. But then the question becomes, if you're committing that much to A, why not just go A?
Yeah, that as well. But then again, Made in Thailand, they're not as stubborn, right? They thought that maybe if they commit enough utility, then maybe Bleed will rotate most of their members towards the A side and that will hopefully leave C relatively unguarded. That did not happen. Even though utility from MiTH was committed towards the A site, Bleed knew exactly what was going on, and that's possibly because of Darion's presence. Since he was so close in Garage and he was able to hear all the footsteps, he could still figure out that most of Made in Thailand are still holding grass. So the setup from Bleed doesn't really change all that much, and they're able to stack the right site with the right amount of people. It all works out.
Crucial round though once again, because you can see the economies for neither of the teams really built up. Maybe a buy left in both of them. So a couple rounds could go really far. Darion's looking to get aggressive and his they both get punished with the contact. Floodgates opened up. Made in Thailand able to take the site, but they've only sent the Jet in. She could easily get the plant and back away. Made in Thailand, they have the entire map to play.
Well, with a single casualty, Bleed have already lost control of the C side. From the shadows, MiTH now rejoined by their former teammates, and there's still a lurker present in the form of that chamber towards A lobby. I don't think he'll be finding much value, but if he can come in a little late from Garage, then any hopes of Bleed will be shut down in case they were hoping on a Garage phase retake. This Cosmic Divide at least allows them some room to walk inside and basically forces anyone holding long to come out and fight, but Bleed are winning all their battles. Retla and Scary start chiming in with frags of their own. Lost members trapped outside, and there's not much that they can do. It came down to the wire. Bleed were down their legs. Juicy stabilizes.
This is what I call a replay game. Like, just every round we need a replay, man.
Yeah.
Juicy pulls out his classic in time lock straight onto the head, is able to secure a huge clutch for Bleed.
Yeah,
But-
but Bleed were prepared for this one, right? The moment they placed down that cosmic device, they knew for a fact that all the MiTH members who were supposed to hold long will now have no choice but to swing and actually fight them.
Yeah.
And Bleed were prepared for the fights. They knew that it's just going to come down to trading, and they were superior this time.
I really like the fact that it was diagonal as well, because it almost effectively denies that default contact that we regularly see on site. They can't swing off of each other. But it's really that flank presence that was key, because now MiTH Talent, they're picking up the pace. The Hunter's Fury to tag one out, and the Doom follows up immediately with the blades. He's looking to hunt Juicy down, but Juicy is here to stay, does not die. But finally gets caught out with some spam. The site and the man advantage now for MiTH Talent. They're also marking the flank, and Darion spotted out.
Yeah, the trademark spots Darion. Now he's going to have to clear a lone fills. Meanwhile, the remaining members of MiTH Talent are doing a good job of holding Bleed at bay towards heaven. It's all going to come down to timing. If Alone Fields gets distracted, this will be the end. But he spots the barrel, and it's an
One
easy
enemy
frag onto
remaining.
Darion. The position of the last two members is known, and this should be the end. Easy for MiTH Talent as they secure their 6th. But man, regardless of the outcome of this round, even though MiTH Talent win that round, that shot from Juicy though, it's almost like he was playing Duck Hunt with Kadoom.
He's definitely the hunter there. Definitely. But here. Yeah. MiTH Thailand just able to brute force it down. Juicy even gets taken out. Like, maybe it's very different situation if Juicy doesn't die right here, but it's almost like they hear the cloudburst coming out and they instantly spam him out. 6-3 now. Again, in the favor of MiTH Thailand, and Juicy back with the operator trying to make something happen, but he's been spotted, he's been pushed off. And MiTH Thailand, after that timeout, it seems like they've settled in, like we said. Push Juicy out, but at that point, let's just go A.
Yeah, but Juicy with this op has been a menace. They need to commit so much utility just to force him out of position, and most of that utility belongs to the Sky. And after that, she will have almost nothing left. Paranoia does come through. It doesn't blind anyone. Juicy still got his eyes open, and the moment he strikes, Crazy Guy swings out as well to help him. At least Conqueror and Veto have now dealt with the defenders over here, so the only remaining
Spike
threat
planted.
is that from the retakers.
Oh,
Two
we
from
know-
heaven, one from back again. But hold on, did the trademark not get activated?
No
Oh, of
chamber,
course
the
it did,
chamber's dead
because
for
the-
MiTH Thailand.
Exactly, but I think the Omen is still marking Darion's angle, so this should be a fair fight. Unless he gets caught with the... Never mind, that was the most unfortunate death ever. Fault line, stunned, and teleported at the wrong time. Darion is making things possible for Bleed, and the moment Conqueror is looking towards him, Scary shoots him in the back of his head.
PTC not alive this time around. That crucial pick between Juicy and Crazy Guy at the start ensures that the flank from Darion this time not spotted out. No one to mark him, no one to shut him down. Darion really comes into play, and he's able to help Bleed secure a crucial round.
Crazy stuff. All because of one person going down at the wrong time. And on paper, this should have been a fair retake. Beto would have been able to mark that angle, but he was so distracted. First, he was throwing down a smoke. Then he got fault lined. Just to dodge that fault line, he used the shouted step. And in that very moment, Darion appears. How unlucky
You
can
want
he
to
be?
play? Let's play.
4-6 now, though the total force coming online. PTC wants to challenge Juicy on this off battle, but Juicy's got hell of a backup this time with the Breach and Sova ready to respond to his cues. The fall line coming out combined with the Hunter's Fury, all baited out because of a single guiding light, but Crazy Guy lives up to his name, still finds one.
Can't get it out of the picture. Not a lot of flashes available now. The Paranoia has gonna have to be perfect if they want to find value out of it. But BTC and Juicy still locked in this off-the-off battle. They're just simply not budging. None of them willing to peek over the curb. Another drone tag towards Garage. And it's Juicy closing the distance. It's gonna come down to timing now.
It's the patient stress center. This time his patience wears thin though. He's still not able to take him down. He challenges him to another. And in the repeat, PTC emerges victorious. But hold on. Lead already here on site. Crazy Guy ready to anchor it down. PTC
No
still
way.
shuts him down, and that's humongous. Because now 3v4, despite the rolling thunder, they can play on the
Spike
pre-take.
planted.
Oh, the rolling thunder. It goes in, but the Paranoia holds them back, and PTC holds them down to the ground. Chained, untamed, And this man is on fire. One bullet left in the chamber. Maybe he can go for the ace. And even if he doesn't get it, he's still the hero of this round.
You see? He's gonna get the opportunity. He's firing off the shots, challenging his opposition to come in. Let him show off. But they won't. Darion's just gonna back off, and 7-4 made in Thailand hold their commanding lead.
Definitely. Just to be clear, this is still made in Thailand on the attacking half, right? Because it seems a lot like Bleed. Let's be honest, made in Thailand have also attacked Ace so many times now. It seems like something Bleed would do. Maybe they've taken a page off of their opponent's book. Maybe they are indeed cosplaying Bleed over here. But whatever it is, whatever the philosophy, made in Thailand are making this one work. They've already won this half. They have a chance of extending their lead even further. And it's just the push and pull mechanics from Made in Thailand that work oh so beautifully. Even though they lost Conqueror right at the start of the round because of Crazy Guy's ultimate, they push the members of Lead away from the ace side, or rather pull them away because of all the utility that come towards Garage. And this time it's going to be a fast C hit.
Gravity, well, timing it perfectly though, is able to delay them to a large extent. Doom not able to create that space onto side. Leaves Scary happy to play a long platform, but Crazy Guy got out. The backup from Bleed really needs to come through now. The Seekers to hunt Scary down. He's not going to get a chance, but Juicy and Darion are already here. From the long flank Garage and back side, Juicy and Darion in that 1v2 now.
Wow.
Juicy just slices them up like a simple ninja.
It's unfair how many of these rounds went in the favor of Lead simply because of hero performances from Juicy and Darion. Of course, there's been a fair amount of contribution from both Retla and Crazy Guy. All of them have been amazing in their utility and trading potential. But it just seems like Made in Thailand, they carpet bomb the site not as intimidatingly as Bleed does, partially because of the lack of breach, but still, even with no breach, they can find so much value off of those flashes and off of those Seekers.
I like that the replay production played that twice because it was so clean.
Yeah.
But like you said, definitely, I think to be able to regain that control on backside with the amount of time Scary was able to buy, Juicy and Darion really do come up clutch. And 7-5, we go into the second half now, Crips. And at this point, for both of these teams, the pistol is so crucial again because we've seen this in the previous matches, even in the upper bracket final, where it will be very close in the first half, 7-5, 6-6. It's towards that 9th and 10th round where one team really starts to chip away and build a significant advantage that we see the mental of the other team really starting to bow down. Now, in the very last map, it happened, and a crucial timeout from Legia was able to save the day. I wonder if it comes back to that once again.
Luckily, Legia didn't really need to say much to his troops just yet. Seems like Bleed are managing this quite well on their own. Rest assured, when the man himself does step in and gives a few words of encouragement or words of advice to Bleed, they can surely pop off. But it's all going to come down to this pistol. And if they win it, they can tie it 7-7. If not, MiTH will reach 9-5.
And statistically, Bleed are much better on the attack than they are on the defense. So over a 60% win rate on the attacking side compared to about a 35% win rate on the defense. So definitely their favored side over here. I'll have to see if PTC can find the same level of success as an anchor that he did find on Breeze. Because Bleed, they're going to be stubborn. They're going to look to push into sight. Say it in your words, they're going to look to carpet bomb.
Down, C.
Yep, but the Paranoia holds them back just for a second longer. Beta good for one, but as PTC and Kadoom try to push out of the smoke, they get killed. Juicy, he is taking names and kicking ass. The shock dart from Malone Prince as well in a follow-up. My goodness, this is such a messy round. All of them throwing bodies. Made in Thailand, though, they still win.
That shock dart was so perfect. Landed, I think, on the small copy next to... Yeah, right here. In the small copy next to platform, and he's able to catch him out. Knows that Juicy is just hiding over there. Backs it up with his frenzy as well, and Made in Thailand pull it back.
Exactly, but the rotations from Made in Thailand, so quick, so on time. They flood the gates off the seaside before we'd even have a chance to stabilize themselves once they went in. No plant allowed. And MiTH basically play retake before Bleed can even plant.
Talking about getting it planted though. They forced a buy in this round. They're gambling it all right here. Losing this buy is effectively giving double digits to Made in Thailand. So, Bleed, they're gonna have to really make their gamble work, and they're headed towards the A site, where Alone Phils is standing alone, trying to hold it down. And while the backup does come through, Bleed are playing with their minds. They're gonna push and they're gonna pull, like you said, a lot of presence towards this A while they back off and try to rotate.
Yeah, but Bleed didn't commit too many utilities towards A, so I wonder if they were just waiting for aggression from MiTH, or if they were actually trying to draw out rotations. Because if it's the former, then it's all fine and well, but if it's the latter, then they haven't really accomplished anything. Jump shot from Beta determines where the attackers are coming. The dark cover holds them at bay only for a second longer. Beta tries to make a TP play, and he still succeeds even though he's pinged. Darion and Scary finally neutralize the situation, but the rotations from MiTH are already inbound. Run and gun from the Spectres, and Made in Thailand once again successful in defending C, simply because the rotations arrive so much faster than Bleed members can keep up.
Exactly.
They don't stack the site, but by the time Bleed enter the site, it's almost like walking into a stack. MiTH have already prepared themselves.
Yeah, Congra just playing full rotations. He ran to A and all came back on time all the way to C to make sure that his teammate wasn't left alone, and the forced buy gets denied. Bleed now on an eco. They have a couple sheriffs, they have a stinger, yes, but was definitely the advantage for Made in Thailand in a commanding position to get that double digits on. And we've seen usually when that team gets that double digits on and has such a big advantage to boot, they've been able to close out maps in this BO5.
Exactly. Made in Thailand on their bonus. Bleed with equal weaponry. Have spotted out quite a lot of people. But Made in Thailand don't want to pick up these fights. They're happy with just gathering information and figuring out where Bleed are heading. Nothing really has changed from Made in Thailand, you know. They still have the A stack. At the same time, Beta is still jump spotting towards C long. In case Bleed change their mind, he will be the first to know. But for now, it seems like Bleed are heading into a trap.
Need to walk into a force stack, they flash out backside and try to get it in, and they do exactly that. Darion and Juicy come up clutch with their headhunters and sheriffs and win duels that they had absolutely no right doing. Suddenly a thrifty in play here for Bleed. Trips and they're trying to push in aggressively, but Made in Thailand on the retake, they're fast and quick. They shut down one player, make it a 2v3, but the Vandal in the hands of Juicy is going to come into play. PTC with an impossible task, and it's Darion and Juicy, both the star players of Bleed, helping them get a crucial round that they never should have.
Yeah, exactly. But I wouldn't even call this a massive loss for Bleed. They win the round. They didn't even have to invest too much.
Yeah.
They got all that value from just a bunch of sheriffs. And while on paper this was supposed to be a bonus round for Made in Thailand, this actually turns out to be so much more beneficial for Bleed because they never even had to invest in that much. And now they've got plenty of money to purchase all the guns they need. Extra money in the bank available for Juicy as well.
Yeah, it's effectively a thrifty, even though
Yeah.
wasn't announced as one, but
Yeah.
this time Made in Thailand looking to get creative. Look at Kadoom pushing up that A-shot. Smoke finds one
Spike down A.
through the gap and hunts him down. That will slow Bleed down to a large extent. Much harder to now pull rotations,
Exactly.
especially with that breach gone.
Exactly. And even if that jet failed over there, you had PTC pushing up mid as well. He teleports back to C, but that's not a problem. He knows he doesn't need to push anymore because his team has captured the advantage, and now they look to keep the numbers intact.
Beautifully timed on the shock dart though, but the smoke dash play comes into effect, and Kadoom gets caught out. Darion looking to play, and Juicy and Darion starting to work together to crunch in towards the players on backside. Bleed able to now get the plant down in a 1v3. In effect, PTC is not going to have much to say, especially with just the headhunter in his hands.
Yeah, but don't count him out. It's not over until the fat lady sings. Nearly impossible to break his crossfire, but the lovely shot comes through. And the scary part about this one is that Scary doesn't peak on time. He's being offered individual 1v1s. Ah, there you go. They finally shut him down.
Jeez, what was that shot though? Nice pre-fire on the
Yeah.
graffiti peak. Catches him up, but that's okay. They're able to pick up the round and now really close the gap, bring it back to that 7-5 gap that we have been seeing from the first half. And this is where again the pendulum will really swing. We're gonna have the full bias for both of the teams come into play, and I wonder if Made in Thailand have enough money for an operator maybe.
I think they should, but will they invest? No, actually they don't. Cool. Made in Thailand and Bleed. Neither of them bring out the
Play,
operators.
let's play.
Tour de Force does come through though.
It's a big daddy operator.
Much better than the original one.
There you
And
go.
Darion pays the price. Good Doom gets punished instantly. That A-shot push worked for him in the last round, but not so much this time around. Beta once again just looking to delay, throwing in the paranoias, the duck covers, everything that he can to keep to keep Bleed at bay. But
Look at
Bleed
this.
are happy to fall back.
Contact flash set up on A shot though, and they hear everything. They hear Bleed coming through. Ready now on a crossfire. The flash comes out and the peek too. But they're not able to find many. They're just able to find one. They get traded out instantly, and their trap is done.
Last player standing.
Oh my goodness, BTC didn't even have a chance to make anything happen. Before he can even enter, his nemesis is already present on the other corner, and this seems like a done round already. Made in Thailand. Oh, this started off so well in the second half, but now it seems like Bleed have had more than enough chances to catch up. In fact, after this one, Made in Thailand will most likely be broke.
Exactly, and
Bleed have a chance to not only equalize the scoreline, but maybe even take the lead if they can keep this momentum.
scoreline though with that advantage, and they're trying to put a nail in the coffin really in terms of that weaponry advantage. They're looking to hunt down Beta, deny even a single hero Vandal that could really turn the tides. Scary hears him coming out, and he'll be the one to shut him down. Let's Bleed now, like you said, with that buy-round victory, they're in perfect position with this weapon advantage to now equalize the scoreline, especially with the Rolling Thunder and that Blade Storm available. Similarly though, for Made in Thailand, they have the Hunter's Fury to play, and we saw that for Bleed in the first half when they were 3-0 down. They pulled off a Thrifty on the back of a 3k from that Hunter's Fury on Crazy, guys. So maybe Alone Fills can pull off a crazy play like just like that.
Hopefully we get to see something crazy. Made in
Tactical
Thailand.
timeout, not so crazy.
Yeah, and in fact, it was quite necessary over there. At this point, Made in Thailand can probably start to reconsider whatever they've been working on. They haven't really been able to find too much success on A, and the retakes, they're not as beautiful as they were hoping that they would be.
Yeah. Extremely close in the setup. The timeout by Leaf, but a lot more instructions given by Legia. It seems like a very simple readjustment is what has to come in play for Made in Thailand, because you can see they're quite calm. Not many detailed instructions. So really a matter of adapting their defense in a way where they're able to set up for these radio silences, because that's when Bleed are really finding ways to make them pay, make them desperate for that push, and then catching them out.
Yeah.
Eco though now in play, it's really up to PTC. He's got his Tour de Force coming in.
Yeah, the Truth of Force would be juicy. Although I must say, this is one thing that I've noticed. Made in Thailand, whenever they're trying to defend C, they can always make their rotations appear on time. And it seems like they will be able to flood quickly enough, but not on A. Early ultimate invested. One of those rare instances where Alone Fills doesn't find value off of his Hunter's Fury, but still, at least it forces Bleed to disengage for just a brief moment. Buys a little bit more time.
They threw everything at that opening play, the kitchen sink with it, but they didn't find much value. Instead, they're going to have to back off now and face the wrath of the Rolling Thunder. Bleed coming in, looking fast to execute onto Sniper. Alone Fills, he's going to look to come out of the smoke and fight it, right? Alone Fills gets shut down. Kadoom not able to find value with his Blade Storm, and all that invested by Made in Thailand, it goes in win.
Exactly. I feel like even Alone Fills he felt the compulsion to move in. That was quite unnecessary. Maybe he could have waited for his team. Paranoia to clear out the graffiti crossfire. The guiding light to go along with it, but neither MiTH nor Conqueror, none of them will be able to find anything. This crossfire is just too deadly to break. It seems like Bleed have got this round in the back, but Beta. Juicy shot as he gets sucked into the gravity well, but he will not go down without a fight. BTC still strikes. Unfortunately, these are just exit kills, consolation kills. It won't get them the round.
9-9 on the scoreline. We're even Stevens between these teams. And finally, Made in Thailand will be able to get their hands back on a buy. You can see now, perhaps a little tension on their faces. Worried at the possibility of Bleed's comeback here in this second half from 7-5 down, where Made in Thailand got off to a great start. Since then, Bleed have been able to push back on their buys. They haven't lost a single of those buys, and Made in Thailand, they need to find a way to really shut it down. Again, no operator, and has to be crucial to be able to defend, but they're looking to get aggressive. 4-man towards A.
Oh my goodness, and this could be disastrous. Veto already comes out of the smoke, still wins the duel. Oh my god, he does finally get punished, but Bleed are on a killing spree. They've shut down all sorts of aggression from Made in
enemy
Thailand. Elon Fields also can't do much. He will join his teammates in the nether round. PTC left with a massive responsibility on his shoulders, but unfortunately he doesn't have a head on his shoulders anymore. Juicy jumps up and buries him 6 feet under.
Made in Thailand throw themselves straight into a firing squad and barely even synchronized, because look at this, Kadum dies first and then the flash play comes in just as Kadum dies. So one by one, they go into a grinder effectively in that A lobby, and they do that in their buy. No weapons now. In the next round, they just threw it away.
Exactly. And at this point, Made in Thailand, not only are they broke, but at the same time, Bleed, having won 5 rounds in a row with multiple players alive, they have so much money they can start snowballing out of control.
Oh, Made in Thailand this time. They get much more passive, but still focused towards A long. They've got the crossfire setup in Kadum. He finds one. The trade coming out though, and Kadum not able to capitalize on the flashed players. Ensures that Bleed again win out towards that aggression towards the A side. Oh!
Okay. Yeah, maybe Congrad has a bone to pick with you. The moment you say that, he makes it come true. Do they repeat? Yes, they do. 1-for-1 trade. Back into a 2v2. But in a situation like this with so much time on the board, it's always the attackers who've got the advantage. They can always group up and hit a site with superior numbers and win the trades.
But I wonder if they instead try to play mind games. Maybe use the stars towards B site or C site. Make it look like they're smoking that off and trying to fake, and instead just push into A on the back of the Cosmic Divide. They will do no such thing. They're going to be silent ninjas in the night, pushing in. They're able to dodge out the player from A lobby and will be able to isolate Beta. Now he just has the sheriff, but Beta, he still finds one. Leaving Scary in a 1v1 again. Scary has time to play with Cribs.
Yeah, he's got time to play. He's given him his sound cues. At this point, PTC knows exactly where Scary is, but Scary doesn't have any idea. He's still going to have to be thorough, meticulous in checking everything, and Scary still wins the duel.
I think he played him like he's expecting them there almost, where he runs back to give the sound cue, like you said, of him as if he's running away from side. Expecting Darion towards A shot. He's even expecting that that PTC will think he's playing mind games, and still able to clutch it out. A huge round, no less, because that could have been a thrifty that really pulled Made in Thailand's mental back.
Yeah, it doesn't get them the round, but it gets them plenty of kills. At least that makes Bleed reinvest and keeps the economy humble, but they will have to do a lot more to cause a dent in the Bleed economy right now. Cosmic Divide invested towards the C side. Are they going to enter though? Oh, this Hunter's Fury, it's going to catch both of them. Congrad already tagged, bagged as well.
Look at the A side though.
Yeah, it's empty, but I mean, the spike is far away from it. Sure, yeah. Dedion can get in there quickly, maybe even before any of the MiTH members are able to get inside, but as long as the spike makes it way, only then they can call it a win. It beats Dedion destroyed. Nobody else has entered yet. Rotations from Bleed, not even here. Meanwhile, Made in Thailand have already they've bolted up this side. The reinforcements are arrived, and PTC is all that they need.
A huge round for Made in Thailand. They've able to get the rotations through in time, and a slight timing difference for Darion really right there. He looks away at the worst time possible, just as Kadum swings him and he's taken down. In any other situation, if Darion instead finds that kill, the Astral smokes come through, suddenly Bleed have control in that side. So you can see how small the gaps are for either of these teams to exploit. Find very marginal moments where you're able to catch vulnerabilities from the opposition, and you got to really make them count. So 11-10 on board. The question is, are we headed for overtime here, Chris?
I mean, it's not out of the question. It could be a distant possibility. That will depend on how successful Bleed are on this round. Classic Bleed, right? Heading towards the A side, slowly walking up. Made in Thailand have the right idea though. 4 players gravitating towards the A side. This could be a fortress. Bleed might just walk into a trap, but hey, hold on. Bleed pump the brakes. Rolling Thunders come through and they will now look to invade. But MiTH have 2 players on a shot. This could be their undoing. Trades, they start to swing back and forth. Plant attempted, and this is going to be a disaster.
Spike planted.
Disaster indeed. That's Spike planted as well. Yes, sir. Damn, Crips. At this point, I think we're nearing that area where Bleed will just start to take command. Like you said, right? Classic Bleed. They push it down along and then they play that radio silence game. They just slow it down entirely. They're able to really shut MiTH Thailand down by disrupting with their timing. Match point now for Bleed, and with the weapon advantage to boot. Looking to take the lead in this best of 5 series after losing out the first map. Bleed really looking to set it up for their entire victory in this finals. Right here.
They can feel it, CA. They can almost taste their success. They're definitely within sniffing distance. They don't want to take any unnecessary risks right now. They know for a fact MiTH will get desperate. They will try to play aggressively, and PTC, with that to their force, already marking a long. Crazy guys prepared for this one.
All about the patience.
I am so surprised that Crazy Guy doesn't die there, but eventually meets his maker.
Bleed,
Second time's the charm.
Yeah, they're looking to respond in kind fashion towards the seaside, but they're running into a stack instead. Surprisingly, the contact comes in from Veto and not from backside. He's able to find one and back right off and wait for PTC to pick them off. 4v1 now. As MiTH Thailand hunt them down. They're looking for overtime and they want it now.
At least now I know that my theory is indeed correct. MiTH Thailand, whenever it comes to defending the seaside, their numbers will always be superior. They almost always are able to defend C so much more easily as compared to the A side.
It's also that setup towards A short where you have one TP on A link and the other TP all the way towards C link. I think he's going to do it again. No, never mind. But that exact TP towards C link, and then you have your second towards A link. Scratch me. He is going to do it again. Allows him to instantly rotate off after he gets that first pick towards A shot, all the way to C, and Bleed are like, huh? You were right there.
He's everywhere across the map, omnipresent. And Juicy is the one who is present in their minds, also present on their gravestone. Is it tradition? Is it tradition to write the murderer's name on the gravestone?
Right, what?
Regardless. Write the murderer's name on the gravestone. No, right?
No.
I mean, Juicy is going to engrave it on it regardless.
In the obituary tomorrow. Killed by Juicy. Ready? Talking about the obituary, right now, MiTH Thailand may be headed to their graves on this map. They've lost that initial player in PTC and 5v4. Bleed, utilizing the silence to their max. Slowly pushing down, but it's all about the timing here. Kadoom swings out in time, shuts one down. He still has the dash, he's looking for more value, but he's left alone till on his own. Might get caught out. Oh my god!
Spike down A.
How is Kadoom allowed to stay in that position, kill 3 people, and nobody from Bleed even shuts him down? Nobody pushes that cloud person. That gives him so much room.
30
Now this
seconds
crossfire
left.
setup between Beta and Conqueror could be deadly, but Bleed need to force their way through. MiTH Thailand have no
One
HP, but
enemy
this
remaining.
cosmic divide is gonna break that crossfire apart. Crazy Guy gets one. It's all down to Beta to keep the hope of MiTH Thailand alive. One shot worth of
snuck it.
HP and a dream, and he's playing around the dark cover like a fiddle.
10
Will
seconds
this be
left.
possible?
Oh,
He
no.
catches one, but Crazy Guy's
Wait.
prepared.
Crazy Guy pulls off from the spike in that exact moment he hears the footstep. In that moment, instantly pulls off the spike and he's got Scary's back, because if he doesn't pull off for even half a second longer, Beta had them lined up. Holy moly, the margin on that final peak, I'd love to see that in the highlights.
Now, there's just some things that highlights won't show you. It won't show you how close how close MiTH Thailand were to pushing this game into overtime. How close they were to breaking Bleed's heart. They worked so hard to acquire that advantage, and the cosmic divide was absolutely beautiful. That crossfire from MiTH Thailand would have been devastating, and the only thing that disrupted it was that cosmic divide. And then on top of that, the dark cover to counter that very attempt of breaking that breaking the crossfire, it gave Beta enough room to maneuver around, and with one shot worth of HP left, that's all that he could have done.
Damn. Small margins, but large stakes. Both of these teams are here in the grand finals to win it all, to win, get that title of the SEA Championship. And I think at this point, with Bleed taking the lead on Haven, they're definitely in control. They're in a position they want to be. Breeze, just a misstep. I'm sure they'll look forward to correcting it after this finals. But after this finals is the priority. Now Bleed with series point in the next few maps.
Definitely bleed. I mean, now that they're heading into Ascent, they will be feeling so much more secure about themselves, even though Ascent is not supposed to be a map where anyone can be guaranteed victory.
Yep.
MiTH Thailand started it off quite well, let's be honest. They were so prepared for everything. They knew for a fact that Bleed on their defensive half will try to go for a lot of wraparounds and rotations, which they were accounted for. MiTH Thailand were fully aware about everything that Bleed could
this
throw
round.
at them, but they were not prepared for this. My goodness, Crazy Guy just lined them all up.
Yeah, that aftershock pushes all of them into position. Crazy Guy drops them like they're flies. That Thrifty was the beginning of Bleed's comeback in the first half. They stabilized a lot more from them, and we saw some rounds go in favor of MiTH Thailand, some in Bleed, eventually getting us to that 7-5 scoreline. A close one nonetheless. But that's where statistics come into play, Crips, because as statistics speak, on this map, Bleed's attack is considerably better than their defense. And when they get to go towards that attacking half, despite the initial issues, despite losing out the first buy, they're able to recover, recalibrate, and get the victory.
Exactly, and we already knew that Bleed are going to prefer the A side so much more, right? There's a reason why that happens, is because Bleed are just simply more successful on that side. Even though we saw so many times MiTH Thailand have multiple people posted on the defense over there, they had stacked up the A side, it did not really help their cause. Bleed was able to win every single duel and just claw their way into that A side, even with superior numbers of MiTH present. But I think that round, I mean, this one that you see on your highlights right here, was MiTH's undoing. They had a buy round. They decided to fight aggressively towards a short and a long as well. Forced the issue unnecessarily, and they lost all their duels, and that's exactly how their economy was in tatters. It gave Bleed the momentum to keep going.
Now look,
Last player standing.
at this point, for both Bleed and MiTH Thailand, you're seeing clear-cut hero performances, right? Like we saw PTC really start to pop off in this map. But the fact that it went down to a 13-11 Crips highlights how important that ability to play with your team is. Like you highlighted too, in that last round, that Cosmic Divide coming in, and both of them working together. Crazy Guy immediately getting off the plant the moment he hears that audio cue of Beta running come towards him. Just beautifully played by both of these teams in terms of that teamwork work. And this round especially was so damn close, especially after all the work Kadum was able to put into play.
Yeah, I mean, this is just insane. How can Kadum stay towards a shot, have nothing but a cloudburst cover him, and still get 3 kills after his position was already revealed? It's just beyond me. It's these hero performances from players of Bleed, and even MiTH Thailand for that matter. But these hero performances are on the back of some crucial mistakes from their other counterpart. And that's exactly why this game was indeed close.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Kadum getting that 3k, Bleed would have been able to finish this game off a long time ago. Maybe even stop MiTH from getting to double digits.
Honestly, that could have gone to overtime. I still
Yeah.
see in that replay, right? You can see Beta when he swings around. Crazy Guy is in the planting animation. So literally, so marginal. If Crazy Guy is slightly late in his reaction speed as well, he's dead. And Beta is able to get the clutch, but nevertheless, it's Bleed. Despite the small gaps, is able to secure the victory. And that's what at the end separates champions from runners up, the ability to pounce on those marginal things, because in the grand finals, we've got the best of our entire tournament facing off against each other. You've really got to make the small differences count.
Definitely. And when the games are this close, when not only the scoreline, but also most of the rounds boil down to 1v1s and 2v2s, you know for a fact that this is going to be a nail biter. Make sure you have your nail cutters present. Biting the nails is not a healthy habit, but watching such close games of Valorant is definitely good for mental health. Continue watching. We'll be back after a short break with the next map.
area.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD, powered by Ampverse. After a small break, I'm back here with Crips. Look forward to the last two maps, which is Ascent and Bind. And that is the same two maps, Crips, that we saw these two teams fight on the upper bracket finals in their best of three. So I'm very excited to see if Made in Thailand have made some corrections to continue this spree and look forward to maybe them grabbing the title.
I don't think they need to make too many corrections. They had the right idea almost every time in the previous game when Bleed were on the attacking side. Made in Thailand would be able to stack up the correct bomb site almost every single time. Of course, at the end of the day, it comes down to trading and fighting, which is something that you can't really fix. You just have to hit your shots when they matter the most. But for now, I can say that Made in Thailand have a good read on what Bleed are doing. And going into the last map, I think Made in Thailand can give them a fair fight, maybe even push this into map number 5. There's no glaring mistakes that either of these teams need to fix. Both of them are playing to the best of their ability so far, and everything does seem to work out. Of course, both of them are adjusting to each other very, very well, which means the mind games are super intense. And none of these teams could make a lurk play happen even one time in the entirety of that map. No lurk plays possible at all. It was all basically just regroup, attack as a 4-man unit or a 5-man unit, and hope that the trades swing in your favor. It all came down to that. So it tells you exactly how well these teams know each other, how well they've prepared against each other. And Ascent is also one of those maps which boils down to training at the end of the day. So we are about to see a bonanza of frags.
Yep, truly, because we saw how matches are going so close, and that's one of the reasons these two teams are able to read each other so well. And the thing that you talked about, the lurk thing, it was kind of pulled off in Icebox when it was much needed for Bleed to win.
Yeah.
And that was a small fake. And that is because Bleed never did it like till early on. So I think again trying it on Haven would have been a risk, and it wouldn't have been allowed because Made in Thailand did have the read. But as you said, that last moment fights coming in the trade game and then standing tall on the fights, the individual gameplay kind of worked better for Bleed in the end rounds. Even that's the round where Scary's position was kind of known. On the other hand, PTC completely ready for the fight, but Scary, the timing, just playing in the offbeat cross and then just taking a player down is the reason we see couple of rounds being missed from Made in Thailand, or we would have ended up seeing overtime as well, Crips. But now, as we said, it is time for Ascent. Bleed have picked it. Previously as well, we did see Ascent being played out, but that time it was Made in Thailand picking up that map and still Bleed taking them down, because what did Bleed do? They did not pull off that Phoenix shenanigan, which they tried for the first time in their BO3.
Ooh, oh yeah, I forgot about the existence of the Phoenix. We haven't seen it in the series so far, and I didn't think I would get to see it either. I thought we'll probably get to see something like a Raze, because that hasn't been picked up all that often. Chamber will obviously be present on a map like Ascent. We might even see something like a Killjoy come in. But yeah, if the Phoenix does come through from Bleed, then that will be a lovely curveball that nobody is prepared for, pun intended.
I mean, I hope it works out well, because previously when Bleed tried to do that, they just fell flat on the faces and Made in Thailand won on Ascent with that Phoenix being bought out from Bleed. So they didn't want to do that the second time, that is like yesterday when they met in the upper bracket final. So today it's again a chance where Bleed Esports will be looking forward to cleaning it up. But Made in Thailand, as I said, will be looking forward to corrections. And let's just jump into the agent selection. Let's see if they've changed something up, or they're going to be stick to their defaults and comfort picks.
Okay.
No changes.
Yeah, no changes. Rather, it's actually quite a stable lineup. And very similar too. Main difference being obviously the choice of initiators. No Sova present on the side of Bleed. Crazy Guy on the Fade is a lot more scary, although his Sova plays are super calculated. On the Fade, this guy is a little scarier because he's obviously that much closer to his team, so he can trade out really well. Maybe we'll get to see the fragging side of Crazy Guy once more this time around. Other than that, no stark differences. Beta still on the Omen. Lot more possibility of one ways on a map like Ascent to boil down time. I hope Alone Fields can pick up the pace. He was kind of just not present in the action in the last game. Not able to fight alongside his team. Not able to trade all that well. So I hope this time that problem gets fixed.
the first map for the entire squad of Made in Thailand was really good, and we did speak about it. Maybe it is the reason that they had a warm-up match earlier today itself. But on the other end, Bleed, after Breeze, they've just looked really, really good. Yes, they did fumble a little bit on Icebox, but after that, they've just composed them really well. Even on Haven, when it went closer, they were ready for those trade-offs as well as fights coming through. Let's see what's cooking in the boot camp, whether it's complete serious faces or smiles across. Bleed, calm and composed, looking forward to closing this, picking up the trophy, because earlier as well, I think a couple of days before, we did see them tweet it out. I'm looking forward to the big trophy when Skyesports put it out that these are the trophies for Skyesports SEA Championship. But on the other end, MiTH, you can see a little bit worried because they know they're right at the edge of being cut off and will be left out of being called champions from here in the Skyesports SEA Championship. And now with 40 seconds on the clock, Ascent can be a make do or a decider. Bleed, are they going to be the champions, or is there going to be another map they have to fight for?
They can already taste victory, Sam. They are that much closer, leading 2-1, having taken over the map of Haven in a very close and highly contested fashion. Now Bleed want to seal the deal, secure the championship, and lift that trophy that they've worked so hard for. Made in Thailand, of course, they can't afford to let this one slip by. They will not sit idly and let Bleed take over this championship, which had Made in Thailand written all over it. They started off the group stage in a pretty dominant fashion, and they will show that they can end it as well. One more map required from Made in Thailand to push this game into point.
Bring them down.
This is going to be a banger. Ladies and gentlemen, here we begin. Made in Thailand on defense, Bleed on the attack. And we've kicked things off. Made in Thailand already pushing right out of B main. It's a 3-man push too. A 4-man rather. They're about to intercept each other on mid.
Vita and Arun Fills along with Kadum chiming in,
Spike
making sure
down
that
mid.
this mid execution falls flat. Crazy guy left alone. He was looking forward to a B main push. There is nothing that he could look forward to. That mid completely fell flat. They have the spike, everything under control. It's a 1v4 situation. And while he was looking forward to a small angle, Kadum was there to surprise him and smack him out for at least this first round. Made in Thailand have been at least good for these initial rounds and initial pistols and all, but after that immediate, you see the anti-eco buys coming through or the force buys coming in, Bleed have had a better chance. So I think Made in Thailand from the get-go need to make sure that Bleed never get a synergy in.
Let's see how much the synergy works out for them. This was a clear brawl. This pistol run was... It's nearly impossible to pin down to a reason. It just happened that Made in Thailand got the successful push and able to stop Bleed, who just happened to be on mid at that time. If they decided to go towards A-Long, then they would have been able to get a free sight, and this round would have been very different. BTC playing one and done, but since he's the chamber, he has the luxury of doing so. Doesn't want to take any risk
Spike
because
down
Kadum is
mid.
present in the same spot to get the spike carrier kills. A peek at a market, and they both double up. This time, just striking one after another, shutting down Bleed members before they even have a chance to inflict a single HP worth of damage.
Tried mid another time and still failed with a double deadly
Last
test
player
coming in from both PTC and Kadum. And Kadum with the 3k looking for the last one. He grabs the ult top. Alone Fills gets the idea. Looking forward to those right clicks. Crazy guy might be able to do chip damage, but that's all. Not getting anything else. Not even a weapon being dropped. A flawless for Made in Thailand to start off on Ascent. Looks like they have reformed and thought this through, thinking that this is a best of one and figured to get this map out.
Ascent, best of one. Well, haven't we seen plenty of that before? At least when it comes to Made in Thailand, this attempt that they have done towards mid has been paying off dividends. But now that the superior weaponry is available towards the side of Bleed, MiTH won't be able to take the same fights towards mid again. The range on the Vandals is just so much better than Spectres. And that's why MiTH have gone for the same strat that they used in the pistol run. They push 4 members out of the main. Meanwhile, PTC is ready to intercept them towards a shot. Paranoia gives away the locations, but at this time, Bleed are more than prepared to hold all the MiTH members down at B-Link and just trap them over there. Crazy guy responsible for keeping them at bay. Meanwhile, the spike continues to move towards the A site. And now that the KO has already infiltrated the site, it should be easy for Scary to move in there as well.
3v3 situation, 1 minute on the clock, weapon upgrades coming in because it was a flawless. A side completely taken over. They will get the plant. For a second, I thought they'll go for all the backstabs, but right now they have to deal with Retla, who's still at trees. This Nebula might not give them the right information, but they have the idea that they've pushed, taken control of defender spawn. Beta finds one, but look at this crossover. Retla sees Trigger Discipline coming in. He chimes right behind them. Scary finds one in the front, and Retla two from the back.
So patient. Retla is a monster with the discipline of a saint. It would have been really scary if he did not have that same amount of patience, especially after Beta struck down Crazy Guy. Under normal circumstances, most players would be tempted to swing and at least get that trade when your teammate has just died towards window, but not Retla.
Yes.
He stays calm, he holds his ground, steadies his nerve,
Bring them down.
and strikes when the time is right.
I'll find you.
Lead. Not a great round for them. And you can see they're scraping up for any kind of weapons that they can have. Again, it's a split approach coming in all directions. They have some presence at B main, mid a lot, and some towards A main, just looking forward to a guard. But going in for this time, looking at the pings, they want to go and take control of defender spawn. They just don't want to go and hit B.
Yeah,
Or maybe it was just a check.
and even if they get towards mid plus B,
They are.
Crazy Guy is yet to come in from B main, so it can't be a crunch. They're gonna go towards CT instead. This deadly crossfire could be their undoing. Beta and Kadum are ready to stop them in their tracks. Paranoia hits them square in the face, and Beta strikes yet again. Once more, ready to intercept them. These attempts to take control of CT have gone in vain, and Darion also can't get much done. Spike dropped in no man's land, and it's nearly impossible for Scary to recover it. Even Crazy Guy can't catch much done because Darion is right behind him. I'm sorry, it's not Darion, it's PTC. Regardless of the name, Crazy Guy was a dead man before he could even make a move, and
30
Scary,
seconds left.
he's just trying to grab the spike in between this cacophony of smokes. He can isolate alone fills, but what can he do next? Beta gonna be the next target if he can hear him. Sound cues must have been given away, so Scary knows where he is, but the time is ticking and the clock is not on his side.
Teleport's ready.
The only thing that he can do is save here, Crips.
10
because
seconds
he
left.
just has 250 creds. But he's walking right towards PTC. He's hearing all this, and as he's stepping down, PTC will look,
no,
taking him. PTC, he misses it. But still, again, Scary is super low. Some wall bangs. Oh wait, he actually manages to save it. Beta is running up to find that player, but wow, Scary is so lucky. I think he has some lucky charm on him today, because the clutches coming in to save a weapon like that is not easy.
Yeah, and imagine if he died over there, right? Not only would he get the saving penalty, economic penalty, he would also not get to carry forward the weapon. That's like double disaster.
Yeah. Still, because of the investment, Bleed are scrambling up for buys. 3 people have good weapons, but one on a Sheriff, another on a Spectre. You
MiTH
see,
one step ahead every step of the way, though. Bleed tried something similar once more. They're trying to approach mid. Now, last time they tried going towards CT, which did not really work for them. Let's see if this time they go for a mid plus peak launch. Or rather, they go for neither of this, make noise towards mid, and then fall back towards A shot. Even that's a possibility because that's where the spike is.
looks like they're about to hit B again. But in the meantime, it's up to Crazy Guy to hold off this B main push. It's a double down. Back off. They also say enough is enough. It feels like maybe it's a quick, fast market hit coming through, and that's the reason. Just keeping a check on Crazy Guy. On goes through. Crazy Guy does not get any info, and it's all about the timing. BTC fails to deliver, and now everything is just falling apart like dominoes. Alonso somehow holding it down, but he's stuck.
He can't push that smoke. Nothing he can do to avoid the spike plant. His teammates coming in from market at least don't have to worry about crossing B main. Shockcard can maybe do damage at max. Can't delay the plant. And Bleed have everything they need.
Super low though. It's all about the timing on that. Scary is on a reload and they find it. But still the number's not that great. Darion finds a lone fills. It's all up to Beta. He is surviving with full health. But it's a 1v3. And they have just crossfires in every direction.
Yeah, there's really not much that Beta can get done over here. A shot, maybe even 2. But Darion makes it through. Good stuff from Bleed as they secure the second round. They make the adjustments. Of course, they tried to go for something ballsy in the previous round where that mid plus CT push really did not work for them. They learned their lesson. They decide not to be over ambitious and go for the tried and tested strats of the mid plus B crunch. Crazy Guy always coming in late from B main. And this has been a trend from Crazy Guy because he's always going to be the one holding the backlines. If MiTH have recognized this, then maybe they can take steps to kill Crazy Guy right at the start. That's going to be a dangerous player out of the
You
equation.
want to play?
If not
Let's
kill him,
play.
maybe just lock him out of the action where he can't really help his teammates. Oh, but Juicy, he's of big help. It takes a triple peak to finally bring him down.
Yeah, huge triple peak, which is invested in terms of both life, weaponry, and everything that they had. And still, it just gave them one number up, and PTC is immediately put down. Crazy Guy takes complete control of B. The spike is making its way on Scary's back, and they'll get the spike down.
Yeah, the Cosmic Divide even stops the members of MiTH from coming through quickly enough. And they're just buying time on the back of this Cosmic Divide. Gives Bleed so much more time to work with. And when it finally fades, MiTH have a decision to make. Do we even go for this? A save could be in the works. There's not too much HP present on them either. No massive ultimates that can help them clear this out. Oh, and now the one person who had an ultimate is also dead. Beta buried 6 feet under. Darion's got nothing to lose, so he just wants to kill as many people with his scan while his 2 the force is still active. He does this, and MiTH will have even worse economy to go through in the next round.
It's basically a cannon which acts like a rifle, this 2D force. And you do not want to be in those lenses.
Yeah, you don't. Especially when it's Darion who's wielding this cannon.
A 3-3 here for Bleed. They've made their way, they've rode their back in, and they're going to be starting off right now like a fresh run, because they are the ones looking forward to grabbing up the lead. On the other end, Made in Thailand, you can see them trying to scrap up things. They don't have a full shield. I feel like another maybe Force or a Bulldog buy might come through, but the way Bleed are hitting just B back to back and just separating the players. The small switcheroo in the previous hit was they attacked mid, but when they saw a lot of presence at mid itself, they immediately rotated from B main where Crazy Guy found an opening. That's the switcheroo. This time it looks like they want a hit, which is kind of being readied and read from Made in Thailand. But are they ready for the fights?
It's gonna be a brawl. It's not even a fight, man. When there's all 5 members of MiTH present on the A side, it's gonna take a heroic attempt from Juicy to liberate and alleviate the pressure. The elevation does get him 1 kill. Can he get another one? It could be in the works. 1 kill picked up by Bleed. They have no obligation to continue going towards the A side, and they slowly back off. MiTH recognize this, and they also try to make adjustments. Unfortunately, there's no trademark present towards mid this time around from the side of MiTH. This means that someone's going to have to physically mark this angle. And even that's not being done. Bleed can always exploit it. Instead, they go towards tree, and Congrats prepared. More than up for the task.
But it's just a quick exchange, and now they've taken control of the side. Alone Phil stuck at Vines, but Crazy Guy is wondering about it, and the Seas will reveal his position. Crazy Guy immediately flushes him out, and that's back to a 2v4 situation. Beta might be up close, looking forward to a quick retake, but PTC is nowhere close, so he has to wait for that initial duel. Darion takes damage, but he places his rendezvous, runs away.
It was quite a risk, but I guess when you're up 4v2, you can afford to do something like that. MiTH once again on the brutal end of a save round. Or not. PTC still trying to get a pick. If he does get one, then they will go for it. JV2, much more doable odds. PTC is making this happen, and they've locked the last 2 players under hell. PTC knows exactly where they are. 4 bullets in the chamber, and he's got the head under to work with. Trying to bait out a shot from Retla, and he delivers. As promised, Bleed continue their win streak.
They're not letting go of any rounds, irrespective that there is a chance, or if there is a scenario where they're just losing players, they're just ready to keep hitting it. Those fights that Bleed are standing tall on is the reason they're winning it. This is just insane coming in from Juicy. The confidence that his teammates will set him up for success, and then that haunt followed by a flash coming through, it just helped them out so well, and just that double updraft finds the chip, or even the hair not coming in from Kadoom's head. Slices and dices him. I thought he would survive actually, and maybe Juicy loses all of his blades. But Leaf, he's always good on these timeouts. But in the previous map, and how it's following, how it's ensuing here for Bleed, it's looking like these timeouts are not at all working in favor of Made in Thailand.
Yeah, even if you do get the timeout, what do you really fix? I mean, at the end of the day, Made in Thailand had the right read on this one. Huh? 5-man
Yes.
stack at the start of the round. Of course, Juicy with the elevation gets a cool frag, and then, Made in Thailand have to go back towards B because Bleed didn't hit it. That was the right call. Tactically, Made in Thailand made no wrong decisions. Just boiled down to the fighting. And the odds were stacked against them. If it was a 4v3, they wouldn't have had a chance to make this one work. Because PTC and Beta were able to get a kill each, that's why they decided, okay, maybe we can try this. Maybe we can't keep on saving again and again and again.
Yes.
It would have been a red flag. And that retake for MiTH came through because of desperation, not rather than a good decision on their own part. Regardless. To the force pushed back because of being suppressed. If Blade can keep forcing the members of Made in Thailand back and take control of the area inch by inch, it's a much more sustainable strategy than just challenging the fights against Made in Thailand.
This small play coming in from Bleed, right, where they're trying to initially get contact in one of the sides and then immediately moving away, like bringing in these small minute rotations and like the radio silence that we keep always talking about is causing a problem here. But finally being spotted by the Aldro, they said enough is enough, we are going to rush into it. Vita finds one, alone fills with that crossfire, gets one, but he gets taken down immediately. It's still a 4v3 situation.
Oh no.
Made in Thailand can wait it out, but Scary, he's making it costly. He's trying to control these numbers as inside there is still Kong added, and now that he is fallen, things are wary. And look at where they've gotten their comrade Retla to bring back. He's fallen on sight and they're getting him back. He's revived. Oh, the push is still there from PTC. He has his 2d4s. Rendezvous out after getting one. So we are back to a 2v2. Even Stevens here. Spike not planted. 20 seconds on the clock here to go for the fight. Kadum, he might be able to dodge the flash, but he's not going ahead for the fight. He's waiting for the team to go for a plant.
Scary needs to cover Retla as he commits to the plant. A flash to keep the player on lane 1 at bay. PTC can't push in with the 2-4 just like that. And once more, they make it work. Retla strikes. PTC trades. Scary's ready for the swing. Bleed boil it down to the last second. Down to the wire.
Scary Crips is just brilliant in these clutch moments when the numbers are down, when things look so bad for the team. He is always there to deliver, always there to control. It would have all been lost, but for him to know that it was PTC pushing in from that second lane, holding that angle for quite some time, it doesn't matter if his teammate falls down because it was back to a 1v1 situation, and it was the same scenario we saw in Heaven. Again, Scary clutching it, keeping the lead up for Bleed.
Bleed in the lead by 2 rounds, but for how much longer? 3-man sack from MiTH already present towards the B side. This could be a difficult one. Flashes force them back across the smoke, but Juicy goes way before his teammate can trade him out. PTC gets an easy frag. Scary and Dairy on double up though. Now this is good. PTC still acting like the chat, acting like the hero in the side, and now he's fallen back to safety as well. Reunites with his teammates where Conrad is ready to strike, and Conrad with a double of his own. Darion finally shuts him down, but at what cost? He's now alone, trapped in the site. Up against 1.5 men. Maybe he can stop them from reviving Conqueror, but this could be a bait and he can't afford to take that risk. Now in a 1v3, odds stacked against him, back against the wall, and the world now crumbling upon him.
What?
He's still alive, still kicking ass, swinging around the boxes, playing ring around the roses, and toying with his prey before he finally devours them, sends them down. Darion with the quad kill and a massive hero play to keep Bleed in the lead.
What was that play coming in from Darion? It was a 1v3 where everybody knew his position, his location, but for him to keep mustering up the courage and strength to isolate those duels and win it all out. You saw Beta, he ended up using all his bullets and had to switch to a classic. That's how much of a pressure that Darion put in forth of the 3 players when he's the one who had to take the pressure.
Exactly, right? And you can see the temptation on this man to stop the revive onto that fallen KO. He did not bite that bait. He stayed put. He was stoic, unrelenting, pursuing excellence every step of the way, and now he looks to continue that same momentum. Bleed once again, huddling up outside of B lane, waiting for their opportunity. Cosmic Divide's already come through, but they haven't really made a move on the back of it. Could this be a fake commitment ultimate? MiTH bite the bait. 4 stack on the B side. If Bleed commit now, then this would be a treacherous affair of trades.
Coming through from PTC. Did find connection in Crazy Guy, and the immediate paranoia to follow up does push them back. There are 2 ultimates again from Bleed to flush the site or clear the site. It's all about the timing. Crazy Guy decides to use that night shot. And it does, along with the stars being aligned. Quick exchanges coming in from both the ends, Haunt being destroyed, but on the other end, positions being revealed with the recon. Still gives them the idea it is going to be a B hit coming through, but Darion, he's slowly treading up again. Even though he's lost the teammate, he's not stopping.
left.
He's found one, he's looking forward to clearing defender's spawn where Beta is stuck after the smoke is cleared. Slowly but
Yeah, but the
steadily, they
spike.
still want to commit, it feels like to be.
Yeah, Spike just recovered by Darion. Inching forward. 2-man stack in the site,
enemy
ready
remaining.
for the pushes. Darion with the
B.
triple, still not
One
enough.
enemy
Crazy
remaining.
Guy boils it to a 1v1. 30 HP and 7 seconds to work with. He has to force this fight. He has no other choice but to face him head on. And unravel is ready for the challenge.
If not for that triple stack on site, it could have been again Bleed getting that round. And also Alone Phil's kudos to him not giving the idea of where his position was. As Kadum was fighting, if Alone Phil's also thought of swinging at the same moment, I feel like Darion would have gone in for a quick swing and a flick on, and he would have taken Alone Phil's also done, and life would have been even more tougher. And there itself, they might have lost the round. Well, look at this, Legia. It has come to a point here, Crips, and you will also agree to this. When we saw Bleed, when we started off the day, Legia rarely called timeouts. But Leaf was very proactive and always calling timeouts. Now, as we've come to the 4th map, from the 3rd and the 2nd map, we are seeing Legia also being very proactive, understanding that Made in Thailand, once they start getting some momentum and idea, we need to break it there itself and build something new in terms of the entire building.
Well, once again, a tactical pause has been called. Bleed have already won the half. They've already taken the 6-4 lead. They can probably extend it further. MiTH, though, this has been a trend that we saw in Haven, and it continues in Ascent as well. They stack up sites so well. They have such a good read on where Bleed is going to hit. And it's almost always Bleed walking into a multi-stack, playing life on hard mode, basically. But despite getting stacked on, despite facing superior numbers, Bleed somehow find a way to take this lead and outmaneuver the superior numbers of Made in Thailand every step of the way. Will the trend continue? Will MiTH still be able to make the right calls as they've done in the past? Will Bleed continue to win their battles as they've always done in this series? This is a breaking point for both these teams.
Especially with scrambled buys coming in from Made in Thailand. They have to make sure that this round works in their favor, otherwise everything just breaks down, and after this round there's just only one round left, and I'm not too sure how great the buy will be for Made in Thailand at that point. This is the best part of Alone Phil's. His recons are saved until the last minute, but still they're able to find it out. Crazy Guy takes down Kadum. That initial contact was so crucial the first blood, and now with Kadum out, it just feels like everything will start crumbling from Made in Thailand, because he's so crucial for those first bloods. And look at them, they've taken the site, plan coming through.
And the one time Made in Thailand didn't make the correct stack, and Bleed have it so easy to get into the site. Of course, a retake is still possible. Made in Thailand now turning up the pace, but the gravity well keeps them at bay coming in from doors. Smokes towards heaven also, just trying to buy time. Flashes, perfect. 3 of them swing through, but Juicy turns it into a killing spree. What on earth just happened? 1 second, 4 kills, and then in the blink of an eye, everyone's dead. My goodness, is this guy really Juicy? Maybe he should consider naming himself after something like a meat grinder, because that's what it felt like.
I agree. Juicy is insane. I mean, that flash was intended to any player who was playing right up close at Jenny. Yes, and Scary did get flashed, but Juicy, him making sure that Scary survives as he is flashed, just worked out brilliantly over there. Even though Scary got eliminated after getting one, but Juicy got himself a 3 to clear the entire squad of Made in Thailand. And with that, they have a 3-round lead, and they're not looking forward to stopping there. They're again looking forward to a quick mid hit, and the recon went through, because of which you can see Kadum is hiding. There is a trademark at market on which contact Kadum will try to swing and Beta will try to help. But look at this proactive aggression that we are seeing from PTC and also being read on the other end from Retla.
Oh no, not like this. Retla strikes, PTC goes down, Kadum playing anti-flash, and the stinger works!
Goes bye-bye.
The fact that he's able to get 2 kills is just beyond me. That's so much value being extracted. Scary. He does make things come back to neutral ground, but it's already damage done. Conquered on the move. Gets caught by Retla, who was anticipating that rotation. And it's just a lone Feltz. They don't know he's right here. They can still attempt to continue going towards the B side, but I think they've got the right read and Scary disengages before any more risks are taken.
He's wondering what's happening, and now look at this. Oh, crazy guy! He changes his direction, thinking that maybe from the defender spawn alone Phils would make his way through, but it was from the first lane back out from the side. Now they're quickly running into side, and also you saw Scary. He was just 1 orb away from his ultimate. Going in for the ultimate to deny this plan, but it is not in the default, and that's the reason Alone Phils could not find anything, and also he had to let it go because the timer. And now the Cosmic Divide being enabled. Oh, this is gonna hurt Alone Phils. Even if there is a possibility, they're just holding a crossfire both from A-Main and Jenny. Contact peak.
Oh, and the contact beat doesn't do much. Shock darts up close, won't clear anything. Scary's prepared. He's gonna have to gamble jump through.
Yeah.
And even if he finds out where Scary is, he'll never be able to figure out where the other guy is. Challenging towards Jenny, Alone Phil wins the duel, but time has passed. And this round is done and dusted.
With that, even the first half. Bleed off to a blistering map here on Ascent, just like they were previously.
Switching sides.
Previously, it was very close. We ended up still seeing a scoreline of 7-5, but Bleed just won up better right now with an 8-4 scoreline. 2 more rounds, double digits for them, and Bleed are the one who are right next to closing this series off in the grand finals of the Skyesports SEA Championship, calling themselves the champions after all the efforts and toils that they've been through. To be also kicked down from Made in Thailand itself, they're proving a point here that it is just once that you could do it. We are not going to let it happen again.
This is actually a pretty damn good lead.
Yes.
I mean, considering that MiTH were able to have decent reads all throughout this half and make reasonably well calculated stacks, it doesn't look like Bleed was struggling all that much. The crossfires not always present from Bleed, but the trades definitely so.
Yes.
A lot of these came down to hero performances as well. That triple kill from Darion, super clutch coming in from all these members. Yes, there have been miracles for Bleed, but it's not been without reason.
Again, Scary in some very precarious situations that he finds those frags is just insane. Beta should have been finding that free one because Scary was mostly concentrating towards the side, switches first onto the second lane, and he hears a small sound cue and immediately flicks onto Beta. Now, very crucial pistol here for Made in Thailand to recover all the losses that they've had until now, irrespective whether it's on the maps or this map itself. If they want to have a chance, fight for this best of 5 and push it to the last map, it is this pistol round.
0 point flash, all of that invested, and they get a kill. Ah man, that's not happening, man. Bleed spent a lot of utility to get that early advantage towards a main, but that just simply does not happen. Made in Thailand a bit too good. Kadum feeling himself. Retla playing way out in the open. Spots out Alone Phil his feet, but he can get back before he's in danger. And with 3 people detected, Bleed can already start rotating.
Yeah, they can safely say the spike should be here, but
yeah,
looks like Made in Thailand want to kind of change things up.
Yeah, they're just waiting. Even though they go towards the A side later on, they're just hoping that Bleed outguess themselves and overthink themselves, which is true actually. Scary's moving away from the A side even though he had rotated in the correct position at one point of time. And forget that, yeah, even Retla is going away. It's just Crazy Guy and there's not much that he can do to stop them. Sure, he can maybe try and get a pick, but yeah, but through the smoke, he's not gonna have that good luck. Retla with a flash peek, he will be good for one, but nobody peeks him at all. And the opportunity has slipped past his hands. Retla goes down as well.
Last 2 players surviving from Bleed. Scary and Darion. I mean, these frenzies, if it was right on their faces and they would have known to challenge the duels, they would have got a lot in terms of the advantage. But those frenzies don't have the right grasp of how they can fight with their opponents, and that's the reason the classics and ghosts are working out better. Alone Phils wants to jump right on their faces, the smoke clears, and Darion has no idea about it. Alone Phils playing so up close, might be able to fight both in simultaneous manner, but Scary quick on the trade, and that's the reason. You kind of need a proper vision of how you want to fight with your opponent. Otherwise, if you're just farther away, just like how we saw right now, Frenzy does not work that well, and the opponent's Classic or even Ghost or even Classic will just work out better, and Made in Thailand picks up the very crucial pistol round.
Well, Made in Thailand definitely needed this one. Unless Bleed force buy and challenge them, Made in Thailand should be able to extend this lead by one more round. Sorry, not even lead. They can probably close the gap by one more round, and it looks like Bleed don't want to take any such risks.
They're on the defense.
Yeah, but Juicy, oh my goodness, hold on. Even though he gets revealed initially, they are aware that he will be in the smoke. They're going to spam the hell out of it. Maybe he can find the timing, but for now he can only hear them falling back. This information will be relayed to his teammates. Bleed will disengage. They will go back towards the side after giving up control of A main, hoping that Made in Thailand do the same.
They can go for challenges whenever they want, but understanding the risk at this moment that they do not have the upper hand, they just give it up, let Juicy take control of A main, and they're switching things up. But as they're moving up, look at the positioning that Darion has, along with him Crazy Guy ready to swing in case he finds the first attack. Headhunter finds one. He's looking forward to a second. They all randomly start running away, and why did Beta swing being the spike carrier over there? And because of the cloudburst, yes, they'll be able to recover it, but with two weapons dropped and Bleed dropping no one, it still leaves a lot of possibilities. Darion sees another one, but thankfully this time does not connect. Scary still on side, going in for those right clicks, only able to do a little in terms of damage, but it's still a 4v3, and look at Crazy Guy slowly creeping up. They have no idea about it. Oh, Crazy Guy! I'm feeling a little bit bad for him, but he'll still be able to find the Vandal out. Makes two. PTC saves the day. So goddamn close for Made in Thailand to lose it all.
Exactly right. The moment that Made in Thailand made their way into the side, Bleed decided to spring the trap. They thought that only Scary was present on the side, but the plant was delayed so much that the rest of the Bleed members also found a way to get inside on the back of all those smokes. Boiled it down to a 1v1. Only one Vandal saved from Made in Thailand. I would say that was a damn good eco round from the side of Bleed. 4 kills is amazing.
Crazy Guy to just creep in like that.
This was supposed to be a bonus for the side of Made in Thailand, but now they have to just reinvest weapons, and if they lose this one, they're going to be broke.
Whereas on the other end, they'll be more than happy because they're the ones starting off on their first full buy.
Yeah.
Flash. Oh, Darion expecting it. He dodges, now going in for a second fight, gets that as well. And the spike! They have to recover it fast, otherwise both Darion and Crazy Guy just might push up, take up B main control and spot the spike. And Alone Phils rightly does recover it, but looks like they want to challenge.
Darion
I don't think it's the right decision, looking at how Darion is playing.
Yeah, exactly, right? What happened to Darion all of a sudden? How is he so good? I mean, he was always great, but now it just seems like his inner beast has woken up, and he is the monster. A triple in this round, double in the previous one, and he's already shut down most of the forces of Made in Thailand. He's dwindled down the numbers, dwindled down the hope, watered down their dreams, and turned it into mincemeat. 30 seconds left. Made in Thailand basically have nothing to work with right now. They've already expended most of the utility just to recover the spike, and now with just less than 30 seconds, what can they possibly do? Fragment to boil down even more time. The Made in Thailand consider saving. Imagine saving on what was supposed to be your bonus. Oh, economic nightmare right there.
Yeah, and look at Scary's position as well.
10 seconds
so
left.
If they go a little bit adrift, thinking that maybe there's nobody at mid and we can tuck ourselves in, Scary is going to punish them and relieve them of these two weapons. And he's rightly looking forward to it. He's trying to look forward to information, but thankfully Beta and Alone Phils have tucked right against other walls, and it is going to be a save. But on the other end, Bleed get their 9th aboard. One more round away for them and they'll be on double digits.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Darion, He's on the 2-day force here, Crips.
Oh my god, bro. If he can do so much damage with just the headhunter,
Ouch.
I cannot even imagine what a horror it will be to go up against him and his Tour de Force. Satan from the Bible himself will be scared to go up against Darion, who's just feeling himself right now. He's on fire, on the top of his game.
20 kills.
Yeah,
And Juicy is not even started off.
Bring them in.
exactly. We are yet to see Juicy pop off. So, with this being a one-man show from Darion, if Bleed can accomplish this much on back of just his firepower alone, I can't even imagine what's going to happen when people like Crazy Guy wake up.
Brilliant setup here. I mean, it'll be tough to read with Scary being tucked in vines and also Crazy Guy to help him. Pop Flash going through, double sweep coming through. They're trying to find some value, flushing out at least one player, and they've lost the initiator.
Yeah.
Blades were there, but that Nebula does not give them any value.
And Congrad even had most of his utility active.
Yes.
With those crucial flashes not being present and with no other ability to gather information, it's gonna fall onto a lone Phils to gather all the information they need. PTC holding for a B push, assuming
Darion.
Bleed will go for that B main attack again. Meanwhile, the rest of his teammates try to creep up towards B main. Darion is just absolutely unrelenting. It's just criminal to even challenge him
30
at this
seconds
point.
left.
Kadoom will look to do the same. Crazy Guy, oh, he's available
it
just as
already.
backup. But
Spike
he's good for
down.
one. Darion also stops them and dwindles down the number to just one man standing. Hell, it's not even one man. Alone Phil's already got a foot in the grave.
23 HP, he doesn't have the spike, and he's being checked from all corners, all directions. And that's going to be double digits here for Bleed. And the way Bleed are able to get rounds, they're raking up economy here. Leave timeout. I mean, it is crucial. Very tough decisions and discussions to be done because we are so close to reaching match, series, and champions point for Bleed. And Crips,
Yeah.
of all the fights that we have seen, all the maps that these two teams have gone against each other, arm to arm, vandal to vandal, or all the weapons you talk about, this is the calmest I'm seeing Legia from Bleed's end. Otherwise, he would be like on top of the game. He's like, let's do this, this is what they're doing, and like relays so much. Now he's like, it looks like he's just calmed down and he knows that his team is doing the right job.
No, just because he's talking a little bit more slowly doesn't mean he wasn't calm before. Legia is going to be the most calm man you'll ever see. All the way back from his days in Big Clan. Even though they were called Big Clan back in the CSGO days, they were always the underdogs going up against the beasts of Europe. And now that he's here in SEA, he's helping build up Bleed from the ground up. He's always been a man who supports underdog teams and joins them in their journey to the top. And he's one of the most calm people you will ever encounter. The speed of his talking doesn't really determine how agitated or calm he is. Of course, the fact that he has a poker face is a different story entirely.
True that.
But yeah, it's going to take more than just brain games to outsmart Legia. It's going to take more than firepower to stop Darion. And it's going to take a big bloody miracle for Made in Thailand to make this comeback. Do they have it in them? Drone and Prowler exchanged either way. But no real information, or rather no actionable information gathered. Crazy Guy's just still boiling down time. He's more than happy to send down his Prowlers. At least he's now figured out that we have nothing but a bunch of sheriffs.
They're still trying to push up. PTC, he might just be caught off guard, and just like Darion snaps players, he found at least one. But it's not going to be easy. Darion is still on side. And look at him waiting for the right opportunity, and Crazy Guy, he just swings at the right time when Darion missed, and with that ultimate coming in, they're super low. He can just spam, gets a 3 for himself. Kadum and PTC trying to hold on to the numbers, bring it back to a 2v2 situation and grab a couple of rifles for themselves as well. I hope so. I'm not too sure on PTC's end. Get the spike down, 2v2 situation.
My bad. I accidentally said that Bleed had nothing but a bunch of sheriffs, but it's actually Made in Thailand who had a bunch of sheriffs. But now that statement also doesn't make any more sense because Made in Thailand have had the opportunity to recover those weapons. One playing towards the back of the wall, one playing towards all the way in Boathouse. At least this fragment will boil down anyone playing towards the green box, and the splash will definitely blind them, and Kadoom feels compelled to peek. Smokes covering the boathouse.
One enemy
PTC is gonna have to
remaining.
swing wide, and he does that exactly. PTC comes through, clutch. What Darion has been doing since ages, PTC pulls off in the most crucial moment possible.
I'm not too sure what happened to Retla over there. After clearing the entirety of the site, not seeing anybody, pretty sure the decision would have been that somebody should be stuck in boathouse, but Retla goes a little bit behind the Radianite boxes where Scary was up ahead looking forward to the defuse. And PTC was able to just isolate the duels. I don't know if he was setting up a flash or something, but again, I know it's not going to be a huge hit for them, but it does does slow down their victory lap.
Yeah, I mean, victory delayed. We still have plenty of money to make a comeback. It's just one round that they've relinquished to MiTH. Darion this time. Playing towards speeds though. A position that he's not really held before, but now that he's been pinged, does he snap back? Yeah, finally does. But that is after he's already baited out a flash and a fragment from that KO. So that's amazing utility drawn out by just that one man. And they didn't give up too much map control in the process. Bleed still have a reasonable amount of control. Scary and Kadoom exchanging frags on either side of the map. One towards A shot, one towards mid. And now MiTH regroup.
Scary hiding right behind. Be able to find one. Oh no, they line up for him. He gets 4. After which he gets put down. It's all up to PTC right now, the savior. It does not work out because he was facing Darion this time. 11-7. Scary, the menace right now. How in the right mind did he line up 2 and then still gets 2 more to follow up?
That's what happens when you try to challenge the smoke shenanigans, master. That's the reason why his name is Scary. You don't see anything across that dark cover, and across you is yet another nebula. You're heading into the unknown. You're heading into the belly of the beast, and Scary is ready to chew you into a million pieces.
You want to play? Let's play.
Those kind of rounds, those kind of moves is just going to break the entire confidence, and Shells shock the entire squad of Made in Thailand. They're again going for a hit where constantly it has been Scary holding it out. Brilliant play coming through from PTC to just off position himself and get Juicy down.
Yeah, but that's a kill towards mid. At the end of the day, it won't matter if mid don't go towards mid in the first play. Bleed still holding A quite well. MiTH looking to challenge this very position. As they huddle up outside of A main and try to also creep in towards Tree, this double crunch must work. But there's 3 stoic members standing in their way. Darion, of course, the man of the hour, missing from the action, but if he goes towards mid, Kadoom is waiting for him. Now that it's been done, they commit the Hunter's Fury. This should be a clear invitation for Made in Thailand to start heading towards the A side, but instead they leave Kadoom towards 3 and all of them go towards B instead. They're hightailing it towards the B side. No defenders present over there. This should be an easy plant for Made in Thailand.
There is a cosmic divide depending on how far they can go to the post plant.
30 seconds left.
But as you said, hightailing right the way into B will get the spike down, door closed in the switches. Should fairly be an easy round here for Made in Thailand, especially
Spike
with the null
planted.
command as well, denying any kind of utilities, whichever, maybe the stars being dropped, but also PTC having his third Air Force. Can put a wrench in their works. Finds the first over there, making sure defender spawn is not open for business.
Oh well, business hours have passed. Come back another day. We'll make this trade some other time. MiTH take this round for themselves and Bleed can save their weapons. It's not like they have to worry about economy just yet. But if they don't find a problem, if they don't find a solution to this problem, then Bleed definitely will have something to worry about. Just one round away from map point, they can smell the victory. They can almost taste it too. But if they keep giving away thrifty rounds like these, then they have a problem in their hands. Of course, it happened on the back of the ultimates, right? First, it was the 2 they forced to kill Juicy. Kadoom with the one handle that they had got the kill onto Darion. 2 danger men are the equation.
Which separated both the sides. Got them the B side.
Yeah.
But here, this is one of the good possibilities for Made in Thailand to push their way to try and close this map. Previously on Icebox, because Bleed were already at match point, how much ever they kept pushing, there was one thing lingering in their mind that if they make a mistake, it'll just fall flat, then lose the map. And that's what happened. But here, Bleed, until they're at 11, it's still a possibility that Made in Thailand can keep pushing it up. And that's the thing that they need to look out for.
Exactly.
Up on both the ends, Darion and PTC.
Yeah, both the chambers just waiting. It's gonna come down to a battle of patience, isn't it?
Yes.
And we've made the patience testing chamber joke time and again, but this time Darion's gonna have to come in
They
clutch.
found my trap.
Can't afford to get tagged by this drone. Oh, he gets smoked out of the action, locked out of the premises. Made in Thailand can highway it into the site, but this 5v5 retake will be dangerous, especially when Bleed have that null command available.
Yeah. Oh no, he misses his shot. Now his position known. But Kadum chimes and helps him to take down 2 players from market, because of which it still keeps this in Made in Thailand's card. But scary. What a shot coming in from the defender spawn, and they try to rush up. Beta's paranoia helps them again in an advantage. He immediately TPs and just confuses the minds of Made. And made this round for themselves. Confused the minds of Bleed on that retake and got this for themselves.
Woo. Made in Thailand making us sweat. The 2 smokes that they placed towards CT and market, pretty standard ones, but it delayed the rotations from Bleed so much. Ensure that whole null command deathball attack could be successful, but the crossfires held by Beta and everyone else towards the bottom of those stairs, it just turned Bleed into mincemeat. It was nearly impossible for them to get inside and even try to take control of that retake. Knife does get destroyed, but it doesn't really tell them how many players are present over here. Redlaw alone on this site has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, and there's not much that he will be able to do. If he can just get at least 1 frag, he should be... yeah, that should be enough. He's definitely made it easy enough for his teammates, but the backstab from Bleed, Darion detected, and PTC is ready to intercept him. Of course, he's going to win that duel.
Unfortunate that he did not connect the headshot, but Juicy still wanting to contest the angle. PTC having the right idea. But again, that's a Marshall. This time he does not have the armor and the health. So a single bullet from the Marshall will still be his demise. Oh, the shoulder being seen from PTC earlier. But wait! Juicy still connects. And it's back to a 3v3 situation. Still doable here. Cosmic Divide still alive. Beta trying to go a little bit aggressive, and Scary immediately turns the tides around. But it becomes to a 1v2 situation as he's crunched right now from 2 directions. One from hell, one from side. And the clock is just ticking. And there is no way Bleed can find a way to clutch this round. Scary does somehow get a way to get 1 kill. But this just proves us that there is economy damage that is being constantly forced on Made in Thailand. Even though they're rebuying things up, if they lose 1 round here, Crips, it'll just immediately put Bleed in the forefront here. But again, Bleed are not so further away from match point, right? So just keep getting that economy away from their hands. So there will still be a buy for Made in Thailand if they lose this round.
Yeah, I mean, they've got plenty of money on alone fields and Conqueror, so economy is not the bigger problem over here. The bigger problem is stopping Bleed from getting to that map point. And now that Bleed have so many ultimates to work with, this should be definitely easy for Bleed to secure. They just need to make sure that Darion and Juicy deliver. Prowler sent ahead. Juicy treading forward with the op. Not ready to extend the angle, knowing that there will be someone from MiTH holding that same position. It all comes down to patience now. PTC, the master of patience testing, the master of holding angles, now keeps Juicy in check. Meanwhile, the rest of his teammates are knocking on mid.
Slowly creeping up. Crazy guy. He has a small angle through which Kadum punishes him. And now the trademark might be alive, but it'll be quickly destroyed. Market being taken over. PTC's position known. They're trying to push him. And yes, they will be getting control of the entirety of B main. But wait! PTC makes it costly. Drops the op. And now it's all Darion to keep control of this. Whereas the site has been taken over. But look at the position for Beta. I thought he was like looking at the right direction. But players pushing from A main. He eventually falls. Back to a 3v3 situation, Crips.
Yeah.
This is swinging back and forth.
Null command committed. All 3 footsteps towards B main now heard. MiTH have all the information they need. Oh, but Alone Fills just fades away after getting the kill onto Darion. This is turning into a disaster. Scary and Rattler now having to go side by side. Flash does connect, but the shots do not. Gravity well and concussion comes in together, but Alone Phil still stands strong. Scary comes through with the double, down to a 1v1. Alone Phil has to deliver over here, but he cannot. Scary comes through with just 30 HP to spare. He gets his team the map point, championship point.
This man is a one and done deal. Any clutches, if he's there, you better be very cautious about how you take up fights with him. The way he's able to challenge even though he's super low and still come out on top, just a single bullet would have been enough to take him down. But he still survives, whereas Alone Phil's just dies.
Poor Poppin Swinger. That's what Alone Phil has to face, man. I mean, at the end of the day, when it's a 1v1, it comes down to nerves, and when Scary's feeling himself on 21 frags, it's nearly impossible to stop this, man. Oh, okay, this is the fast one coming in from MiTH Thailand. Paranoia to push Crazy Guy into a corner. Judge to punch him in the face. Katoom checking every angle, but Juicy has gone undetected. Both the Jets fighting in anime battle, and Juicy delivers. He's done his job. 3v3. This is very much possible for Bleed.
It's a 12-10. MiTH Thailand, they're the ones fighting here for the save. They're the ones fighting to push it even further, even for an overtime if there is a possibility. Bleed don't have that great of an economy, but still they're trying to push up. A flash comes in, because of which PTC had to fall back. Now Kongared is still holding a brilliant angle. It's all about the timing. Darion finds one. Back to a 3v2 situation. PTC, he's watching and keeping an eye on the second lane, but in the meantime they're all pushing up from the first lane. They're trying to go for the trade flows, and it's all right now up to Alone Phil. Does not work, and Bleed, they close it out here in the Skyesports SEA Championship. What a play and a statement to be made from these monsters.
It was difficult, it was labored, but Bleed have done it. They win the AMD Presents Skyesports SEA Championship powered by Ampverse. Give it up for your champions, ladies and gentlemen. They've proven why they are the best in Southeast Asia.
After all the wrenches thrown, after all the shortcomings coming through, of all the tough fights that they've put through, denied a flawless run in the qualification stage, made their hungry way into the playoffs, and from then kept a flawless streak, dropped only a one map today, and they're going to be calling themselves the champions. You see them, they're standing high on energy and looking tall as we see them in the Champions GFX as well. Man, oh man, one worthy hell of a showdown to call itself a grand finals, and the way for Scary to also come out, right, to get that match point, series point, was just insane.
It was absolutely insane. Whether it's Scary coming through in a 1v3 clutch to get his team the map point, or whether it's Darion and Juicy delivering every single time, whether it's Crazy Guy being the consistent trade man, or it all comes together as Legia, who's the head coach, making things super competitive for Bleed. It's so incredible to see these players play. I consider myself lucky to be alive in this era where a team like Bleed exists and they entertain the hell out of us. Such amazing Valorant displayed by these gentlemen, and they rightfully are the champions of this tournament. Kudos to MiTH Thailand. They made this difficult for Bleed. They made them sweat. And this has been a wonderful tournament for them as well.
I mean, for MiTH Thailand, this tournament was not an easy one. They started off with upsets, it went up and down, but when it came to the qualification stage 2, they were reformed as a completely new team. They played so well. The teams which were able to read them did not even get the idea of what MiTH Thailand was in the qualification stage. They took down Bleed. They were one of the fan favorites in this entire tournament, and to take them down and push them in the lower bracket in a situation where Bleed could have actually been moved out of the tournament, and from there on Bleed kept pushing further, even in the upper bracket finals. If not for the pressure that Bleed kept portraying and pushing towards MiTH Thailand, the upper bracket final would have kind of conceded in the favor of MiTH Thailand. The scoreline was so close. Man, oh man, even this matchup as well. If it was not for the pressure, those individual duels coming out so well from Bleed, those fights that they were ready to always go ahead and take head-on duels, irrespective whether they're low on health, irrespective whether they don't have utilities. They're like, we'll just push forward, take a fight and try to get our team in a favorable position. And I think that's one thing that Bleed always thought is let's try to get our teammates in a favorable position.
Yeah, the teamwork was simply insane coming out from Bleed. Whether it's the trading or whether it's the utility placement, the pop flashes were also amazing coming out from both the KOs on either side. But in the end, it's Bleed who reigned supreme. Darion was just absolutely feeling himself, man. There's just so many frags to his name in this particular highlight reel. You can almost call this a Darion frag movie because he had pasted himself as the MVP of this particular map.
While me and CA were earlier here on the desk, Crips, that's the one thing that we worried. We have seen Juicy days, we have seen Darion days, we've seen Scary days, we've seen Crazy Guy days, we've seen Retla, and whenever JH was there, JH days. So everybody from Bleed's end have always come and stood tall. And today, to start things off, it looks so well for PTC, but on the other end, it immediately turned over for Darion, understanding that his team needs him the most when they were annoying and denying Juicy.
Yeah.
Darion stepped up.
Exactly. And while Juicy was always the one who was poking and prodding, playing a little more aggressively, Darion was a solid anchor, an unmovable object with an unstoppable amount of force residing in him. He was the very definition of what a solid anchor should be. Retla also, with those lovely flashes, was always setting his teammates up for success. Crazy Guy, he might not have had the best game in that final map, but damn, he was always very off the flanks that MiTH were attempting.
Exactly.
Always a step ahead.
He was so very crucial to do so much in terms of damage. I mean, whether the rounds came through or not, he was there to do damage and also enough to relay that information of what is the exact scenario that is happening. And again, this is nothing to take away from Made in Thailand's players. Everybody played to their best and gave their all in all the fights that they could do. But Bleed, they just stepped up. They stepped up to the mantle, took it right to their faces, and they said, we will keep pushing you. And I think that is just that nerve-wracking scenario we keep talking about, right? The mind games. Once it takes a toll on you and crawls under your sheets, it just gets super tough. And I think that's what Bleed, it gave them the upper hand in those last few individual duels.
Exactly. Right? We spoke about how Juicy was being shut down every now and then. But in that last round, even though he was cornered and had his back against the wall, he made sure he got at least 2 kills with that. How teammates have the numbers advantage. Amazing stuff coming out from all the members of Bleed. Really well deserved.
You can see 25 kills coming in from Darion. Never looked forward to stopping anytime soon, irrespective that the KD ratio is not great. But look at it, he's being also helped with the Astra. Scary has 21 kills. I mean, Astra, it's not an omen. Scary was just insane coming through this entirety, along with Crazy Guy. As we said, he was so ever crucial in terms of relaying information, as well as whenever those duels needed to be taken to just control the numbers. And then Retla setting up his team for success. Look at that. 13 kills of himself and then 10 more for assists, which puts the total close to somewhere between Darion and Scary with 23 kills. As we said, Juicy, not the great time, but every other teammates were there to make sure that he doesn't feel that pressure, and everybody picked it up. And when Juicy had to deliver in that last round itself, as you mentioned here, Crips, he got 2 kills, and that just gave that team the idea and also the confidence to go for a retake. On the other hand, Made in Thailand, same goes, just like we commended Darion, PTC also had a great game, but it was just Darion making sure he has chances to shut down, whereas PTC looking forward to creating rounds and victories and openings.
Exactly. Every single member of VCT Esports stepping up. So many cool instances where even though people who do not have as many frags on this scoreboard, they came alive in the most important moments of them all. Juicy, this is probably the least amount of frags we've seen for him throughout the tournament. He's always been on point, but when his team needs him the most, he definitely delivers. And that's what matters. The numbers only tell you half the story. To realize the full gravity of the situation, to realize the full stakes of this tournament, you will have to probably go ahead and rewatch that game because that was a cracking good one. Bleed Esports are your champions.
The last 3 to 4 rounds, Crips, I'm still having butterflies in my stomach. I'm kind of unable to digest that. the way it was won, lost, went back and forth. Made in Thailand brought it close. Felt like we would have seen another overtime. Playing with our minds as well, making us completely nerve wracked in terms of whether this is still going to be a Made in Thailand's chance. Because the scoreline was still 11-9, 11-10, and it felt like there could have been a scenario, especially with the rounds coming in so close 1v3, 3v3s. I'm still kind of trying to take a breather and try to digest all the things that has happened, because again, I don't know if the whole audience are also kind of taking the gravitas of this situation, that we have come to the end of Skyesports SEA Championship. We have our champions and we have runner-ups. It took such a long while and a fight here, Crips, but finally we have our two standing podium finishes.
And it was such a lovely journey all the way from map number 1 to map number 4, where it came down to the wire. We started off thinking that Bleed will definitely have an easy time in this tournament or in this grand final, but Made in Thailand made them work for it. Haven came down to the wire. Icebox was literally anxiety inducing. And Breeze, what can I even say? Breeze gave a false sense of security to the first winner. We thought that maybe this will be a rather one-sided game, but it really wasn't. Made in Thailand made bleak word for it, and Made in Thailand were indeed a worthy champion as well over here. They did so much over here and were very close to tasting victory, but unfortunately they couldn't get it. Actually, let's head over to the interview. Let's talk to someone from Made in Thailand and see what's going on in their minds.
Let's jump into the interview and welcome Made in Thailand, our runner-ups here in the Skyesports SEA Championship, and figure out what's going on in their minds. Welcome, hello, and congratulations here being the runner-ups for the Skyesports SEA Championship. First and foremost, after that wonderful fight as well as like mind-wrecking, mind-blowing performance that you showed us, how are you guys feeling?
เขาถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างหลังจากแข่งนี้มา he say it's so funny and have many experience on this tournament. Yeah, we got it. And we have a little trouble when we play. We try to figure it out on next tournament.
I agree to that, because we've seen Made in Thailand from when it started, like the qualification stage, and from there on to see Made in Thailand now, you guys have improved so much. So I'm pretty sure there's so much in your backpack that we'll be expecting. And I also want to know what's next here for Made in Thailand from here on.
What? Again? Can you say again?
What is next now that you have shown us what you've got, and it gives us a sense of there's a lot that you will be able to do, and with such a tough competition you've put to Bleed, I feel like there's something that you're cooking up. Is there any surprises that we have to look forward to?
เขาถามว่าในอนาคตเราอยากจะพัฒนาให้มันแบบนี้ขึ้นไหมหรือว่ามีอะไรที่อยากจะเปลี่ยนแปลงอะไรไหม In our next journal, we try to be scream more, practice more, or try to want to be the champion on next tournament if I can. Yeah.
Clips, go ahead.
So, when you first fought against Bleed in the upper bracket finals, you guys did not win that game. And this final was basically a revenge match because you were facing Bleed yet again. So before this game started, what was going on in your mind?
เขาถามว่าก่อนตอนรอบแรกเราไปเล่น upper final ใช่ไหมแล้วเราเจอบีทแล้วเราโดนบีทตบมาแล้วทีเนี้ยเราได้มารอบ final เราได้เหมือนมาเล่นแก้แค้นความรู้สึกแรกที่เรารู้สึกกับบีทคืออะไร he say we want to win on this competition on Breed and on this tournament also. On first thing on his mind is that want to win.
Yes, I mean, I'm hoping, we were expecting to see you guys becoming the champions here. The way you performed, the amount of, I would say, sheer confidence and composure you guys showcased. I'm not going to be holding you here for a long time. I have one small question. I loved seeing Kadoom on Duelist for the entire tournament, but Alone Fills also showed us a Duelist of Raze on Fracture. Do we see Alone Fills in the next future, in the next upcoming tournaments, changing that form and then both of them going bonkers?
Oh, you want to see both of them gonna be played to duelist like a paper X, right?
Yes.
It just
Yeah.
you need to follow up our team. Let's see you on
Oh,
tournament.
definitely. Definitely. It was a pleasure having you guys here, and congratulations once again for finishing second in this tournament. We loved watching you guys play. We loved
Oh,
casting
yes.
your games, and we are definitely fans of Made in Thailand. Thank you so much for participating.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Thank you so
Follow
much.
up.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Definitely follow Made in Thailand on their socials.
Yes.
What a lovely bunch of people.
Yeah, I mean, as they said, they're looking forward to winning it all. That's their interest, right? They are looking forward to fighting it. However, this tournament went through, as they themselves said, what we did right and what we have to still correct. But our end goal of any tournament from here on is still going to be just getting that champions title, getting that champions trophy, Crips.
Definitely bleed. I mean, I'm not sure if they will be able to lift a physical trophy. I'm sure Skyesports will send them a beautiful looking trophy soon enough.
Yes.
But for now, they can still celebrate. I mean, I think the celebrations began before they could even actually win that game. I saw Sirius right behind them with a camera recording all their reactions. You'll
Yeah,
probably
Bleed.
see a beautiful winning moment from their own perspective. But for now, let's talk to Bleed as well. Let's see how they are feeling after winning the Skyesports SEA Championship.
Yeah. I mean, we are right now completely, like as we said, no, it went so close, so we are trying to figure out how to calm ourselves down. So the environment over there at the boot camp, and also when we saw Darion earlier when he was playing in his comfort from his home, I presume, where he was snacking, having like a quick look at his phone, that time itself he was a monster. And I think they decided to activate Darion by calling him to the boot camp. Enough of your comfort, come back into the serious mode, and we are here to just run away with the title. It happened here, Crips. Very soon we will be joined by Bleed for the interview and figuring out like what was going on through their mind, right? Because it was again chaotic for them. It was not an easy run. So let's just jump to the Bleed's end of the conversation and welcome our champions of the Skyesports SEA Championship. Welcome, guys.
Hi, guys.
How are you feeling after winning and becoming the champions here in the Skyesports SEA Championship?
We all feel great after the win because as you guys know, right? This is the first tournament we played. With the call 5 players.
Yes.
So
All right.
we feel happy with it.
This was a revenge battle of sorts for Made in Thailand. You defeated them before in the upper bracket finals. Now you were facing them again in the grand finals. What all did you have to change in order to make sure that Made in Thailand can't adapt to you guys?
We just need to change our timing and our shot a bit. But that was very hard because I don't know this. I think this is like third times or fourth time we played against Made in Thailand in this off season. So a bit hard.
True. I mean, there were a lot of ups and downs, and especially after your defeat in the qualifiers, I'm pretty sure we saw an entire different chapter for Bleed. What went at that point? Like, what was that? Like, when you got a defeat, when everybody thought Bleed should be the fan favorite, especially with the new lineup change coming in, which was looking so good. What was that like discussion after that loss, and what happened to this champion winning streak coming through?
After the loss, it was 10-2, right? And then we got
Yeah.
comeback or something. It was
Yes.
very sad, but in the game, anything can happen. So
Yep.
we just agree with that and move on. We don't think about that anymore.
Okay, that ability to reset is amazing.
Yes.
Now that you have already won this tournament, tell me, is there any team that stood out to you? Is there any team that you thought gave you a good enough run for your money?
But sorry.
Which team did you think challenged you the most, other than obviously Made in Thailand?
there is still a lot of good team, maybe Boom or Anta Ego from Indonesia, made in Thailand, and some other team from Thailand. I mean like there is a lot more, so we need to improve a lot to make sure we can qualify for the franchise next year.
Sounds good.
This
And
is just
we know.
all this off season is like warm up for us. We need to make sure all will have a good run next year.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen like this the roster coming through, building up is mainly to get to that spot next year, get to franchisee, play really well, and do so well. And I really like that building up this your intent to get back in franchisee very very soon. But I'll not keep you holding. You have won the champions title. You will be looking forward to victory celebration. As you said, this is the first time you having this 5-man roster. Just the last question: how have you felt in this entire tournament in the Skyesports SEA Championship, playing it, and also a short message for your fans?
The tournament is very great for us. We have an opportunity to compete in the off season. All the admin and the staff is very nice. I just feel like the break time was too long for us. Like every map, right, we need to wait like 10-15 minutes. Is not really good for us. Something like that.
And a short message for your fans who were rooting for you throughout the day.
I just want to say thanks to all of them, because I'm having a bad thing. I just got a steroid injection to my hand, and they still cheer for me. I really appreciate that. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you so much here joining us for the interview. Hope everything gets better. You recover really fast and just keep cracking and destroying more teams ahead in your next tournaments. Congratulations once again on becoming the champions here. See you again in the next tournament as well.
Thanks, you guys. See you.
See you.
See ya.
Oh man, Crips, you can see, like, as they said, it's their interest and intent to get to that spot, get to those big stages, and make sure they start destroying other teams as well.
Yeah.
And also to tell that this is not like one and done deal. They've not completely finalized in terms of this is how they play. They are improving, getting better.
Exactly. They are improving every single day. And I'm surprised that he was able to play so well, even though he's not feeling all that well. He just got an injection in his hand, and I mean, obviously, hands are the most important asset to a Valorant player. So if he was able to destroy his opponents, even when he was not feeling that physically well, I can't even imagine what's going to happen when all of them are in tip-top condition. They are going to be a scary team to go up against.
Oh yes. Let's jump into some stats that we have to kind of break down for all the viewers who are with us till now. And again, you know, we have our champions, but how did they get to that position? We'll jump into the stat, break it down before we send you off. Looking forward to the next fights that these teams will be coming up here in the Skyesports tournaments. But Krips, I at a point for me it did feel like there should have been a scenario where it maybe Made in Thailand could have been pulled back, because Leaf was so crucial. And again, I would take this opportunity and time to kind of give kudos and credits to the support staff from both the end, able to get their team back into play, reset them, try to tell them and calm them down, right? Because at one point Bleed was pressurizing so much for Made in Thailand, and Made in Thailand were able to bring back, especially after that huge difference in Icebox. Coming on the other end, Made in Thailand, after they got that breeze victory, you saw Legia making sure that he relays what is happening and to change things up and to get that victory on Icebox itself. So these kind of, I would say, minute interactions that they have in those tactical timeouts, and also behind the scenes, before the match, after the match, reviewing VODs. Huge kudos and credits to the entire support staff from both the teams.
Exactly. It's the support staff that keeps the players in the proper mindset to make sure that they are ready to face any hurdle inside and both outside the game.
Let's jump into the match summary right now of this best of 5 between Bleed as well as Made in Thailand. And you can see here in terms of the diffuses, it was going back and forth. But look at the round wins. That's what I particularly want to talk. I'll then come to the players because they are from Made in Thailand, not from Bleed. But round difference in terms of rounds won from Bleed and Made in Thailand. Look at how close it was, Crips. And that's the reason we said this was a run for the money, and it took a lot from Bleed as well to win it out.
Definitely. I mean, it's not like they got it scot free. Haven came down to the wire. The only map which was semi one-sided was Breeze, and even then, it was not. It wasn't really a whitewash. So both the teams had to work really hard for it. Of course, Icebox came down to the wire. So many hero performances from Bleed. They were able to get a lot of rounds, partially because there were some ninja diffuses. There were, I mean, out of the 14 diffuses that we see over here, one of them belonged to Juicy, I guess, where he just simply tanked the snake bite and everything and continued to go ahead. Meanwhile, when they were on the defending side, Bleed were able to stop MiTH from planting so often. And this is just about Icebox. When we consider maps like Haven into the picture as well, you can always see that Bleed had trouble planting their spikes because MiTH was stacking the sites so easily. They were almost always rotating before MiTH could ever come back. So this is just simply amazing. And the fact that MiTH have such a good read on Bleed, it tells you how much homework they've done. More importantly, the fact that Bleed were able to outmaneuver and outplay Maiden Thailand even after their strats were revealed, it just tells you exactly how good Bleed are. They can fight even after having a handicap.
Oh, I agree. I mean, whatever was thrown for either of the teams, they were able to reset themselves, get back into the groove, and try to fight it out as much as they could. But as we said, it was those last individual plays coming in, those strengths in the fights that Bleed showcased us as an individual as well as a team to be able to do damage to Made in Thailand and as well as recover the round after it going so close, getting into 3v3 situations, 1v3 situations, and it just made the entire best of 5 very, very interesting. And as I said, we did see Bleed perform really, really well as a team, and Made in Thailand on the other end, we ended up seeing the individuals perform as well, really, really well, and that's the reason we see PTC. Crips, I'm pretty sure you also have seen this. When we started off, Bleed played very like individual playstyle. Juicy was going one position where he was set up with utilities, but there was nobody to follow through. That confidence they had on Juicy. Darion on the other end, he was given the responsibility to either lurk or just go slowly into a different site or just guard it all out. Crazy Guy and Scary, they were just doing wonders. There's no other things that I can kind of put it out, and just brilliant stuff coming through from Bleed. But on the other end, Made in Thailand were the team who played very well as a team, as a squad together, stuck to each other and figured out how to kind of win rounds. But as things evolved for both Made in Thailand and Bleed came together really, really well. I've seen so much adaptation from them. Individual playstyle, team gameplay, that radio silence to kind of play with the minds of their opponent and also go in for quick hits and take head-on challenges, which made this entire tournament ever so interesting, and Bleed just kept one-upping their game after every match, every map as well.
Bleed obviously had to keep one-upping because if they did not, then Made in Thailand would play catch-up, and Made in Thailand were hot on their heels, snapping at every step along the way. You were right, it took so many heroic efforts from the side of Bleed and every single one of their players stepping up in hero performances. Let's take a look at some of those stats to tell you exactly how much individual impact these players were able to create.
And it looks like the entirety is filled with Made in Thailand. So Made in Thailand, they can keep their heads high. They might have not gotten the champions title, but as we heard, they are looking forward to getting it very soon. And looking at these stats, Crips, it does tell us. Look at PTC, highest kills, 201. Beta having highest assists, 101. Kadum, most first bloods, 52. PTC having the highest damage. Beta again coming in maximum headshot percentage. Beta again with the highest plans. And Alone Fills with diffuses of 12. This was just insane. And the highest, like in terms of the best match to go, is for sure this best of 5, the grand finals. Maximum rounds played and most played map. Come on, man, it couldn't have been anything else. It is Haven. All stats, like it looks like Made in Thailand is written all over the board.
Exactly, these guys were so impactful throughout the tournament. It's a shame that they were not able to win after coming so close to the trophy. And even though the overall score of the grand final says that Bleed were able to win 3-1, most of these maps came down to the wire. Bleed Sure, they are the champions, but Made in Thailand made the impact of a year, and I'm sure, even though they were not able to win the tournament, they won all our hearts. Khartoum was on fire throughout the tournament.
Oh
It's
yes.
at least in the group stage, we were all saying that Khartoum is too much of a hero for his team, and every time he has a great round, his team is able to win. But over the course of the tournament, that storyline was debunked. It was proven that Made in Thailand will be able to create impact regardless of whether Kadum comes up or not. Same with PTC, man. Such a solid anchor all throughout. And he was very good in multiple roles, even though he did not have too many variation in his agents.
With this, we get an idea about the tournament statistics in terms of the players in the map, but let's jump into the overall summary coming through, where we'll get an idea about what has happened in the entire tournament, entire couple of weeks that we have seen that numerous teams have fought against each other. 8 in total coming in from the SEA region and 4, which puts a total of 12 teams fighting it here in the Skyesports SEA Championship. Maps played in total 15, assists 890. I think that is just insane. And I think that's one of the best parts here, Crips. I feel like that we saw all the teams playing really well in terms of assisting each other, setting up for success based on the agents that they had picked, rather than going in for those hero plays.
Definitely. These stats, they mesmerize you. They tell you exactly how much was at stake in the AMD Presents Skyesports SEA Championship. Whether you call it hero performances or whether you call it team coordination, the stats don't lie. The numbers are as close as we can get to the handwriting of God. Amazing performances from every single team who showed up over here, and it tells you exactly how much talent this region harbors. Now, while we have crowned the kings of SEA, we are sure that SEA as a whole, or rather APAC as a whole, can create big impact in the VCT circuit going into the next year. And while these off-season tournaments cover the journey, the beautiful journey of these teams becoming very big titans, the VCT circuit has no idea what the SEA region has in store for the world.
I agree with you. There's so much that we are seeing and how well they're working and getting better day in and day out. SC as a whole is going to be challenging all the other teams from all the various regions, and like we've seen in Paper X, right? That has been a team which is like stood tall, and everybody started chiming in the name. After that, one after another team names have been coming through, and SEA is a region that everybody's right is now worried, because not a lot of contest in terms of them understanding how they play, how they fight it out, has not been portrayed. But whenever it has come out into the big stages and the international stages, they've always surprised the heck out of all the other teams participating, which has put them in a tornado. And then try to figure it out, voila, they're already pushed up to the grand finals and they're trying to win out the title. So SEA are here and looking forward to conquer all the regions, and I think APAC together as well.
APAC together, indeed. I mean, all throughout the FPS history, it's not just Valorant. I'm talking about every single FPS game in existence. APAC has always been looked down upon. They've always considered this to be a weaker region. But going into the next phase of the VCT circuit, SEA and APAC as a whole has proven why we are worthy contenders. And all the teams that you saw in the Skyesports SEA tournament, I'm sure that you guys will see a lot more from them. Let's take a look at some of the agent stats over here. Chamber, obviously, still the most impactful in the meta, but I'm really surprised that Sova has been consistently picked up in a lot of maps.
Yeah. I mean, I think credits goes for like players like Alone Phil's crazy guy, keeping that Sova up at all times. Alone Phil's, except for that one race change, he's never changed up the role. He's most of the times played on Sova itself. But again, look at how duelists are just going down, except for like Jet, we end up seeing Raze. Where are the other duelists? Phoenix, yes, was picked up a little bit earlier. Yoro, I understand he's a little bit of those fiery plays or individual playstyle that he has. We didn't see him. But one thing I'll still be a little bit disheartened here, Crips, is that the entire tournament we still didn't get to see Harbor. Nobody adapted to it.
Oh yeah, I mean this was supposed to be the first tournament that has Harbor enabled. So yeah, it's one of those sad moments. Maybe Harbor is yet to find his place in the
Yeah.
meta. But take a look at this. Viper was picked up so much more
Oh
than
yeah.
Brimstone. Even though people consider that Viper has her presence only in certain maps, we will only use her mainly in Breeze and Icebox. But whenever it came down to the other maps as well, people were picking up Viper as their primary controller, and they would then have one more agent like maybe a Brimstone to make it into a double controller setup. That's basically how the meta has evolved throughout the Skyesports SEA Championship, and it has been a beautiful journey right from the start all the way to this point. Congratulations to Bleed Esports for winning the tournament, and for Made in Thailand for finishing second.
It has. It has been a brilliant tournament. It has been a roller coaster for all the teams. Have new experiences, done so wonderfully, showed up for their region, showed us what more they have got and what more they'll be getting better on. And that's the reason we say every tournament that a team participates on, yes, the fans will be more than happy to support them. But when they take a loss, it does feel bad. But that tells you that they are trying to get better, and that's the reason the fans keep cheering for them. And I'm looking forward to a lot of those cheerings happening for all your favorite teams in the next upcoming tournaments, as we say very close to a goodbye. We would have to, because the tournament has come to an end here, Cribs. I would thank CEO also here for being on the desk, especially Skyesports for bringing up this tournament along with our sponsors AMD as well as Ampverse to making this VCT official off-season event. And a huge shout out to Riot itself for bringing this up. As you saw Bleed mention, it was very crucial for them to experiment, fight it out, figure a way through to make sure this lineup is completely stabilized. Same goes for Made in Thailand because of their new additions. But with all of this said and done, as I always say, one tournament end does not mean that it's an end for a complete, I would say, fight. There's a lot more coming up next, so do follow our socials at the Red Sky Esports. And also, if you enjoyed our casting throughout the tournament, me, Sia, and Krebs, you can follow us. But with that said and done, I'm going to be saying goodbye. Take care. Have a great evening. See ya.